Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei and Saji were Batrayed and joined Fire Emblem movie. Before we start, please go support Phantom Eyes 90 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Issei and Saji will be betrayed by the DxD women with the exception of Serafall, Yasaka and Ophis. They are determined to kill them, but the two are more than determined that they repent of their words and deeds in serving the most feared and respected clan in the underworld. Chapter 1: Escape and Freedom. Issei and Saji, considered great heroes in the war against Trihexa, were walking through the corridors of Kuoh Academy. Both had been summoned to the occult club where their respective masters Rias Gremory and Sona Citri would be waiting for them. They had arrived at the building but felt a hostile atmosphere. Saji: "Because I have a feeling something bad," said Issei. "I think so too," said Saji. "Let's go in," said Issei, and the moment they passed by there were both entourages waiting for them with the exception of Kiba and Gasper. Issei Rias said in a very cold way to the referee, to the brown-haired boy. "Hello Rias," Issei said smiling. "Please call me by my last name. You no longer have the right to call me that," Rias said sharply and giving him a sharp look. "Did something happen?" Issei said, seeing the disgusted looks of his entire harem including Gabriel, Penemu, Kuroka, Lefei and Ravel. "We present to you our new lover. And who will replace you?" Leonard Rias said while introducing a hex symbol. "And the reason why I summoned you is that I will take Ddraig away from you and give him to Leonard. He is more suitable to carry the red dragon." What? Saji couldn't digest what Rias was saying. He couldn't believe what Rias was saying, but a sharp voice interrupted his thoughts. "The same goes for you, Saji Gensura." Sona Citri said, "We will introduce you to who will replace you, Arlos. Thou will be my new pawn and the new bearer of Vitra. You're no longer useful to me." Saji couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Saji, we must leave here," said Issei, terrified. "Not so fast," shouted Irina, as she unsheathed Excalibur mimic, turning it into a whip to capture Issei and Saji. Penemu and Gabriel, extract the dragons from this garbage. And that the Seraphim and cadre of Grigori approached Issei and Saji. "Don't resist, and it will be less painful for you," said Gabriel, indifferently casting a spell on Saji, initiating the removal of the sacred gear from the blonde-haired boy. "Please, Penemu-san," said Issei, crying, to which Penemu slapped him and just laughed maliciously. "Don't cry, boy." "Stupid," said the cadre maliciously. "You don't know how you and your perverted attitude made me sick." "Now I found a great man like Leonard," said the cadre, while the new Gremory pawn approached her and gave Penemu a kiss full of lust. "Now extracts Ddraig," shouted the cadre triumphantly, while Issei screamed in pain. English. In that both gauntlets materialized. "Don't even think I'll serve that scoundrel Citri," Vitra shouted. "You will regret this." "Gremory and company," Ddraig shouted. "I doubt it," Rias said mockingly, but suddenly the Seraphim and the cadre stopped doing the spell to remove the sacred gear. "Gabriel, Penemu, why did you stop?" Rias said furiously. "Something is immobilizing me," Penemu said, until they saw that a purple aura surrounded them, and that was the work of Gasper. Rias shouted very furiously when she saw the vampire stop the Seraphim and cadre. "What the hell are you doing?" "Saving Senpai," Gasper said, looking furiously at his mistress and the others now. "Kya!" Irina screamed while being attacked by Kiba. "Damn it, what are you doing?" Tsubaki screamed. "Save my friends from you guys," Kiba said while snatching Excalibur mimic from Irina. "Isci, Saji, escape out of here, don't worry about us." Saji and Issei nodded and quickly left the building. "Leo, you won." Kiba, Gasper, both former pawns, said, crying. "Stop them." Sona and Rias' screams could be heard, and they could see how the entourages of both of them and their friends flew in pursuit. Both dragons escaped from the attacks of their now ex-comrades, dodging Akino's lightning, Ravel's fire spells, Kaneko and Kuroka's senjutsu attacks. "Stop!" Sona and Rias shouted. Saji and Issei could not run anymore. They watched helplessly as their masters were in the deepest and darkest part of a dead-end alley. "We are lost," said Issei as he watched Rias approaching in a dangerous way. "Damn," said Saji as he watched Sona preparing a water attack. "Come back with us, and your death will be as painless as possible," Rias said, preparing an attack with the force of destruction. Saji and Issei, seeing that they had no escape, decided to resign until a circle intervened, revealing the Maleviathan. She had her face twisted with anger towards her sister and Rias. "Oh, one-sama," said Sona, seeing her sister Serafall. "Citri." "Leviathan-sama," said Rias. "What are you doing?" said Serafall very calmly, but her voice was full of anger. "One-sama is not what," said Sona very cowardly. "I said, what are you doing?" Serafall shouted in such a way that she expelled a very icy wind, intimidating Rias and Sona, in that the girls of the DXD group arrive and were terrified to see the Mao Leviathan. Serafall, we can explain it, said Gabriel very nervously. Shut your mouth, damn hypocritical pigeon, said Serafall, looking at Gabriel with hatred. Do you know that because of this trying to kill two demons, the fragile alliance we have with you and the Fallen will go to waste? At that comment, Gabriel and Penemu realized the atrocity they were going to commit. I will report it to Michael and Azazel, said Serafall without taking her gaze of hatred towards the Seraphim and Cadre. I am very disappointed in you, and as soon as you, she said, looking at the Citri and Gremory entourage, I will take Saji-kun and Issei-chan. They will be far from you, and of course, I will tell Tu-san and Ka-san what you tried to do to your pawn and Issei. And that goes for you too, Rias Gremory. That comment terrified Sona. No, you can't do this to me, Ani-sama, said Sona, upset. And no, Serafall, don't do this to me, said Rias, very terrified. You know what my father and mother will do to me if they find out about this. You should have thought of that, stupid, said Serafall, getting more disappointed. You shouldn't have betrayed Issei and Saji. Now she turned around and looked with concern at Issei and Saji. Are you okay? While giving them a very motherly smile. Thank you, Serafall-sama, said Saji with tears, hugging the Mao. She reciprocated her hug. You're on time, Serene, said Issei, smiling gratefully. The traitors were shocked how Serafall had come to save Issei and Saji. For the good of all, don't you dare look for them. I will take you to a true mistress who cares about the well-being of her servants. Serafall said while a teleportation circle took Saji and Issei away. I hope they didn't brutally attack Gasper-chan and Kiba, because I personally gave them the order to prevent them from killing Issei and Saji, Serafall said, leaving the DXD girls alone. What are we going to do? Rias said nervously. Don't worry, Rias. If we explain things and our reasons, our parents will understand, Sona said, trying to stay calm. In fact, they will even support us in taking Ddraig and Vitra away from them. How naive. It's true, Aquino said. Anything Sona proposes to Lord and Lady Citri, they accept it without question. We still have a chance to hand Ddraig and Vitra over to Leonard and Arlos, Zenobia said. They all nodded in a sign of optimism. Underworld, Maui's palace. It had been half an hour since Serafall had arrived with Saji and Issei. Sirzechs, Ajuka and Falbium arrived to greet them. Issei and Saji told him everything they suffered in these last moments, while Rias, Sona and company intended to extract Ddraig and Vitra. At first Sirzechs refused to believe it, but thanks to a recording made by the boosted gear where Rias revealed her plan to kill him and give everything to the new pawn, Sirzechs became enraged and decided to call his parents to take drastic measures like Serafall. Guys, I apologize, Sirzechs said, very embarrassed. I hope our friendship doesn't break because of this nonsense, Saji-kun and Issei-kun. Don't worry, Sirzechs-sama, Issei said. Anyway, you were not aware of this, Saji said. Most likely those brats are looking for you in the underworld, Falbium said. I never expected Penemu and Gabriel to participate in this. I already notified Michael and Azazel. They should be arriving, Serafall said. And indeed, 2 circles belonging to the Sky faction and Gregory appeared in the Mao Palace, revealing the leaders of Heaven and Gregory, Michael and Azazel. Issei, Saji, I'm really sorry, said Azazel, embarrassed. Now I see why Penemu acted so strange. Hyoudou, Issei and Saji Genshuru, I'm sorry for my sister's behavior, said Michael, very sorry. Please, Azazel-sensei, get up, said Issei. Michael-sama, don't humiliate yourself like that, said Saji. Both leaders stood up and were relieved that there was no break in their friendship. At that 2 other magic circles appeared, revealing the patriarchs of Gremory and Citri, a little alarmed by the situation their daughters had created. Issei, Saji, what happened? Said Zeoticus Gremory. Tell us everything with confidence, said the matriarch of Citri. I'll explain it to you well, said Issei. He told her about Rias and Sona's plan to get rid of them by extracting their pawn pieces and their respective sacred gears and giving them to their new boyfriends. When Penemu and Gabriel were about to kill them, the timely intervention of Kiba and Gasper, and the rescue of Serafall. The patriarchs were very upset with their daughters and their entourages of the DXD women. We are very sorry, the matriarch said to Issei. Don't do this, Issei said very uncomfortably. We must do it, said Venelana Gremory, since we consider them part of our families and as children to us. I am truly very ashamed of my daughter Sona, said the matriarch of Citri, Saji. Like Venelana with Issei, I also consider you a son to me, and I have really been seriously offended by what Sona did to you. Don't worry, said Issei, we greatly appreciate your concern and that you watch over our well-being. There is nothing to be thankful for, said the patriarch Citri. Now the question is, where will they be? Because in the outside world, my stupid daughter and her entourage will be looking for them nonstop. That's right, said Sirzechs. I think that the most beneficial thing for both of them is that for a while they do not leave the underworld. Everyone nodded in approval. I have a better idea, said Serafall. I will ask you a question. Do you recognize this sign, especially you, Xiaotica-sama and Ka-sama? In that the Mao reveals a magic circle wherein M is revealed. Seeing that Xiaoticus and the matriarch of Citri were impressed and smiled. So you're planning to take them to my old friend, huh? Said Xiaoticus, smiling. That jerk is the best option for their protection, said Lady Citri, smiling. It's been a long time since we heard from him, since the death of God and the original Maos. And best of all, his two girls are urgently looking for new pawns. They only have their queens respectively, said Serafall. Issei-kun, Saji-kun, what do you say? Do you accept the offer? It should be noted that this clan will exploit up to 100% of its abilities and is very elitist, said Xiaoticus. They do not accept just anyone in their ranks. See it as a way for my daughter and Sona to retract what they said. You will always be indispensable and very dear to all of us. Issei and Saji look at each other and nod. We accept the offer, they shouted excitedly. That caused a smile of satisfaction in the leaders and patriarchs gathered. Well, come with me, said Serafall, smiling. I will take you to the leader of said clan. Thank you for saving our lives and believing in us, said Saji. We will take advantage of this new opportunity to become stronger. In that, Serafall leaves the meeting, moving in a magic circle with Issei and Saji. Seeing how Serafall and the two former pawns left, the leaders of Citri and Gremory began to call their daughters by a circle of communication. Rias, I want to see you right now with your entourage. In the palace of the Maos, said Xiaoticus very sternly. Sona, Citri, I require your presence, and that of your entourage right now in the palace of the Maos, said Lord Citri equally very sternly. Chapter 2, Guilt and Pain. Kuoh Academy, 2000 hours HRS. The traders along with their new boyfriends were gathered in the student council room. They were all nervous and some regretted what they did a few moments ago. What are we going to do? Said Rias, distressed at this moment. Serafall-sama should have already notified Ani-sama and the other leaders of what we did. I already told you not to worry, said Sona too seriously. I doubt they will take my sister seriously. With how childish she can be, they left half of the traders thinking in agreement what Sona said about her sister, but the other half doubted, since it has been shown many times that she can become someone of respect and fear. When suddenly two communication circles appeared in the ears of both heiresses, and upon hearing them, both began to get nervous. Everyone, they require us at the Mao's palace. Right now, said Sona, said with labored breathing. Can't we refuse to go? Said Raya Kusaka. No, unless you want to be considered a renegade demon, said Akino. Nervousness and guilt took over the room. We have to go to the underworld right now, said Rias, resigning herself, and created a magic circle transporting everyone in the student council to the palace. Underworld, palace of the Maos. The DxD girls with the aspiring pawns had arrived at the main hall where the leaders of heaven, Gregory, and the underworld were already waiting for them, with the exception of Serafall and the patriarchs of Gremory, Citri, and Phoenix. The latter looked seriously at the newcomers. Oda-sama, Oka-sama, said Rias, nervously greeting her parents. The redhead's entourage imitated her king's action. They looked at them angrily. Oh, Oda-sama, said Sona, why did you call us? The Citri patriarch was the first to speak. Tell me, Rias and Sona, why? He said with noticeable anger. What do you mean? Said Sona, very nervous. Now Xiaoticus took the floor. Why the hell did you want to kill Issei-kun and Saji-kun? I expect a good explanation, said Xiaoticus, as well as the Citri patriarch, with anger in his words. That left the girls in check. Well, the younger redhead said very nervously. Yes, simply we all decided that Issei was no longer useful to us. Likewise my entourage, and I decided that Saji stopped being useful to us, said equally nervous to Sona. At that the matriarchs of Citri and Gremory approached them. PLAF. Both matriarchs had slapped their daughters that practically left them on the ground. The DxD girls were stupefied by how Sona and Rias ended up. The matriarchs revealed a face of anger and disappointment. Oka-sama! Why? Said Rias, holding her cheek that received the impact, with tears in her eyes. Sona did not complain to her mother. Why? How dare you do this to the man who saved your life many times? Said Venelana, yelling at Rias. How dare you turn your back on the man who sacrificed his left arm to save you from an arrangement? That man who saved you from Loki, from the Chaos Brigade, from Ryzelvim, and from Trihexa. This is how you pay him back, you damn ingrateful woman. shouted Venelana with tears in her eyes. Sona, you have disappointed me quite a lot now, said the Citri matriarch with a serious and angry expression. This is how you pay the man who has supported you unconditionally, who has been both your sword and your shield, that man who exceeded himself every day to see you smile, that man who ended up exhausted by all of you, shouted the matriarch with tears in her eyes to the Citri entourage, and this is how you pay him? You are a dishonor to the clan. Rias, hearing what her mother said, felt a strong pain in her heart, remembering the moments she spent with Issei, those moments where she saw him happy and smiling, those times when he dedicated victories to her, cried with her, where he didn't care about getting hurt as long as he saw his king and beloved Rias smile and safe. No, what did I do? Rias screamed, crying her eyes out, holding her head with her hands, denying everything. What the hell did I do? Sona, hearing what her mother said, also shed tears, remembering all the efforts Saji made for her, but he never gave a grateful smile to his pawn, but he continued working and trying hard. She had realized how ungrateful she had been to Saji. Like his entourage had fallen to tears for Saji, and the way they wanted to get rid of him. No, my pawn, my cute pawn, what did I do? Sona screamed while hugging herself, crying her eyes out. Tsubaki hugged her to comfort her, and also cried for her partner. Now the other leaders approached with the other women. All of you, said Sirzechs with an intimidating anger. You disgust me, Asia said, pointing her finger at the ex-nun. She was terrified. Who gave you a family, a house to live in? Who saved you from Diodora Astaroth and above all asked for your reincarnation? Why did it hurt him to see you die at the hands of Rainer? Was it Issei-san, said the ex-nun very quietly. Who? Shouted Sirzechs furiously. It was Issei-san! Shouted Asia in pain. Forgive me, forgive me. Akino, said Azazel, very annoyed. Who accepted you, loves you just the way you are, and who was the one who could make you fix things with your father? It was Issei, said Akino, crying bitterly, feeling like a damned person. Zenobia, said Ajuka, now after the church abandoned you and you joined Gremory's entourage, who was your inspiration to keep going, the one who made you not abandon your dreams and goals, and above all, who supported you unconditionally in your goal of being the new student council president? I, Issei. The blue-haired girl screamed with great pain. Kaneko, now the one speaking was Zeoticus, who was the one who made you accept your Nicomedan nature, and thanks to that, your power increased and you smoothed things over with your sister, and you Kuroka, who was the one who made your criminal record disappear and pleaded for your innocence, and made you return to your sister. It was Issei-senpai / Naya. Both Nicomedas screamed, crying in a tragic way. Rossweiss, now Falbium, spoke, forgetting her laziness. Of all the girls who were going to kill him, he didn't expect it from you, she said with noticeable anger. Odin and your grandmother already know about this, and I recommend that you don't go to Asgard. Unless you want to return as a corpse. Upon hearing that, the albino paled, since she was notified that she was banished from her home. Tell me, who was the only man who saw you as a great woman and not a loser, accepted you as a compulsive shopper in those 100 yen stores, supported you with the problems you had with your grandmother, and above all loved you, without caring what others said? It was Issei. No, I betrayed the only man who really loved me. No, Issei, forgive me. Rossweiss screamed with tears. Irina, Michael said, now, looking at the brunette, for supporting this failed plan against Issei-kun and Saji-kun. Do you think you did well? The brunette lowered her gaze in a sign of guilt. Irina, I ask you to spread your wings. Irina, hearing Michael's order, was terrified but obeyed, and the moment she spread them, wings covered in a black color like coal sprouted. No English. No, Irina screamed in a horrified way, fainting from the shock and horror. It was to be expected, said Michael without flinching. Betrayal is a very serious sin, and it was more than obvious that it would become a fall. And as for you, said Michael angrily, referring to Gabriel, looking at his sister's chest, she had a kind of gold necklace. I see that you grabbed the oculum sanctum, the necklace that prevents angels from falling after committing a sin. It seems you knew what you were going to do, said Michael with annoyance. Gabriel could only lower his head in a sign of guilt. Gabriel, you will be exiled from heaven. Your place will be taken by the archangel Lucifer. Our father would be very ashamed of you. Gabriel was in shock by what his brother did and began to cry, regretting what he did. Penemu Azazel repeated the word I saw in Issei's recording, how you made fun of him. You seriously can't think that, Lo, Azazel said with disgust and fury. The cadre just limited themselves to lowering their heads. I'm sorry, Penemu said. Shut up. Azazel shouted furiously. Are you sorry? It's the only thing you can say, you damn soulless bitch. You killed the man who owes you his life in the war against Trihexa, the man who looked at you as a woman and not as a trophy or hexual object. Don't follow anymore. The cadre cried in pain. Penemu, you are banished from Gregory. Azazel, finish, your place will be taken by the new cadre Daniel. And as for you, Lefay, Azazel said, seeing the youngest of the traitors, how does it feel to betray your hero, your idol, to follow, to think that his greatest follower was a disgusting traitor? Penemu cried bitterly. All she could hear was, forgive me, Issei, forgive me, Issei. Not to mention Lefay, who had adopted a fetal position and was crying inconsolably at having failed her idol and platonic love. And Revel. Now Lady Phoenix spoke, looking angrily at her daughter. Why did you betray Issei-kun? Lady Phoenix asked, the youngest of the Phoenix unable to articulate a word because of guilt and fear. I asked you a question and I want an answer. Why? Lady Phoenix shouted, expelling a wave of heat, terrifying her daughter. Why did Rias, Gremory, and Sona Citri convince us to betray Issei Sama and Saji-kun by introducing us to them too? Revel said, terrified and crying, pointing at the two aspiring pawns. We were practically all arrowed into an earth falling into them. English. We were going to justify their deaths that Issei and Saji died at the hands of renegade demons. Revel shouted angrily towards the girls. What did I do? Forgive me. Forgive me, Saji-kun. Forgive me, Issei-sama. The others looked with disbelief and fury at Revel, especially Rias and Sona, because she had revealed the entire sinister and macabre plan. That shocked everyone. In that, no longer bearing the guilt, the aspiring pawns took a step to confront the faction leaders. With your permission, said Arlos, I apologize for me and for my friend. We did not know that Issei-san and Saji-san are so loved here, he said, bowing in regret. Leader Sama, I also apologize for my boldness, since your daughters and their entourages and friends, said Leonard, pointing to Rias, Sona and company, had labeled Issei-san and Saji-san as unpleasant people and as scum in the eyes of society. But seeing how you seemed to them, it is more notable that you had lied, said Leonard indignantly, hearing that Rias and Sona were in disbelief. They could not believe that he was going to betray them. Tell me, how did they label them, my daughter and Rias-san, Issei-kun and Saji-kun? Said the Citri patriarch, trying to remain calm, knowing that there was still more to know. That was the trigger for everything. They told us that Issei-san was a damn pedophile, good for nothing, a being without potential, a depraved, a degenerate, a stalker and a pain in the ass for them. As for you, said Leonard, leaving the Gremory entourage and the DXD girls in horror by revealing all the lies they had believed. Wow, Sona and her entourage practically told me the same thing, Arlos said, looking with disgust at Sona and company, who were equally horrified. I decline your offer to be your pawn, Sona Citri. No, you two don't abandon me. I love you, Sona said, upset. Do you love me? Arlos said with disgust, after you called Saji someone despicable, when he is a man of great honor and respect? Then you get bored of me and get someone better and send to kill me like you tried with Saji-san? He said with regret and thinking about Saji's pain. Sona Citri, I don't want to know anything about you or your entourage of lying bitches. Arlos sentenced for the last time, leaving Sona and her entourage devastated. Saji-san, I apologize 1,000 times. Rias, Gremory, I also decline your offer to be your pawn, said Leonard, leaving Rias, her entourage and the other DXD girls even more devastated. Just as you thought you would get rid of a true man who really loved them like Issei-san. I feel that my destiny was going to be the same. By finding someone better than me. No, it's not true, Leonard said, Rias trying to convince him to stay by her side, taking his hand. Don't touch me, you damn interested girl. Leonard shouted with disgust and fury to Rias, taking her hand away from hers. It's a shame they didn't take advantage of Issei-san, someone so honorable and heroic. It's not true, you are, Zenobia replied, but better than him? Leonard said. Will they continue with their lies? He said while they continued to crush them emotionally. Rias, you and your friends who are nothing more than a circle of bores and interested parties. I don't want to know anything about you, Issei-san. I apologize, wherever you are. Leonard finished, shedding a tear of regret. Sirzechs, hearing about the pawn aspirants reproaching the heiresses, made a decision. Arlos-kun, Leonard-kun, come closer, said Sirzechs. The now ex-pawn aspirants obeyed without hesitation. I offer you a deal. We will let you live, but in exchange we will erase your memory of what happened today. You will not remember anything of this or even that the supernatural world exists. Does that seem okay to you? Said Sirzechs calmly. Leonard and Arlos looked at each other and nodded. We accept, said Sona's now ex, but we also ask that we stay out of Sona Citri's reach. Rias Gremory, their respective entourages and the others. We don't want to see you even in paint. Very well, said Sirzechs, accepting their requests, and then he began to erase their memories, leaving them unconscious. I will take you to your homes, said Sirzechs, sending Arlos and Leonard in a magic circle, disappearing from his presence. Now all of you, with the exception of Revel Phonix, are bailed from the underworld, said the redhead, leaving everyone horrified. And as for you, Revel Phoenix, we appreciate your confession, but betraying two great heroes like Issei and Saji, we will not overlook it. You will be under house arrest in the castle of your clan. You will not leave there even by mistake, and of course, you will be removed from the position of Issei-kun's manager. The blonde phoenix nodded resignedly. Now get out of here. And English. Act. All DXD women with the exception of Revel left the underworld. Miss, we must go, and at home awaits you a good punishment, said Lord Phoenix, looking indifferently at his daughter, and in that they moved to their territory. At the end of this embarrassing meeting, Sirzechs sighs heavily. With this, they will not look for Issei and Saji in the underworld, so that they adapt to their new clan, said Sirzechs, a little relaxed now. It is most likely that all of them will look for Issei-kun and Saji-kun in the human world as long as they apologize and return with them, said Grayfia with a mocking smile. When their beloved pawns are in the place where they cannot step, Sirzechs and company could not contain their laughter when imagining the desperation of his sister and company when looking for Issei and Saji. Meanwhile, another place in the underworld, Serafall arrived with Issei and Saji, both with their pawn pieces deactivated so that Rias and Sona would not locate them, to a volcanic area where rivers of magma and explosions rained the place, and there in the middle of those rivers, there was a castle on a large portion of land. Guys, welcome to the Muspell clan territories, Serafall said, smiling at them. At that, heavy footsteps were heard, someone making the earth tremble, and they were getting more powerful, leaving Saji and Issei in combat position. So these are the heroes you told me about, said a voice, revealing a huge colossal figure of 2 meters 70 centimeters, and weighing around 1.5 tons. I see them as weaklings without power. Do you think they can protect my girls, Serafall Citri? It's a pleasure to see you, Sir Muspell-sama, Serafall said politely, and yes, they will absolutely protect you. Chapter 3. Meeting the heiresses of Muspell. Kuoh Academy, Student Council Room, 11 p.m. The traders had returned from the bitter meeting with the leaders. They were still crying and lamenting over what they were going to do to Issei and Saji. Where could they be? Rias said, very distressed. I want to apologize to my cute Issei. I don't think they'll forgive us so easily, Sona said, equally distressed. Even so, I want to apologize to Saji. He's done so much for me that I haven't rewarded him properly. I think I should have gone out with him on a date at least once. It's not fair, Sona Kaicho, Ruruko grumbled, looking angrily at her king. She knew about our feelings for Gen-chan. Now he doesn't want to steal them, Momo said in the same way as Ruruko. Even if she is our king, we won't allow it. You are not the only ones who love him, Tomo Meguri said. When I see him again, I will hug him and kiss him so much. The Citri girls were fighting over Saji, while with the other Gremory girls many were still very depressed. Especially Irina when she saw her beloved wings stained black because of her betrayal of Issei. Forgive me, Issei darling, said Irina. Okay, Irina, life goes on, said Zenobia, hugging her friend. Now we must focus on finding Issei, for him to forgive us and come back to us. That's right, said Kaneko, smiling. Issei-senpai, he won't hold a grudge against us. He's someone kind and generous. He'll come back to us. Yes. When Issei Naya comes back, we'll have Hex with him as compensation, said Kuroka in a lustful way, to which the Gremory girls nodded with their spirits slightly recovered. But she vanished because of a certain visitor. Grayfia Onisa Marias said when she saw the most powerful maid of the underworld in the student council room. I just came to tell you that, by order of Sirzechs-sama, you are all disqualified from any mission from the underworld, Grigori, heaven, and any faction that is in the alliance. Grayfia said with her usual cold tone, the protection of both territories that you guarded will now fall under the responsibility of the Baal and Phoenix clans, with the help of Kiba Hyoudou and Gaspar Vladi. So ladies, I personally recommend that you be austere with what money you have left, because when it runs out you will start working and earning a living with jobs that humans do just to survive, so I'll leave with your permission, said Grayfia, disappearing in a magic circle. That warning from the maid checkmated everyone's pride, especially Rias and Sona, who saw human work as something degrading. Me? Work? Said Rias, proving from that moment on to be useless at anything other than behind a desk giving orders to anyone. We have no other choice, said Sona. The clan's finances are very low. We can barely survive on that for 2 months. If we do well, we're the same, said Rias, feeling very bad. Good. Tomorrow after the academy we'll get a job, said Sona, to which the DXD girls nodded. Food, electricity, and taxes will no longer pay for themselves. Then we'll look for Saji and Issei-kun. After that day, the DXD girls, including Penemu and Gabriel, dedicated themselves to looking for a job, which they got. But with their salaries they could barely pay the bills on time and have food on the table. If you want to know what the girls do, wait for the next chapter. Several boys at their jobs have tried to ask them out, flirt with them and conquer them, but they all rejected them in such a cold way, because they all said, "We have someone very special in our minds and hearts," referring to Issei and Saji respectively. Now it turns out, but changing the environment. Underworld, muspell territory. Issei, Saji, Serafall and Patriarch Surtur had entered the castle that was in the middle of a lake of incandescent magma. The four were talking in the main room. Serafall was telling the colossal patriarch about Issei and Saji's profile and the bitter experience they both suffered at the hands of their former masters. Something that Serafall said with clear annoyance, especially when she mentioned her sister. Very well, you have an acceptable record, and of all my years as patriarch of my clan, I never thought that the bearer of Vitra and Ddraig would end up under the mantle of my clan, said the colossal patriarch very dryly, looking with fierce eyes at Issei and Saji. But let's put business aside, and it's time to introduce you to my daughters that you will take care of and dedicate your lives to them and their queens, said Surtur, snapping his fingers, and in that, 2 large doors opened and revealed 4 girls approaching with determined steps. 2 of them are dark-skinned and 2 have skin as white as snow. Issei-kun and Saji-kun, I present to you my daughters Legjarn Muspell and Levitian Muspell and their entourage queens respectively. Fjorm, former Valkyrie, and Tautalia, former sorceress. The 4 girls bowed to Saji and Issei. The first to approach him was the brunette girl with pink pigtails. So you are our new pawns, she said with a smile. I will introduce myself personally. My name is Lavitian, second daughter of Surtur Sama. Approached Saji. So you are the bearer of the Dragon King Vitra, Lavitian said, checking Saji out with perverted eyes. It is clear that he is strong. At first glance he may seem a little clumsy, but you give off an aura of dragon and demons simply delicious. The youngest of the muspells finished saying, licking her lips, leaving Saji very nervous, and with a nervous smile at Issei, Surtur began to laugh. What do you say your name is? Saji Genshuru, said the blonde, a little nervous. Very well, said Lavitian. I have decided that you will be my new pawn. Tautalia, my Draco evil pieces. Draco evil pieces? Serafall, Issei and Saji said, don't tell them, Surtur said. We, the Muspell clan, possess draconic energy since my ancestors saved the lives of the dragon gods Ophis, Ouroboros and Great Red. Both of them were fighting in such a deadly confrontation to know who reigned the interdimensional gap, said Patriarch Surtur, surprising the 3 who asked. They took their fight to the underworld there. My ancestor intervened in their fight, and surprisingly he was able to defeat both dragon gods, defeating them and making them see reason, which he achieved. With how stubborn dragons can be, their gratitude was so great that they gave us their blessing, both of which is why we are the only clan in the underworld that developed draconic energy and magic. So when making our evil pieces they come out with part of our dragon and demonic energy. So Ajuka called them Draco evil pieces. Issei, Serafall and Saji were surprised by the story of the Muspell patriarch. Well, I'll ask you one last question, Saji Genshuru said. Lavitian Muspell, do you agree to be my pawn? Saji began to remember when he was reincarnated by Sona and thought about his days in the student council. All the adventures and misadventures he went through with the Citri clan and the betrayal he suffered. Saji Serafall said, smiling at him, you are in good hands. Trust me, the bearer of Vitra did not doubt it any longer. I accept. Lavitian Sama said Saji, determined to put an end to the Citri clan. Very well, said Lavitian with the 8 pawn pieces. I, Lavitian Muspell, order you Saji Genshuru to reincarnate as my pawn, my soldier. My servant. Then the 8 Draco evil pieces absorbed into Saji's body and proceeded to expel Sona's evil pieces. Welcome, Saji, to the Muspell clan. When Isama, it is your turn, said Lavatian, smiling at his older sister. Meanwhile, in the world, human Sona was asleep, but suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, causing her to wake up and shed tears unconsciously. Saji, the Citri heiress, could only say while wiping her tears. Back to the underworld, the older brunette sister approached Issei. So you are the current Security, Legjarn said in a serious manner, and like her sister, she also began to inspect and smell him. It is as they had told me. He is quite strong and handsome. It is a pity that the Gremory did not know how to exploit his true potential. Legjarn said in his thoughts. So you are a 100% dragon, many war scars, and I smell a lot of liviness. And perverted desires, he said with clear annoyance at the last thing. Issei just got nervous. But I don't care if you're perverted or not, that's your true essence. Legjarn thought, biting his lip in desire. Very well, Hyoudou Issei. Ha ha, said a nervous brown-haired man. I won't force you to anything. So like my sister, do you want to be my pawn? Said Legjarn with a stern tone of voice. Please, Issei-kun, accept, thought Legjarn with a childish voice and pleading in his thoughts. The truth, I'm hesitating, said Issei in pain after being almost killed by Rias Gremory and her entourage. I'm already afraid that any entourage leader would do the same to me. Legjarn opened his eyes slightly in surprise at what the brown-haired man said. That damn woman! How dare she do anything to my soldier? Legjarn thought angrily. Hyoudou Issei now, he said with a more severe voice, if you decide to join me, I assure you that I will have no reason to kill you. Being part of my entourage, you are part of my family, and the family is never hurt. It is rebuked but never hurt. That's right, Issei-kun, I am Fjorm, Queen of Legjarn-sama, said the Queen of Legjarn. You will forever be part of our beloved family, so do not fear. Issei saw a lot of confidence in both women, then in Lavatian and Tahalia, then in the Patriarch, who smiled at him calmly, and finally in Serafall. She gave him a nod. Do it, Issei-chan, said the Mao calmly. Just as Issei decided. Legjarn-sama, he said while kneeling before the eldest daughter of the Muspells, I agree to be your pawn. Legjarn smiled. Yes, yes, yes! Legjarn mentally celebrated like a child. Fjorm, my Draco evil pieces. The blonde proceeded to give her 8 pawn pieces. I, Legjarn, Muspel, order you, Hyoudou Issei to reincarnate as my pawn, my soldier, my servant. And just as Saji absorbed Legjarn's pieces and expelled Rias Gremory's pieces, in the human world Hyoudou resided. Rias, who was sleeping next to the others in Issei's bed, was woken up by the same pain that Sona suffered. Holding a hand to her chest, she began to cry silently. Rias, what's wrong? Said a worried Akino. I felt something bad about Issei, said the Gremory heiress without stopping crying. Akino, girls don't know how I feel. English. I regret having done this to our Issei. Sniff, why did I do that? The DXD girls proceeded to hug their king in a sign of solidarity. We will get Issei back, said Gabriel. We are with you, Rias-san, said Lefei. Thank you, girls, said Rias, smiling as she dried her last tears. Issei, when I find you, and I will compensate you like you have no idea. I will never hurt you again. Rias thought determinedly and optimistically. Back to the underworld. The heiresses of the Muspell clan had finished the reincarnation ritual, obtaining the bearer of Vitra and Ddraig, each one. Welcome, Sirzechs shouted with joy. I'm happy for you both, said Serafall, and proceeded to store the evil pieces of both Sona and Rias in separate bags. If you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving. By the way, Issei-chan and Saji-kun, take advantage of this new opportunity, Serafall finished. Issei, the new Muspell pawns, shouted excitedly. Then the little-haired girl approached Saji. Hello, I'm Tautalia, Queen of Lavatian-sama. Let's get along, she said excitedly, taking Saji's arms. Well, it's time to go rest, said Sirzechs. I will take Issei and Saji to their new rooms. Hi, Oto-sama, said both daughters of Sirzechs. Good night, boys. Good night, Oju-sama, shouted both pawns. Sirzechs was taking Saji and Issei to a bedroom where the maids had everything ready. Okay guys, tomorrow your debut begins. I expect great results from you, said Sirzechs. Issei shouted Issei and Saji. On the other hand, Legjarn, Lavatian and their queens went into their room, and inside it was revealed that Sirzechs' daughters are fans of Issei and Saji. Legjarn proceeded to hug a Security plush while Lavatian hugged one of Saji in his balance breaker. Nei-sama, girls, I can't believe it, said Lavatian excitedly. Saji-sama and Issei-sama are from our clan. Kya! The girls shouted excitedly. We have to treat them well. We must make them forget that painful memory. Are you with me? Said Legjarn, happy and determined. Hi! Shouted the Muspel girls. Chapter 4 Muspel's Prelude. Underworld, Muspel Territory, Issei's Dream. Issei, 5 years old, could be seen playing with his friend Saji, of the same age, in a sandbox in Kuoh Park. Saji-chan, I-chan, some girls' voices shouted, and suddenly they saw 2 girls, 5 and 4 years old respectively, with brown skin. They ran to meet the 2 boys and 2 5-year-old twin girls with white skin and white and ash hair to meet them. They're here, Saji said. Issei, the dream ends. Issei began to wake up. It's the first time I've had that dream. I feel a little nostalgic, said the brown-haired boy, rubbing his eyes. Saji was also beginning to wake up. They both felt somehow at peace and quite motivated. Why? The day before they had stopped being pawns in Rias and Sona's entourage respectively, and now the 2 served the heiresses of the Muspel clan. I have a feeling it's going to be a great day, said Issei, changing his bedclothes for training clothes. I have a feeling it too, since today our training will begin, said Saji. They left their bedroom and several maids were already waiting for them in the hallway and proceeded to greet them. Good morning, Saji-sama. Good morning, Issei-sama, said all the maids, bowing to the new Muspel pawns. Good morning, girls, said both dragons with their typical smile that once captivated Rias and her entourage, and Ruruko and Momo respectively, causing the notorious blushing of all the maids. Then a very beautiful and older maid with a stern appearance arrives to meet them. Issei-sama, Saji-sama, my name is Setsuna, the head maid of the Muspel clan and Bishop of Serafall, said a bow to both pawns. Nice to meet you, Setsuna-sama, said Issei and Saji politely. Well, today you begin your training with Serafall, but first you have to have a good breakfast, so come with me, said Serafall's bishop, guiding them through the dark castle, taking them to the dining room where the heiresses of Muspel and their respective queens were already waiting for them. Good morning, Oju-sama, Saji and Issei said politely to the heiresses. Good morning, Issei-kun / Saji-kun. Legjarn and Lavatian said politely and severely. No, it's not a dream. Issei-sama is my pawn. Legjarn thought excitedly. Who would have thought that Issei-sama would be my entourage? Fjorm said, mentally excited. Kya, Saji-sama, Lavatian shouted excitedly in her mind. Awawawa, Tautalia mentally stammered as she saw her idol and hero Saji again. Good morning, everyone, said a colossus that passed through the gigantic walls, revealing the patriarch of the Muspel, Serafall, and was accompanied by a beautiful woman with violet hair and a body so enviable that it would practically compete with that of Venelana Gremory. So these are my daughter's new pawns, said the woman accompanying Serafall with a friendly smile. Excuse my rudeness. My name is Leonore Muspel, matriarch of Muspel and queen of Serafall. Nice to meet you, Leonore-sama, said the pawns with a bow to the matriarch. The entire Muspel clan ate breakfast with fervor, although Serafall's breakfast was more abundant since he ate all kinds of meats and lots of vegetables. Issei calculated that everything Serafall ate was equivalent to what a small army ate. After eating, the patriarch began to speak. Okay guys, today I will begin your training, said Serafall, getting up from the table. You have great potential, but your previous mistresses did not know how to exploit it. So I will personally train you to be worthy warriors of the clan and make your respective kings and queens proud, said Serafall, looking at his daughters and friends with a mischievous look. They blushed slightly, although they kept their serious expressions. After your training I will train you in matters of knowledge, culture, manners and etiquette, said Leonore Muspel. Although you see that you are educated and well-mannered, there are some things that need to be polished. Although in your case Issei-kun, Venelana-sama has done a great job with you. It's a shame that her daughter ruined everything for a passing love interest. When you finish your respective trainings I will have your hot bath ready and the maids ready for your relaxation massage, said the bishop Setsuna, entering the dining room with a bow. Issei and Saji processed every word of their new routine that they would carry out as pawns of the Muspel clan. Well, Issei, Saji, time to train, shouted Sir. Hai, Serafall-sama, shouted the pawns. They proceeded to retreat in a magic circle, leaving the females of the clan alone. Oka-sama, said Legjarn, changing his serious expression for a worried one. Do you think they remember us well, Issei-chan and Saji-chan? It's been 12 years since that tragedy, said Lavatian. I hope you can remember that promise. Don't worry, girls, said Leonore, calming her daughters. In time I will download the seals of the mind suppression spell I cast on them when they were kids. Leonore-sama is right, said the maid Setsuna. For your part, girls, spend a lot of time with Saji-san and Issei-san. Win them over, heal their afflicted hearts, and little by little they will regain their memories. Hi! Shouted the heiresses, smiling, while their queens smiled for their friends Muspell. Volcanic Field. The men of Muspell had arrived at the training area. At that point the patriarch began to speak. Very well, boys, said the colossal Serch, I will begin to forge your puny bodies to turn them into dangerous weapons that the god Hephaestus himself would die of envy in creating them. We will work hard on resistance and physical strength, and most importantly we will begin the draconization of your bodies. Serch said, smiling in the style of All Might from Boku no Hero. For that I called an important ally. A dimensional crack opens from the sky, showing a gothic lowly descend next to Sir Ophis. Saji and Issei said, impressed. Long time no see. Seekvaira and wielder of Vitra. Ophis said with her stoicism. Serch and Serafall, they told me about your unfortunate cases with the heiresses of Gremory and Citri. I was personally going to kill them, but thanks to Serafall's advice I decided to help you become strong. Ophis said, smiling at them, and there is nothing better than you being the ones who take revenge on those traitors. Especially on your former masters, the busted crow of Penemu and the hypocritical dove of Gabriel. I want you to show those bastards that a dragon is not discarded. I want them to be humiliated like the damn bitches they are, and learn that when a dragon is betrayed, forgiveness does not exist in us. Saji and Issei looked at each other. A malevolent and determined look was born in them. Let the training begin, shouted excitedly the Muspell pawns, to which Serch and Ophis nodded. Serch and Ophis subjected them to physical exercise routines from the classic push-ups, sit-ups, cross-country running in the volcanic terrain. The Patriarch of Muspell trained them physically, and Ophis helped them forge draconic magic. The training started at 7 a.m. and ended at 7 p.m. Leonore was already waiting for them in the castle study for a series of basic lessons on the underworld and the exact sciences. According to her, the members of the Muspell clan, aside from being powerful, considered themselves quite intelligent, rivaling the wisdom of Athena, Siddhartha Gautama himself, Socrates, Plato, and the greatest minds humanity has ever produced. She subjected them to classes in algebra, physics, biology, astrology, philosophy, anatomy, and medicine. They lasted 3 hours of grueling and intensive classes, from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. Once the classes with Leonore were over, maid Setsuna had hot springs and relaxation sessions, along with a hearty dinner. A group of maids provided massages to the peons, who were grateful for them after a day of hellish training and intensive classes. But their kings and queens took advantage of half an hour of their time to get to know them. Little by little they learned about their tastes and made them trust each other, while these began to form new feelings for their new pawns. These began to gain affection for their kings and queens in such a way that they could say they were more comfortable than with their former entourages. It was the routine they followed for almost a whole year. As time passed, Issei began to have the power that could easily match Ddraig and Albion. Before being sealed, Saji almost matched Issei. With his acquired power he could easily defeat a dragon king. And with Leonore Sama's lessons, they could ensure a grade of excellence in the Kuoh Academy if they were to return. But as Saji and Issei improved every day, the Gremory girls, DXD and Citri, were the complete opposite. They had all agreed to try to forget Issei and Saji, trying to go out with other boys. Tsubaki tried to reconcile with Kiba, but the latter did not forgive, nor was he going to forgive her for what they did to Issei and Saji, leaving her heartbroken to know that he was already dating someone else from the academy, Reina Izumi, Kiba's new girlfriend. The others in their relationships did not last more than a week, especially Rias, Akino, Asia, Sona, Momo, Ruruko, Kuroka, Gabriel and Penemu, because they still unconsciously remembered Issei and Saji. It was so much so that without realizing that the first 6 had gone out with all the boys from the university and high school. Kuoh was so bad luck that they already saw them with bad eyes, and the women of the university and high school treated them badly for their bad luck and love, as if it were a contagious disease. There was not a night where the traitors cried bitterly for what they did and cursed again and again that fateful night. Sona and Rias resented it very much. They arrived to classes with swollen eyes, without grooming, neglecting their personal hygiene. Sometimes they arrived without bathing and without eating. They both had fallen into a near-fatal depression, but thanks to their respective queens they weren't let fall, and they still had hope of reuniting with Issei and Saji, so that everything would be as it was before. poor naive things. Both had been wearing since that fateful day a necklace that their pawns had given them. Rias wore a dragon necklace made of silver, while Sona had started to wear a bronze necklace that Saji had given her but hadn't deigned to put it on. "Issei, my cute Issei, where are you?" Rias said lamentably in the living room of the Hyoudou residence. The others were still crying and in low spirits, until a magic circle appeared in the ear of the youngest of the Gremory. Rias Sirzechs' voice could be heard. "Oni-sama?" Rias said, very surprised to what the DXD girls. "English. We need you back in action," said Sirzechs. "There are a large number of renegade demons that are attacking various points of the city of Kuoh. The Phoenix and Bale clans are having trouble containing them. So from now on the missions are enabled again for you girls and the Citri clan." "Hi," said Rias, a little motivated. "Go to the abandoned factory right now. Sona's clan has also been informed. I will call other demons to help them," said Sirzechs. "Then we will talk about your return to the underworld." Sirzechs finished communicating. Rias, returning to resume a bit of her leader attitude, informed the situation to what the Gremory and DXD girls. "Girls, we have been re-enabled in missions and jobs for the underworld and the other alliances. So we must go exterminate renegade demons." "Hai!" shouted all the girls of Issei's ex-harem and the muspell territory. Surtur had given the boys the day off. They, together with their kings and queens, chatted pleasantly until the patriarch of the muspell receives a call through a magic circle. "What brat, Sirzechs? How are you?" said Surtur. "Okay, alright." The patriarch could be heard talking to the Mao. "Very well. You will go there." He finished his dialogue with Sirzechs when he closed the communication circle and addressed his daughters and entourages. "Lavitian, Legjarn, they ask for our help in Kuoh. The renegade demons are lashing the city, and most of them they find themselves in a factory." "Very well, father," said both kings, "but it is possible that you meet your former companions of entourages." "Guys," said Surtur, somewhat worried. "Tsk," said Saji and Issei, somewhat annoyed. "So you had a feeling something like this." "Take it," said Surtur while giving them the black muspell armor, a very dark blue hood, and some kabuki and harlequin masks of steel color. "Try to finish this quickly, okay?" "Hi!" shouted the two muspell entourages, retreating to the Kuoh City factory. Abandoned Kuoh factory, 10 p.m. The Gremory and Citri clans, along with Irina, Gabriel, Penemu, Kuroka and Lefei, had arrived at the factory, and suddenly Kuroka and Kaneko were on alert. "Bucho, I can feel the presence of no. It can't be," said Kaneko, alarmed. "What's wrong, Kaneko?" said Rias. "There are more than 1,000 renegade demons, but the serious thing is," said Kaneko, very trembling. "What's happening?" shouted Rias, exasperated. "Who leads them?" "Is Shalba Beelzebub," shouted Kaneko, horrified. "It's not possible," said Akino. "Shalba was killed by Issei-kun." "That's true," said a voice that reflected a long brown-haired demon wearing his violet armor, and on his cheek had a very strange mark. "I have come from the dead in order to take revenge on the damned Sekyudai. But from what I see, that dragon is no longer with you, nor the bearer of Vitra. Did they abandon them? Kuoh, how did you come back from the world of the dead?" Gabriel screamed, dumbfounded. "Let's say that my mistress won her territory and work from Hades and is the new sovereign of the dead. Shalba said she brought me back to life, and now it's time to start what was pending." In that, several renegade demons made their presence felt in the factory and outnumbered the Gremory and Citri clans. "All these renegade demons came from the same Tartarus where my mistress took us." "Kill them!" Shalba screamed, and at the command the demons returned to life, attacked the clans, and they began to defend themselves. "Damn it! There are many!" Sona screamed while killing the demons. "Kya!" A scream was heard, and she saw that Raya Kosaka and Tomo Meguri had fallen in battle. "Raya-san!" Zenobia screamed, but a demon subdued her. "Damn you! Let me go, Zenobia!" Irina shouted, but she was also defeated along with Gabriel and Penemu. Little by little the Citri and Gremory clans were abruptly defeated by the returned demons. Shalba did not even move from her place, and enjoyed the work of her subordinates. "Good job, boys, and now it's time to finish this matter," said Shalba, heading to Rias, who was being subdued by a group of demons. "Sister of the false Lucifer, prepare to die," said Shalba, taking out a sword, ready to decapitate the redhead. "Issei," said Rias, waiting for her end. But suddenly, Brahm, a spiral of fire appeared, and suddenly 6 demons were revealed wearing their black armor. 4 are women who revealed the muspell mark, and the last 2 men wore a harlequin mask and kabuki no, also a hood. The 6 emanated an aura similar to that of a dragon king. "Who are you?" Shalba said irritatedly. "Who will bring you back to Greek Tartarus?" Legjarn shouted. "Fjorm, hi!" The blonde-haired girl shouted at an incredible speed and unleashing a widely destructive power. In less than 2 minutes she had killed 200 returned soldiers by using her spear, leapture, and launching her ice magic, freezing and decapitating the soldiers that crossed her. That spear no it cannot be, shouted Rosweiss. We will not be left behind, shouted Lavitian. Now Tautalia, at your service, said the Queen of Lavitian, and suddenly took out a book and began to recite a spell, and in less than half a minute several magic circles appeared. Dragon Judgment. And a colossal fireball appeared, instantly eliminating 300 demons. The DXD girls, Gremory and Citri, were impressed with the girls who had just arrived, and in less than 5 minutes they had swept away half the army of the reborn Shalba. Well, sister, it's our turn, said Legjarn, to which Lavitian nodded. They also went on the attack, and between the two they had massacred the other half army, freeing Rias and Sona and their retinues and allies from submission. Shalba was more than nervous. Who are you? Shouted the descendant of the original Mao nervously. That's the least of it, said one of the demons with a male voice who had not moved, wearing a harlequin mask. Issei, what matters is that you will not get out of here alive. Shalba, shouted the other demon wearing a kabuki no mask. Saji, ready friend, shouted Issei. Always, shouted Saji. Both masked demons came out to attack the reborn. He tried to repel their attacks with magic, but it was no use since the moment he put up a magic shield, both masked demons tore it like it was paper. Mo monsters, shouted Shalba. Then Saji connected a strong blow to the ribs. Crack. Gah! Shalba screamed in pain. Now Issei proceeded to break his right knee by connecting a kick in this crack. On my knee! Shalba screamed, lying on the ground. Do you know what Beelzebub is called, friend? Said Issei. The demon of flies, said Saji. And do you know how to effectively kill flies? In that the masked men create balls of fire, Issei of scarlet color and Saji of purple color. With fire! They both screamed madly. No, 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 please! Don't send me to Tartarus again, no, no! Shalba screamed. Issei and Saji ignored Shalba and proceeded to incinerate him with the torrent of fire, and they only saw how Shalba writhed and screamed in pain until he died. Guys, we're leaving! Legjarn screamed. Who are you? Rias shouted with authority. Is that how you talk to the one who saved your pathetic ass, Sirzechs, Lucifer's sister? Lavitian said with disgust. You have no right to talk to Rias Gremory like that. Sona Citri said it was our job to exterminate these demons. Better keep quiet, sister of Serafall. Citri said. Fjorm, those demons were about to kill them, and the one who entrusted us with your rescue was your sister. Because if she saw you right now, she would die of shame. Both entourages were ashamed of their poor performance. They make the demons of the new generation feel sorry for them, said Tautalia. They are so pathetic, said Legjarn. Now I see why the bearer of Ddraig, Gutch, and Vitra have not deigned to return with all of you. That really ignited Rias and Sona's anger. That is not true. My Issei sooner or later will not return to me, the redhead shouted very furiously. Saji, he will never abandon me. I also have hope that he will return to my arms, and I will compensate him. Yes, it should be, said Sona, Issei, and Saji. Behind the mask showed a gesture of repudiation to his former masters. They can't be more hypocritical. They thought at the same time, better not say anything. They are embarrassing, said Legjarn, invoking a magic circle of transportation. Disappearing from there, the traitors were more than upset by the muspell's comments. But Kaneko had felt an aura in the two masked men. No, it can't be. Kaneko said with teary eyes. What's wrong? Kaneko-chan? Said Asia, Issei senpai, and Saji senpai. They were right in front of our noses, said Kaneko, smiling and crying with happiness. That excited the DXD girls, Gremory and Citri, since they were the ones who killed Shalba, but at the same time they became jealous since they had supported the 4 girls who had killed the squad of reborn demons. We must look for them tomorrow after talking with Ani-sama, said Rias, to which Sona with tears in her eyes nodded. Hai! Shouted the girls with their spirits recovered, knowing that Issei and Saji were alive and had become very powerful. In Kuoh Park, a girl with pale skin and ash-white hair was sitting, until a demon came to her. My lady heir, Shalba was murdered. Tsk, this is bad, he said, sighing. I must tell the mother of failure. Most likely now they will torture the descendant of Beelzebub more in Tartarus. We will see each other soon, Issei-chan. The girl and the demon proceeded to withdraw from there through a magic circle. Chapter 5 Dark News and Reappearance. Occult Club, 2 a.m. Rias, Sona and their allies were with the Maus explaining the report of the attack of the renegade demons, but the Maus were accompanied by the Olympic faction made up of Zeus, Poseidon, Helios, Athena and Pallas. So Shalba had returned from the world of the dead, said Sirzechs incredulously. That's impossible, said Zeus angrily. Hades may be a pretentious imbecile, but I don't think he'll let a handful of renegades go from his kingdom, much less the descendant of the original Mao. That bag of bones enjoys playing with the souls of those wretches. I agree with my brother Poseidon, said Hades would really be offended if someone from his kingdom, and would be idiot enough to challenge us by violating the rules of nature. Anyway, I sent Hermes to the Greek underworld to summon my brother, and tell us about this incident, Zeus said. Rheus, tell us the truth, was Shalba in the factory with the renegade devils? Sirzechs said. Yes, Ani-sama, Rheus said desperately. Mao Lucifer, Sona said. Rheus, is she telling the truth? Shalba, Beelzebub was in the group that attacked us. Zeus was still incredulous. Pallas, my daughter, Zeus said. You who are the goddess of truth, tell me if Mao Lucifer's sister is lying or not? The goddess looks at Rheus with a sharp look and with her cosmos. Father, she is telling the truth, the goddess finished, very scared. All the leaders were in shock that Shalba had returned from the world of the dead with the help of Hades. Well, let's continue with your reports, Rheus and Sona, while Hermes and Hades arrived to clarify the situation for us, said Sirzechs. Rheus and Sona continued with their respective reports, where they also detailed the 6 demons who came to their aid and who annihilated all the fallen demons and killed Shalba again. I'm happy for you, Issei-kun, Saji-kun, thought Sirzechs happily and proudly. You've been able to surpass me. Sirzechs-sama said. Tsubaki, who are those 6 demons? Where were Saji-kun and Issei-kun? At the question that Tsubaki asked, the DXD, Gremory and Citri paid attention to what the Mao would say. Tsubaki-chan, Serafall said. Everything in due time. You will know anyway at the annual meeting of demons that will be held in 1 week. Okay, Tsubaki said, resigned to wait. Suddenly Hermes appeared in a portal of light, but he was injured. His white tunic was stained with blood and his body quite battered. Hermes! Zeus shouted. Who did this to you? Was it Hades? The messenger of the Greek pantheon shook his head. He came with a face that reflected terror. Hades, Hades, they have killed Hades! Hermes shouted, terrified. The Olympic faction was in shock at what Hermes said. The Maus were left with a face of disbelief. Stop joking, Hermes. Where is Hades? Said Helios, annoyed. I'm not joking. Helios have killed Hades. And I saw that the new goddess of the underworld was torturing Hypnos, Morpheus and Thanatos. Hermes shouted desperately and horrified. Hermes, tell me what you saw. Pallas, make sure he tells the truth. I don't think my brother was murdered, Zeus said. Flashback. Hermes was seen in the palace of Hades in the Elysian fields, but he was usually calmer than usual. He was heading to the palace where the throne of the king of the Greek underworld was. How strange. I don't feel the power of Hades, Hermes said. When suddenly, Jaya! The roar of the god of death was heard. Hermes hid behind one of the pillars and saw a horrible scene. A large woman with white hair and a spectral appearance was torturing Hades in his skeletal form and having as witnesses a very young woman with a slight resemblance to Hades' aggressor riding a black Pegasus. And tied to the Pegasus were the 3 minor gods of the underworld, Thanatos, Hypnos, and Morpheus. Jaya! Hades shouted louder before another magic attack from the aggressor. So you were the one who freed that bastard Shalba, who freed him from Tartarus? Yes, said the woman with a noticeable calm, although the pleasure for which he lived again vanished so quickly, and now he has returned to Tartarus. Hades stared at the woman with noticeable hatred. I think I will do a great favor to your wife Persephone, said the spectral woman, taking out a huge scythe, and in that, the queen of the underworld and wife of Hades appeared next to the spectral woman. Do him, my queen, said Persephone with obvious satisfaction. I've been waiting for this for a long time. The spectral woman raised her scythe and slash! Hades' head rolled in the Elysian palace, to the horror of Hermes. At that action, Persephone proceeded to kiss her ex-husband's murderer on the mouth. She reciprocated the kiss. You kiss well, my beautiful Persephone, but when I bring my husband back from the world of the dead, we will be such a lovingly destructive trio, said the murderer of Hades. Yes, I will eagerly await the return of our beloved, said Persephone, licking her lips. But we have an intruder, said Persephone, pointing where Hermes was hiding. Eir! Go for him, shouted the spectral woman. Yes, mother! Let's go, Lifia! Shouted Eir, unleashing the minor gods from her black Pegasus. Riding it at sonic speed, Hermes ran out of there. Damn! His speed is almost equal to mine, said Hermes, running in the Elysian fields. Air threw several daggers with ghostly power, managing to wound the messenger of the gods. Damn it! Hermes shouted, it's time to run faster. At that saying, Hermes went out at twice his speed, managing to escape from the Elysian fields and from his attacker. Air, seeing that Hermes escaped, stops her march. Mother, he escaped, she said with a slight annoyance. Don't worry, my daughter, the voice of the spectral woman was heard. Most likely the Olympic faction will come to confront me at the Elysian fields, since they will only accelerate my plan. Come back with me and my new partner. We will celebrate as we like. Yes, mother, said Air with a noticeable blush. End of flashback. At Hermes' story and palace confirmation that she was telling the truth, everyone was horrified. Hades had died before an enemy they did not know, and with the help of Persephone. Difficult times are coming, said Zeus. I never thought that Persephone would go so far to kill him, said Athena. For our part, Zeus-sama, you will have our support unconditionally, said Sirzechs. The other mouths nodded in support. Sona, said Serafall, take Hermes-sama to the hospital of our clan. Yes, one Sama, Sona said, nodding as she took the messenger away in a magic circle. Well, we'll be on the lookout for anything abnormal, Sirzechs said. By the way, you're invited to the meeting we'll have in a week if you'd like to come. If there's nothing extraordinary, we'll be happy to come, Sirzechs, Zeus said, smiling. Well, we say goodbye, said the father of Olympus, disappearing with the gods who accompanied him in a portal. Rest, girls. We proceed to retreat, Sirzechs said, with the other mouths retreating in a transport circle as the traders proceeded to retreat to their residences. Fields, Elysian, uncovered time. Lemon skipped. Underworld, muspell territory, clan castle, 6:30 p.m. In the dark clan castle, we can see Issei and Saji wearing their black clan armor. It's been a year since we left there, right, Saji? Issei said, smiling as he put on a black robe. We have fallen into better hands, Saji said, smiling. Imitating his friend's action, our new masters have known how to exploit our potential. Not counting Surtur-sama and Ophis-sama, they have trained us to death. You're right, puppy, Vritra said. Surtur has been a great patriarch and a great leader with you. You have earned his trust and respect with hard work. Also, he has the equivalent of strength to mine and Albion's. Before being sealed, Ddraig said, even so, he has a benevolent heart, agreeing to train them every day. But suddenly two female figures with brown skin, the older girl with hair green and a peach-colored lock, wore black armor, and an equally black cape with a red and orange interior combined. Issei-kun, it's time to go, said Legjarn with a strong voice. Yes, Legjarn-sama, said Issei, kneeling before his mistress. Issei-chan, we told you that with us in private. Leave formalities, said a blonde-haired girl wearing a blue skirt with white touches and a snow-white cape. Excuse me, Fjorm-san, Issei said, a little embarrassed, but it would be very disrespectful of me to speak informally to the women who gave us another chance to live. Then the blonde called Fjorm approached the brown-haired man with a smile. I like your attitude, she said, approaching Issei's face with a mischievous smile. Too bad Leg-chan has claimed you as hers. The green-haired woman looked away so that no one would notice her blush. Heh! You're very lucky with women, my friend, said Saji. But another female figure with equally dark skin, a little shorter in stature, with pink hair styled in two pigtails, also with peach-colored strands at the end, wearing light armor and equally black clothing, called her servant. Saji-kun, let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the meeting of the 72 clans of the underworld, said Lavatian in a girl's voice. Saji stood up and knelt before the girl. Hi, Lavatian Ojusama, shouted Saji solemnly. Kneeling down, Saji Kun shouted, taught Alia with a pout just like Issei Kun. Leave the formalisms with us. Oh, okay, it's going to be difficult for me, taught Alia-san, said Saji, and as soon as the little girl heard her name she broke into a radiant smile. But in the room where the 6 young people were, a colossal person wearing heavy armor enters and sees how the 4 girls flirt with Issei and Saji. Jajajajaha, it seems, I see the new splendor of our forgotten clan, said Sirzechs, the 2-meter colossus, seeing that scene with satisfaction. It's a shame that those Gremory brats, and especially the genius, Citri, let them free. They didn't know how to appreciate their best servants. Surtur-sama, it's an honor to see you, said Issei solemnly. Come on, Issei-san, forget the honorifics with me. You have earned my appreciation and trust by joining as the only pawn and my daughter. The same for you, Saji-san. English. Remember that you are like part of our family, right, Leonore? She said, smiling, putting her huge hand that exceeds half a meter on Issei's back. Both dragons nodded nervously before the patriarch of the muspell, and suddenly the matriarch arrives with a radiant smile, putting herself on the side of the colossal patriarch. That's right, Issei-kun and Saji-kun. We are proud that you agreed to be on the side of our daughters. We hope that you give us descendants very soon, said Leonore, smiling. At that comment the two men began to get nervous, while Fjorm and Tailtia smiled, but inside they were dying of jealousy, and the descendants of muspell blushed and looked away so that they would not be seen by their pawns. Leonore-sama, said Saji very nervously. At the reaction of the muspell patriarchs they burst into laughter. Mo, Otiu-chan Baka, shouted a very embarrassed Lavitian. Oka-san, Baka, said Lagegarn very low. Well, it's time to go to the underworld meeting, said Sert, to invoke a circle and teleport to the palace of the mouse Sirzechs. Lucifer. Underworld, Sirzechs Palace, 9 p.m. The annual meeting and gathering of the underworld clans was taking place in a harmonious manner. The high-class devils took the opportunity to make new relationships, whether commercial, friendship, and exchange of servants. Sirzechs, Ajuka, Falbium, and especially Serafall saw everything with satisfaction, except for a few people who had not spoken to them for a year, and if they did, it was for purely professional and work reasons. It was to the Citri clan and the Gremory clan, along with Irena, Kuroka, Lefay, Gabriel, Penemy, led by Sona and Rias respectively. They still had not forgotten the fact that they almost killed the heroes who saved the supernatural from the jaws of the Trihexa. That caused the annoyance and anger of the other allies of Issei and Saji. Since that day, Michael, Griselda, and Dulio practically do not speak to Gabriel or Irena. Azazel continued with the ice law towards Penemy. Ophis, Vale, Biko, and Arthur moved away from Kuroka and Lefay. Kiba, who came with Reyna, it was discovered that she is a fall, and Gasper still did not speak to Rias for what she did to their friend. Serorg and Razor did not stop being stupid spoiled to Sona and Rias. Serafall did not speak to Sona or Rias, because she considered Saji and Issei as her little brothers and loves them very much. They kept their face of misunderstood and frustrated by the treatment they received from everyone. That atmosphere became heavy for the women of the old DXD group. Hey girls, Rias said uncomfortably, has anyone been able to find Issei or Saji yet? No, Sona said, annoyed. We haven't heard from him since he left the council that day, and the day he helped us against Shalbat, Sabaki said. I hope he doesn't hold a grudge for what we did to him almost a year ago, Rias said, smiling. You know what to do when he forgives us. Okay, our Issei. Hi, the females said optimistically, give them our virginity. There are some poor ugly little things, but they didn't realize that some important people from the underworld had heard them. If you're looking for Issei-kun and Saji-kun, I know where they are, said a voice that reflected Mouse Sirzechs, accompanied by the leaders of the factions, arriving where the DXD women were. You know, Ani-chan? Rias said with a smile that showed hope of seeing Issei. Lo, we have known since you kicked him out of your clan, Gremory said, Ajuka indifferently. Why didn't you tell us? Said Gabriel angrily. Why? To hurt him more? Extract the dragons that keep them alive? Said Michael with a cold voice towards his sister, making the Seraphim look angrily at her brother. I know we did wrong that day, but we know that Issei-kun will forgive us. Shut up, said Azazel, losing his patience. We know what we do, said Penemy furiously. Isci. Will he forgive us? I know that. You're stupid, Penemy shouted Azazel out of his mind. Do you still have the age to say that? Do you have no idea what Issei suffered when you rub in his face how much you loved Leonard and made fun of his suffering? And above all, you were about to kill him when trying to extract the Red Emperor Dragon from him. You are a damn hypocrite. At that, Penemy immediately fell silent and began to cry. Azazel-sama, it is none of my business, but I do not think that is the way to reprimand Penemy-san. In that way, said Sona. Oh yeah? Now Serafall spoke. It is the least that you deserve. Those damn creeps in your entourage, said the Mao, very furious with her sister. The anger was noticeable in her words. Don't you know how they destroyed Saji-kun and Issei-kun? They hurt the man who was more than willing to sacrifice his life to see you happy. You disappoint me, Sona Citri, said Serafall, turning her back on her sister. Sona also silenced her claim and suddenly began to get angry at what she said to her entourage. What I do to my entourage is non-compliance of yours, Sona shouted very angrily towards her sister. As soon as I see Saji Genshuru, I will hug him and kiss him in front of your nose, one Sama. That was audible to the entire party, and suddenly many in the party showed a look of disapproval and angry murmurs. Sona couldn't hold back her anger and her entourage tried to calm her down. Sirzechs looked with pity and anger at Issei and Saji's ex-harem, when a communications circle notified him of something important. Very well, leaders, please come with me, they just arrived, Sirzechs said, to which the three Maos, Azazel, Michael, Odin and Yasaka, accompanied by Kuoh, smiled at what the redhead said, leaving the place where the girls were, leaving her confused. Who arrived? Said Zenobia. If we are all 71 clans gathered, said Rias. According to me, there is a clan that was not interested in attending these meetings, said Aquino with an anguished face. She sensed something bad for them. Could it be that clan number 72? Said Shinra. Then someone calls everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, said Sirzechs, we the leaders of the underworld are fortunate that after 300 years, according to our latest records, finally the 72 clans of the underworld are finally reunited. Shouted the redhead with joy. The entire underworld was in shock. Some were afraid because they knew of the clan that was absent for 300 years, since it is the most feared and powerful clan. And today the patriarchs of clan number 72 will present before our society their respective heirs, and these to their only warriors who protect them, continued Sirzechs. The Gremory girls, Citri, Irina, Ravel, Kuroka, Lefay, Gabriel, Penemu and Serafall were uneasy. They felt that something bad was going to happen. So today they show themselves with us again, them Spell Clan, shouted Sirzechs happily. The audio of the video, Lysium Fundamentum, begins. Suddenly they felt a terrifying aura similar to that of Trihexa. Everyone was very restless. Others were terrified and nervous. Suddenly some bells began to ring. Clong! Those bells, said Lefay, very terrified. Clong! What is happening? When Isama screamed Asia, very scared, hugging Rias. Clong! This terrible power, said Irina, paling with fear. Clong! I'm scared, said Kaneko, hugging her sister Kuroka. Suddenly the door of Sirzechs' classroom suddenly opens, the lights suddenly went out, and a terrifying cold invaded the room, and they could see a colossal figure, and in front of it 8 shadowy silhouettes were at the foot of the door. The DXD group, especially the women, took an attack position. Girls, prepare for a possible attack, shouted Rias, adopting the position of boss, as she always has done. Hi! Shouted the girls. Sirzechs and the other leaders, they only limited themselves to sighing, disappointed by the girls' immaturity. If you only knew the great and terrible surprise that awaits you, said Serafall. Welcome back, Issei-kun, Saji-kun, Serafall thought, smiling. The colossal figure covered in darkness began to walk alongside the silhouettes. You could hear the heavy steps of the giant, and the steps of his companions. Rias, with the sepulchral fear running through her veins but with the stupid and arrogant pride that has always characterized her, decides to confront the visitors. Who are they? Shouted the redhead loudly, more with fear than courage. Sona, not far behind, also decides to support her friend. Answer, intruders! Shouted the heiress of Citri, being escorted by her queen. The Maos did not know whether to laugh or cry at what Rias and Sona were doing. Suddenly the silhouette's eyes lit up with a reddish color, looking at them with a fixed and sharp gaze. Ha! Zeoticus, you must teach your daughter to be less arrogant, said the Colossus, mocking Rias. Hemlock Citri, it seems your daughter did not inherit your analytical personality, huh? Said one of the silhouettes, revealing the voice of a strong-willed woman. Rias and Sona felt offended by the first comments. So she is the heir of Gremory? Said one of the silhouettes, which reflected Setsuna, the bishop of Sirta. The way you addressed us was proof of your stupid mental immaturity, said the silhouette, laughing at the last thing in such an offensive way. You have no right to offend me like that way, shouted Rias, beginning to emanate the force of destruction. Oh yes, Gremory, do I remind you of something that affected your reputation, due to your terrible decisions? Continued the same silhouette of Setsuna. Do you remember Issei Hyoudou, the Sekyuria you almost killed for a nobody? Shouted the silhouette, giving a mortal blow to the pride of the Gremory. Damn it, nobody insults my friend, shouted Sona, starting to prepare an attack with water. Wow! So we have Sona Citri, said another of the silhouettes corresponding to Leonore, considered a genius in the raiding games. Well, you were a genius after almost killing the bearer of Issei Saji Genturu to reincarnate a nobody. Sona, already out of herself, was preparing an attack of magic accompanied by water, accompanied by Rias, who would not tolerate one more insult towards her person. Do not insult us, shouted Sona and Rias, attacking with the magic of destruction and water magic. But the Maos saw everything. Those stupid women! They shouted alarmed. They launched their attack, but two silhouettes got in the way and only raised their arms and shouted, "Extinction!" At the moment the attack of both was nullified. What? That was what both heiresses said when they saw that their attacks were neutralized. Those voices. I didn't expect to see her again, Sona Citri said. The silhouette was Saji's voice while expelling a powerful and murderous aura. Feeling it, Sona paled with terror. Shinra was so impacted that he took a bath without realizing it. The others in his entourage sweated with nerves and fear. Just as arrogant as always, said the silhouette that gave off Issei's voice and also a terrifying aura similar to that of Trihexa himself. At that Rias felt terror on her back. Akino swallowed. Asia began to cry. Kaneko, Kuroka and Zenobia were paralyzed with fear. Penemu and Gabriel hugged each other with fear that with difficulty could stay standing. Hello again, Rias Gremory. At that the lights of the palace turned on again and reflected the last clan of the underworld. Before the society of demons and fallen angels. Among them two people who had disappeared a year ago. I said Rias, containing her fear and anxious. Saji, said Sona, terrified and excited to see her former pawn. Chapter 6. A bed of great weight. The Sirzechs palace was filled with a very tense atmosphere, since Rias and Sona had committed the audacity, or rather the stupidity, of attacking the members of the most feared clan in the underworld, and above all they met again with the men they had been searching and waiting for a long year. Issei, said Rias with tears and smiling. Isci, you have returned, shouted the redhead running towards the brown-haired man. Issei Sen/Senpai/NYE/KU, shouted the Gremory and the DXD girls also running towards the brown-haired man. At the same time, Sona and her entourage saw Saji before their eyes. Many had mixed feelings from joy, sadness and regret, especially Sona, who saw the blonde with tears and a smile. Saji, shouted the Citri heiress excitedly. Gen-chan, shouted the Citri clan. All the girls ran to meet them, and a few meters from hugging them, a magic barrier was formed preventing their passage towards them, expelling them and throwing them to the ground. Who prevents the meeting with our pawns? Shouted Rias, very angry as Sona was helped up. At that Lavatian and Legjarn entered the scene. Your pawn, Gremory? Said Legjarn. Correction, you mean my pawn, said the green-haired brunette, looking maliciously at the redhead, and immediately hugged Issei, to which he dedicated a sweet smile to his king. That's right, I must thank you, Sona Citri. I have a good element in my entourage, don't you, Gen-chan? Lavatian said in the same way, giving him a kiss on his cheek, to which Gen-chan affectionately caressed his king's cheek and nodded to his request. Faced with the displays of affection from the muspell heiresses, the Gremory, the Citri and the DXD girls exploded in jealousy and rage. Issei, what does this mean? I deserve an explanation, Rias demanded. Saji, I also order you to tell me what's going on here, Sona said, very furious. Issei and Saji went from the warm gaze they gave their kings to a look of coldness and repulsion at Rias and Sona. As you heard correctly, Gremory, I, Hyoudou Issei, am a pawn of Legjarn Muspell, heiress of the Muspell clan, the brown-haired man said coldly. Sona Citri, you can no longer order me around since I am not part of your entourage. I am the pawn of Lavatian Muspell, another of the heirs of the Muspell clan, said Saji with a sharp look. Rias and Sona could not process what had been said. The others were in disbelief, especially the Citri clan, to know that Saji Genshira had stopped loving Sona Citri. No, it's possible, said Rias, horrified and with tears. You can't abandon me. You are my fiancé. Fiancé? Me? Sorry, my name is not Leonard, said Issei with sarcasm which offended and hurt the Gremory and DXD girls. Sirzechs made a facepalm. Rias still has the nerve to say that, he said in his mind. And no, Saji, you can't do that. Tell me you love me and you don't have the audacity to abandon your master, shouted Sona in an emotional state equal to Rias's. Love you? As I remember, you made it clear to me that you loved Arlos, said quite coldly Saji. Serafall sighed heavily with a hand on her forehead. Still thinks she has authority over him. You continue to disappoint me, Sona, she thought with resignation. All the DXD girls could not stand the harsh reality anymore. No, I will not allow anyone to take my Kohai/Gen-chan from me. Akino and Momo screamed hysterically, were ready to launch an attack of lightning and fire magic, but immediately the Queen's Fjorm and Tautalia took action in the matter. The Queen of Legjarn put the tip of her spear leap on Akino's neck while Tautalia surrounded Momo with magic circles, threatening to unleash an attack on her person. I do not know who you are, Nor am I interested, said Fjorm with a look full of intense hatred towards Akino, but I will make that clear to you. You threaten me, king, and approach our pawn, our friend and family. My spear will not stop its course until it beheads you. The same goes for you, Citri clan, especially you, Momo, Ruruko, and Sona. Citri, you lay a finger on my king, and especially Saji, and I will teach you a good fire spell, and I will not stop it until I turn you into a pile of charred bones, said Tautalia, beginning to activate the magic circles, and they began to give off an unbearable heat from Momo. English. Come on, girls. Legjarn said calmly. We came to enjoy the meeting, not to calm a group of spoiled girls who do not know what they want, said the brunette. The girls of the DXD group, Gremory and Citri, get angry at the comment. She ignores them and proceeds to turn to where the mouths were. I apologize for this rude entrance on my part, and that of my entourage, said Legjarn with a bow, to which Issei and Fjorm, who stopped threatening Akino with his spear, imitated the action of their king. I also apologize, on my part, said Lavatian, bowing to the mouths in the same way Tautalia and Saji imitated his action. The four mouths smiled at the muspells. Apology accepted, said Sirzechs. Ajuka, Serafall, and Falbium smiled and nodded, well as Legajarn-chan says, let this meeting continue. The meeting continued its course. Many high-class devils, including the Gremory and Citri, approached the patriarchs of Muspel. The last two mentioned spoke very animatedly with Sertra and Leonore, since it was known that both Zeoticus and Hemlock Citri are childhood friends of Sertra. Setsuna and Grayfia chatted happily with a cup of tea, while the heiresses of Muspel chatted with Issei and Saji's friends had approached. Vala, Lucifer, Biko, Arthur, Kunu, Elemenahilde, she did not betray. Issei and Saji, Seekvaira Agars, Razor Phoenix, Serorg Bale, Dulio Jezi and Tilkram Crotch. But two people in particular Issei had approached. Issei-kun, senpai, wow, Kiba and Gasper, it's been a long time since I saw you guys, said Issei, smiling at the Gremory boys Legjarn-sama and Lavatian-sama. I present my friends Kiba, Hyoudou, and Gasper Vladi, the boys to whom I owe my life that night, when we were almost killed by those, said Issei, introducing his friends, and pointed at the traitors with disgust, to which they lowered their heads in sadness. It's a pleasure to meet my pawn's friends, Issei-kun, said Legjarn, smiling at them and shaking hands with Kiba and Gasper. We will be indebted to you guys, said Lavatian, greeting with a smile and a handshake. By the way, Kiba, said Saji, who is the girl accompanying you? Said the blonde, pointing to Reina. She is my girlfriend Reina Izumi, said Kiba, but Tsubaki heard that and could not hold back her tears at Kiba's declaration towards the Muspel, being comforted by Yura and Tomo. It is an honor to meet the heroes who saved us from Rhizalvim and Trihexa and their respective masters and queens. My name is Reina Izumi, a mid-rank fallen angel, said the haired girl, extending two pairs of black wings. Oh, by the way, senpai, I also brought a companion. Where is Kurumi-chan? Said Gasper, and in that a lilac-haired girl with two pigtails, nervous character, and carrying a teddy bear appeared next to Gasper. Kurumi-chan, these are my senpais Issei Hyoudou and Saji Genshiro. It's a pleasure. Hyoudou senpai, Saji senpai, Legajarn-sama, Lavatian-sama, Fjorm-sama, and Tautalia-sama, said the companion excitedly. My name is Kurumi Kamumikura, pawn of Hemlock Citri-sama. This is Albrecht. It's a pleasure to meet you. The honor is ours, Kurumi-chan and Albrecht-chan, Legjarn said, smiling tenderly at Gasper's companion and her bear. Don't be nervous, said Lavatian, smiling at Kurumi. Saji-kun and Issei-kun's friends and Kuhai's are also our friends. Hai. Kurumi said, smiling at him with more confidence, but then Rias interferes with Kiba and Gasper's reunion with Issei and Saji. Kiba, Gasper, who gave you permission to talk to them? At that the Gremory Knight and Bishop, along with their companions, return a face of annoyance and disgust to Rias, which made her angrier. They proceeded to ignore her and continue with their conversation. Kiba, Gasper, do not ignore your master. And how did you meet your girlfriends, Kiba and Gasper? Saji said, smiling at them mischievously, to which Kiba smiled nervously. Reina blushed and played with her fingers nervously. Gasper and Kurumi blushed. Well, after saving them and receiving a good beating from Rias and company, we spent a few days in the Citri hospital recovering, and that was when two beautiful nurses attended to us. Reina Izumi took care of me while Kurumi-chan took care of Gasper. Little by little we got to know each other more, and despite having already been discharged We visited them with the authorization of Lady Citri and Serafall Sama, said Kiba, to which Kurumi hugged Kiba, and above all Kurumi and Gasper looked nervously. And with a devilish blush they intertwined their hands. Now Reina and I, we have been dating for almost 9 months. I with Kurumi-chan for 7 months, said Gasper, smiling at his senpai. But Rias would ruin that moment. I said no, ignore me. Rias screamed and cast the punishment spell towards Kiba and Gasper. Kuoh! Kiba and Gasper screamed in pain, holding their chests, leaving them stunned. Kiba-kun! Reina screamed, very worried, hugging her boyfriend. Gasper-chan! Kurumi screamed, terrified, as did Rhea, hugging Gasper. You! Disgusting fall! Sona screamed, very annoyed. If you know what's good for you, stay away from my friend's man. Obey your master. If I tell you not to talk to the muspell, you won't. Rias screamed madly and continued punishing Kiba and Gasper. Everyone was watching that pitiful scene. The Maos were going to take action on the matter, but I'm tired of you. Legjarn shouted, casting a nullification spell on Rias, stopping the punishment on Kiba and Gasper. It seems that you are spoiled and stupid. They are an incurable disease for you. You are pitiful for being the heir of Gremory. I even think that your nephew Milikas, I asked the most fit to carry the mantle of leader of the Gremory, said Legjarn, helping Gasper get up while Fjorm calmed Kurumi, who was crying for her boyfriend. Sona Citri! Lavatian shouted, even if Reina San is a worker at your clan's hospital, it doesn't give you the right to tell her in that despective way, said Lavatian as he helped Kiba sit up. And as for Reina San and Hyoudou San, I will make it clear to you in 2 simple situations. 1. It is a matter of giving orders to Reina-san and Kurumi-san. It is Madame Citri who has all the right. And 2. Tsubaki ruined any relationship with Kiba Yuto. After you, Rias Gremory, and that whole group of Boras with hot hormones tried to kill my pawn and my sister's pawn. The demons saw the scene, with disapproval towards the DXD girls and with great approval towards the muspell girls. They liked that despite being from a feared clan they protected the weak and the innocent. They carried the same ideals that Issei, Saji, Vela and Serorg used as banner before the war against Rizelvim and the Chaos Brigade. At Lavatian's last comment, the girls with the exception of Ravel began to emanate their auras, but they failed to intimidate the muspells. No one calls me that. Penemu shouted, quite furious. You will regret what you said. Gabriel, Kuroka and Kaneko also said very furiously. They had the look of a rabid cat. They took out their claws in a threatening manner. And no, you don't have the right to call us that. Akino shouted, starting to release her rays in an uncontrolled manner. You won't get out of this alive. Muspel Zenobia said angrily, wielding Duran. Now you have the asshole. To steal our darling right under our noses. Irina shouted, spreading her black wings. Damn thieves. We will not forgive you for taking us away to our Gen-chan. Ruruko and Momo shouted, starting to emanate magic from their hands. All the DXD girls were threatening to attack the muspel heiresses. But Legjarn Muspel Rias shouted furiously, pointing her finger at the green-haired girl. I challenge you to a rating game. Lavatian Muspel now, Sona said, also pointing at the pink-haired girl. I also challenge you to a rating game. The demons would have been surprised by the challenge of the Gremory and Citri heiresses. The Maos continued to regret the stupid decisions of Sona and Rias. Zeoticus Gremory, Hemlock Citri and Sir Muspel sighed heavily that their daughters could not get along, since they fought like real lionesses, the cakes of discord called Issei and Saji. But Legjarn and Lavatian could only smile maliciously at Rias and Sona's statement. Well, having as witnesses the Maos, I accept your challenge, Gremory said Legjarn. Likewise, I accept your challenge, Citri answered Lavatian. What do you want from me, if you defeat me? Said Legjarn. I will ask you the following, said Rias with an evil look at the green-haired girl. 1. Give me back Issei Hyoudou. 2. You will be my servant for all eternity. 3. You get engaged to a high-class devil with the approval of the demonic council. Legjarn just raised his eyebrows and answered, mine will be the following at the request of my Issei, said Legjarn, giving a kiss on the cheek to the brown-haired, provoking more anger to the Gremory and the DXD. 1. You will release Kiba Hyoudou and Gasper Vladi from your entourage. 2. I will reclaim the occult club building from Kuoh Academy. 3. Why not? Said Legjarn with a malicious smile. Rias Gremory along with your entire entourage, Kuroka Hellcat, Lefay Pedrangan, Penemu and Gabriel, will be my servants and my entourage for all eternity. Lavatian saw the bets that Rias and her sister Legjern had made. Now it was time to face the youngest of the Citri. Well, Sona Citri, I hear your request, said the pink-haired woman crossing her arms. Okay, Lavatian muspel. My requests will be, 1. Likewise you and your entourage will be the servants of my entourage. 2. You will return Saji Genturu to me. 3. You will also get engaged to a high-class demon. Lavatian only sighed heavily. If you're done, now you will listen to my wishes, said Lavatian, clinging to Saji's arm, which inflamed the jealousy of Sona's clan. 1. Tsubaki-san, leave Kiba-san and Reina-san alone. 2. I will reclaim the student council of the Kuoh Academy. 3. Like my sister, your Sona Citri and your entourage will submit to servitude eternally and without appeal. They will only serve me and my entourage. The Maos, having heard the bets and requests of the 4 retinues, endorsed the next raiding game. Very well, in a week will be the double raiding game, said Ajuka. By the way, to add more excitement to the challenge and with the permission of Overlord Michael, Leader Azazel, and you eminences of the underworld, said Legjern, the Gremory brat and Citri, will be able to have the help of those 2 feathered ones, referring to Gabriel, and Penemu of that mangy street cat, referring to Kuroka, and that failed witch, referring to Lefei. The leaders were surprised by Legjern's request and accepted anyway. Of the 4 mentioned by Legjern, Sona Citri and Rias Gremory, you will be able to choose 2, said Sirzechs. With this, the raiding game is agreed. Issei and Saji saw how their masters had put a stop to the whims of their former masters, and now they were more than motivated to respond to them on the battlefield and, above all, to get revenge once and for all against those women who wanted to kill them almost a year ago. Cap. 7. Lavatian muspel vs. Sona Citri. Finishing the meeting of demons, the next day, the DXD girls, the Citri and Gremory clans, with Kiba and Gasper in the meeting, met in the occult room to discuss the raiding games against the muspel heiresses and recover Issei and Saji from them. Well, there's no turning back, said Sona too seriously. If we want to recover Saji and Isekai'ed and in the process humiliate those bastards, this is the moment. If we fail, we will be the vile slaves of those damned, said Rias Gremory, and in the process we will lose our Issei and Saji-kun. But Nae-sama, said Asia, we do not know the power of the muspel girls. And by the way, with Gen-chan and Issei in their ranks, they have a wide advantage against us, said Yura Tsubasa. But as far as we know, the clans of both heiresses consist of 3 people, said Lefei. In that sense we have the advantage. But their power is enormous and unknown to us, said Zenobia thoughtfully. Do you remember when they attacked us, Shelba's reborn army? It's true, even with the help of Gabriel-sama and Penemu-sama, we couldn't face them, said Momohanakai, a little frustrated. The muspel girls arrived and easily eliminated them, said Kaneko, not to mention that Issei-senpai and Saji-senpai easily defeated Shelba. Apparently, we should not underestimate the power of those girls, said Tsubaki. If it was just a display of their power, I have a feeling that with us, they will unleash chaos. At that, Rosweiss asked to speak, making an analysis together with Shira. Tsubaki-san, Muspel's 2 retinues have 3 people who specialize in certain combat arts. In the case of Legjern Muspel, she is a magical swordswoman who masters the power of fire. Then this Isekai'ed, who can increase the powers of the entire entourage, and also taking into account that he has a strength that can surpass the Maos and even a Dragon King. At the comment of the ex-Valkyrie left all the Gremory in shock, and they were more than determined to recover the brown-haired girl. And the piece of who we must take care of is the Queen of Legjern. Fjorm, she was Odin's bodyguard. Sama is my ancestor, said the albino with a mixture of anger and resentment that left everyone surprised. Odin's former bodyguard Sama, what's so special about her? Said Irina, interested. She possesses one of the coveted weapons that the Valkyries and all of Asgard have fought to obtain, including me, said Rosweiss neutrally. The spear called Leipter was forged by Odin himself and blessed by the blood of the giant Gudmund in Jotunheim. That weapon, amplifying the magic of ice, can unleash a terribly destructive power, as destructive as its sister spear Gungnir and Thor's hammer itself. They were all surprised and silent, knowing that Odin's former bodyguard and having one of the most destructive weapons in existence, and that she now serves the Muspel clan. That was of concern especially to the Gremory and those who would support them. Now it was Shinra Tsubaki, who was going to give her report of the next entourage regarding Lavatian Muspel. She, like her sister, masters fire magic and is a swordswoman, Saji-kun, as far as we know, also masters fire magic and is a skilled hand-to-hand combatant. His power, if I may compare it, can far surpass Sirzechs-sama. Can even take it to quite catastrophic levels for everyone. That also surprised everyone, especially Sona and her entire entourage, and like the Gremory, it was one more reason to recover her blonde. But like the Queen of Legjarn Muspel, the Queen of Lavatian, Tautalia, is the piece in whom we must take care of ourselves. It has a level of magic quite terrifying and activates it at an abnormal speed. We never realized when the magic circles surrounded Momo-chan after the analysis of Rosweiss and Tsubaki. They realized that the heiresses of Muspel were at a very high level that can match or surpass the eternal kings of the raiding games, Daihauser Belial and Roygun Belphegor. They are rivals that should not be underestimated. A minimum error against them can be fatal. Well, it's time to know who will support who, said Rias. Well, Irina, since she was incarnated in Angel, has been considered as part of my team, and that is not up for discussion, so the two members that I will choose will be Penemu and Kuroka. Well, I will have Gabriel-sama and Lefei-chan as support, said Sona, nodding. Okay girls, it's time to train. We will recover Saji and Issei. Are you with us? Shouted Rias. Yes, shouted the girls. And as for you, said Rias with displeasure, referring to Kiba and Gasper. The first one drank a cup of tea while the damper remained in his cardboard box. Will you help us? Kiba, finishing a sip of tea, leaving his cup on a table, looks at his mistress with displeasure. Personally, we would withdraw in the middle of a raiding game and leave them at a wide disadvantage, said Kiba. Upon hearing those words, the girls looked at the blonde incredulously, because they never thought he would betray them like that. But I will help you, since it would be an offense to our friend not to face him in a raiding game. That's right, said Gasper. Do not misinterpret our intentions, Rias Bucho. We are not doing it for you. We are doing it for the two of us and to show Issei-senpai how strong we are now. After what the little damper said, both Gremory males proceeded to leave the student council room. Rias had located one more problem, and it was her bishop and knight. They would help but would act independently of them. From that day on, both retinues and assistants trained until their bodies could not take it anymore, because the reputation of both retinues were at stake, and the most important reason was for Issei and Saji to return to their respective retinues and compensate them for all the suffering they had caused them a year ago. Time skip 1 week later. Underworld. Raiding Games Arena, 7 p.m. The entire arena was packed, since thanks to the influence of certain Mao Siscones, they promoted the double raiding game where the heiresses of Gremory and Citri would face the heiresses of Muspel. Especially the morbidity took hold of all the factions that wanted to see the bearers of Ddraig and Vitra fight against their former companions of their respective retinues. The VIP room, made up of the 4 Maos from the Demon faction, Azazel from the Fallen, Michael from the Heaven faction, Yasaka with Kuoh from the Yukai, Odin, Thor, Baldur from Asgard, Elmenhild represented the vampires, Shiva represented the Hindus, Zeus, Athena, Ares represented the Olympians, and the guest gods Ixchel from the Mayan culture, Quetzal with Tezcatlipoca from the Aztec culture, Anubis and Isis from the Egyptian culture, and finally from the Inca culture the gods Viracocha, Inti and Apo. Suddenly the arena darkened and gave way to the presenter, who turned out to be Dog. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have a double billboard, where the 2 reunions of the Muspel clan will face the reunions of Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, said Dog. So the first raiding game will be between Lavatian Muspel against Sona Citri. Suddenly the music introducing Sona's team began to play, and several navy blue lights illuminated the western area of the arena, and the Citri clan seal made its appearance. Now with you the clan of Sona Citri, shouted / and an explosion revealed the clan of Sona Citri accompanied by the seraph Gabriel and the magician Lefei in the VIP room. Michael saw his sister in action, so you decided to support Sona-chan, said the overlord without being immutable. I hope you don't regret your actions and decisions, little sister. The music stopped, and now the Muspel seal appeared in the east area of the arena. With that, several pyrotechnic effects made their presence felt. Now we introduce the Lavatian Muspel clan, shouted as he introduced the tiny but powerful retinue of the youngest of the Muspels, revealing the only 3 members of said retinue. At that, the arena murmured, doubtful that the youngest of the Muspels could compete against Sona Citri's retinue. The referee of both raiding games will be the queen and wife of Mao Sirzechs, Grayfia Lucifuge said, and the aforementioned appeared on a floating platform. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The raiding game will be in Battle Royale mode. This is due to the number of members that the muspell entourage does not meet the requirements for the other modes of the game. Now the system will choose from the contenders the pocket dimension in which the fight will be held at. That the photos of both kings appeared on the screen and a light illuminated both photos as a sign of choice until the light stopped on the photo of Miss Muspell will choose the pocket dimension when sentencing Grayfia. Lavatian activated the pocket dimension. That was a post-apocalyptic scenario, shouted /dog. Now both entours ready? Shouted Grayfia. Both kings nodded determinedly. Let's fight. The audio of the video for the Sen no Kiseki battle plays atrocious raid. Sona was the first to give orders. As we practiced, Tomo, Shinra fight on the ground. Gabriel, Lefei attack magic by air. Ruruko, Momo, Yura to my side to the defense. Ordered Sona. Hai and that Megumi and Shinra shout out towards Muspell's entourage, just as Gabriel and Lefei would attack. Lavatian by air remaining calm gave his order to counterattack. Saji, taught Alia launch your attacks from a distance. Hai they said in unison, and that both prepared their magic attacks. Saji entering his balance breaker concentrated a ball of purple energy in his right hand while taught Alia had invoked more than 6 large magic circles. Black meteors rain! Shouted Saji. Destruction breathing, shouted taught Alia. Saji threw the ball of energy to the sky and it exploded, giving rise to several meteors directed to the Citri clan, and in the way Gabriel dodged them by pure miracle, but his partner, Kuoh, Lefei, could not dodge the dark meteors and was victim of the Saji's attack, falling from his flying broom, but was intercepted by Yura. Tautalia's attack hit Megumi, sending her back to her entourage very injured. Megumi! Shinra shouted, alarmed. Ichi, why don't be distracted, your opponent is me, Lavatian shouted, who came out to confront the Queen of Sona with his incandescent saber. She was carrying a Nanagata. In the skies, Saji confronted Gabriel. It's time to settle accounts, Dove, Saji said with a lot of hatred, since he still remembered that she was going to extract Vitra from him a year ago. Ready, Vitra? Always, puppy, shouted the Dragon King. Gabriel shuddered at the hatred that Saji felt towards her and began to regret what he was going to do to her a year ago, and knew that today she would not come out unscathed. While Saji faced the Seraphim and Lavatian to Shinra, Tautalia began another large-scale spell. She summoned 3 magic circles. Trap Raiders! Shouted Tautalia, and from those 3 magic circles came out 3 creatures in the shape of wolves made of dark matter. They went out to attack Sona directly. Damn! All of you destroy those wolves! Shouted Sona, to which her entourage obeyed immediately. They left the defensive maneuvers to go on the offensive. The entire Citri entourage with Lefei fought against Tautalia's creatures until she made a somewhat unusual movement. One of the wolves attacked Sona, taking her away from her entourage, and then Tautalia made her move. Explode! Bridabata Tautalia. Splock! The 3 wolves exploded, leaving dark matter on the floor, and it was impregnated in Sona's entourage, except for Sona. But the important thing is what the entourage suffered. No, I can't move, said Ruruko, seeing her arms imprisoned in that black matter. I'm stuck to this, said Megumi, on the floor with the gray matter stuck to her body and part of her face. This is like a mouse trap, said Lefei. We are trapped, Kichichoyu, screamed Rhea. Yura tried to remove that dark matter with force but without success. Tautalia saw with satisfaction part of her work. Lavatian-sama, Saji-kun, the first part of the plan is done, said the violet-haired girl. Hi! Said both. At that, Lavatian and Saji would begin to fight seriously. Lavatian with a slash split the Nanagata in 2 and proceeded to attack Shinra mercilessly. Tell me, miserable, how does it feel to lose the man of your dreams? By supporting a group of damn crawlers, huh? Said Lavatian mockingly of Sona's queen, to which she exploded in fury. And no one makes fun of me, or Sona Kaisha, shouted Shinra as he charged magic in his hands to attack Lavatian, but she grabbed his hands as if they were a toy. Explosive shackles, said Lavatian, and in that both of Shinra's arms were imprisoned, making it impossible for him to move. Now go back with your entourage of losers, said Lavatian, connecting a strong kick to Shinra in the abdomen of Tsubaki, causing her to fall into Tautalia's trap. While in the sky, Saji fought against Gabriel. Saji, forgive me, said Gabriel, very hurt. Her clothes were burned as well as part of her body. I beg you. Forgive me for trying to kill you. Oh no, said Saji with a voice that indicated that he enjoyed hurting one of the women who almost killed him. You say that as if trying to kill someone was a slight mistake that is easily forgiven. A dragon doesn't forgive that, ever. You will feel hell in your own flesh, damn hypocritical dove, shouted Vitra. Come on, Saji, you will? Saji connected a strong blow to Gabriel's face that sent her towards Tautalia's trap, leaving her stuck to the dark adhesive matter. That way, with the exception of Sona, they left the Citri entourage disabled. Sona, seeing her team in that state, went to confront Lavitian. Damn you, Lavitian muspell! Shouted Sona, sending a water attack towards the queen. Take this, Issei serpents! They were going to hit Lavitian, but someone got in the way of the attack and Saji. Shouted Sona, seeing that her attack hit her former pawn. But the funny thing, my attack, my magic, shouted Sona in horror, seeing that her water attack was evaporating in Saji's armor. Are you okay, Lavitian-sama? Said Saji, taking off his helmet and giving him a smile, to which Lavitian blushed and immediately chilled. Lavitian kissed Saji on the lips, which surprised him and reciprocated. This caused different reactions with Legjarn's entourage. Everyone blushed, but they smiled. The entourage Gremory were stunned, but Kiba and Gasper smiled for their friend. The patriarchs of Muspel burst out laughing. I see our grandchildren, Sir Leonor said happily. Ha 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 ha, these kids keep impressing me, Sir said. Very happily. In the VIP room all the gods smiled, applauded and laughed at that reaction, especially Serafall. In your face, Sona, Serafall said, satisfied to see the face of horror, jealousy, and fury of her little sister. Sona's face was saturated with tics, with a desire to kill, and her aura emanated. How dare you kiss my Saji? Shouted Sona furiously, crazy. Saji ended his kiss with Lavitian. Darling, said Lavitian with a seductive tone, you must end this. You must put an end to this chapter of the past. If you finish quickly, said Tautalia, you will have a sweet and special prize, said the little girl, licking her lips. As my king and queen ordered, said Saji, changing a sweet and warm look to a look that promised pain and suffering to Sona Citri. Now, Saji went out to attack Sona. She used a water shield to protect herself, but it was no use. Saji easily got past her defense. Dark claws, dark fire uppercut, shouted Saji, and delivered a brutal blow to Sona's jaw, sending her flying. Sona / Kaishu! Shouted the disabled members of the Citri clan. Sona flew away until something stopped her in her tracks, and it was one of Vitra's captured tongues. But suddenly she saw that Saji took out more tongues to imprison Sona in the air in such a way that she could not move any muscle in her body. It was like a black sarcophagus. No, Saji, no, please don't do this to us, sniff, said Sona, looking at her, crying, Ex-pawn, come back to me, forgive me, I miss you, I love you, sniff. Tautalia looked at the powerless members of Citri clan. That dark matter they are covered in is a kind of magic combustible tar. The more they fight to free themselves, the more trapped they will be, said the little girl seriously. Fuel? Said the Citri in horror. Perhaps, and oh. They screamed when they saw that Sona's prison was really the spark that would eliminate them, and oh, Gen-chan. Please have mercy. Screamed all the Citri, Lefei and Gabriel in terror. Saji, with his gaze down, decided to end this. Explosive dark iron maiden! Shouted Saji, and with one of his dark tongues he hid Sona's afflicted face, and turned her upside down. Pay for your sins, Citri clan. Aiya! And in that Saji pulls with excessive force the imprisoned Sona, she began to descend and burn in black fire. She screamed in pain and went in the direction of her clan. They saw their fate sealed when they saw their leader fall burning into the trap. There were only 10 meters, 7 meters, 4 meters, 2 meters. Seiji nini aini 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 ain! Sona shouted from her booby trap. Boom! The explosion echoed through the arena, a column of black fire rising, and it was so powerful that it caused a small tremor in the arena. Grayfia tried to assess the state of the Citri clan, and she could see all of them, unconscious with severe burns, their clothes in tatters, in Gabriel's case, 2 broken wings, and Lefei face down, her uniform completely charred. It was everything to the Citri clan. Sona Citri and her entourage are defeated. Victory goes to the Lavitian Muspel clan. Grayfia sentenced. The arena rumbled with euphoria. Everyone applauded at such power and skill of the youngest of the Muspel. In the VIP room, everyone applauded at such a display. Young Saji is impressive, said the Inca god Apo. Strong and Hexy, said Ixchel, licking her finger in a sign of lust and perversion. Serafall was very satisfied with Saji's great progress. You did well, Saji-kun. Now, Sona, do you realize your grave mistake? You let go of a great boy and a great warrior from your side for a passing love interest. Now bear the consequences of your mistake, said Serafall, somewhat sad for her little sister, but deep down she knew that she deserved it. Now it's your turn, Issei-chan. In the sand? Well done, Saji-kun, said Tatalia, and immediately, sure. The little girl kissed Saji on the lips, and with a challenging look at Lavatian, he just sighed and agreed to share Saji. In the locker room, Rias and company were horrified to see Sona's fate sealed. While Issei, Legjarn and Fjorm smiled for their friends. Rias, Gremory and Legjarn muspels Yenturs. 25 minutes until the rating game was heard over the PA system. Now it's Issei, Legjarn and Fjorm's turn, and it will make it clear that Rias and company are a thing of the past, and it was time to free their friends from their clutches forever. Cap.8 Legjarn muspel vs Rias Gremory. 1. The rating game's arena erupted in euphoria at Lavatian's crushing victory over Sona Citri, and the one who gave said victory to the youngest of the muspel's cause was none other than Sona's former pawn, Saji Genshuru. Many children cheered on Lavatian's entourage, looking at its members with stars in their eyes. The aforementioned entourage left the arena with their fists raised in victory, while the defeated entourage was transported on stretchers to the hospital for proper medical treatment. Muspel! 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 Could be heard practically throughout the underworld. In the locker room, Rias Gremory, her allies and her entourage with the exception of Kiba and Gasper, cried for the cruel fate that her childhood friend Sona and her entourage would now live, being the vile slaves of Lavatian. Sona, I swear that as soon as I beat Legjarn Muspel, I will face her sister and free you. Rias shouted furiously. All of her allies smiled at her in support, Kiba and Gasper maintaining a neutral expression. But in the hallways, a conversation could be heard that infuriated the Gremorys and their allies. Saji-chan, you did well. Tatalia's voice was heard. I knew you were someone really good, but today you far exceeded my expectations, said Lavatian's voice now. I'll do anything for my king and queen, Saji said, to which the three of them laughed happily. At that, Rias, accompanied by Aquino and Zenobia, leave their dressing room angrily to confront Lavatian, Tatalia, and especially Saji. Saji Genshuru, Rias shouted, how dare you do this to Sona, to your master? The redhead shouted, crying, to which Lavatian's entourage gave her a look of indifference. Sona loves you. All the girls in the Citri entourage love you. You don't know how you have broken all of their hearts. Shut your mouth, Gremory, Saji said, leaving Aquino and Zenobia with their mouths open. Of all the people who can say those words to me, you, like Citri and that group of boors and interested parties that you have behind you and that I eliminated, are the last ones who can say that to me. How dare you? Aquino screamed with tears in her eyes, walking towards the blonde ready to slap him, and just when she succeeds, Tatalia intercepts the hand and begins to subdue her. Let go of me. Let go of me, Gremory. I advise you to concentrate on your duel against my sister, said Lavatian without losing his calm. She is slightly more powerful than me, and I assure you that if I eliminate the heiress of Citri in a quick and lethal way, my sister and her entourage will have no mercy on you. They will slowly enjoy your pain and agony, said Lavatian especially. Take care of the Seekvaira. A year ago he waited for this moment to get revenge on all of you. That is not true, Zenobia shouted, very angry. Isci. He is not capable of hurt us. The father of my future babies will not be able to hurt his future women. At that comment, Lavatian and his entourage burst into laughter. Something really offended the Gremory. Corda-san, what you're saying is a joke, right? Said Tatalia, drying her tears of laughter, because it's the best joke I've ever heard in my long life. Damn you! Zenobia shouted, ready to hit Tatalia, but she was intercepted by Lavatian putting the edge of his saber on her neck. The blue-haired girl just gulped. Listen to me. Right now I could decapitate you, cut you up and give your severed body as food for the hungry and scavenger animals in the dirtiest and most disgusting alley in the underworld, said Lavatian with an evil smile as his eyes began to shine an intimidating red. But you're in luck, since I won't be the one to finish you off today, you brainless idiot. But I will let Wani-sama, Fjorm-chan and especially Issei-kun have fun with all of you. We'll pretend we didn't find them right now, said Saji, turning his back on Rias, Aquino and Zenobia. We wish you luck, but we would see ourselves the same as you did a year ago with Issei-kun and Saji-kun, like damn hypocrites. Ha 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 ha, Tatalia said mockingly and triumphantly. Lavatian and his two servants left laughing at the Gremorys. They were more furious than ever and were determined to make Legjarn and Fjorm pay for the mockery and insults of their little sister and their queen. 25 minutes later, the arena was packed again, The attendees were ready for the second and last raiding game of the day today. After taking a break in between raiding games, most of the arena was waiting for the return of one of the most beloved heroes of the underworld. In the VIP room, there were 4 women eagerly awaiting his return. 2 kitsunes, Yasaka and Kuoh. The former was deeply in love with the chestnut-haired man who greeted Issei every warm night in Kyoto. The eldest kitsune sighed with love like a high school girl in love when she remembered Issei. Kuoh loves Issei so much that she sees him as her father and her mother's approved partner, and he is her role model. Elmenahilde, despite having been promoted to leader and representative of the vampires, still held her beloved chestnut in her cold heart. And the other is Serafall, but she wanted him and Saji as her younger brothers. She was very excited that Issei was coming back, and there is no better way than crushing her former companions who were going to kill them a year ago. When they learned about Rias, Sona and company's attack on Issei and Saji, the alliances with the vampires and yokai became so tense that they were about to abandon the alliance with the biblical factions. Yasaka demanded Rias's head. Kuoh couldn't stop crying for what they had done to Issei and Saji. Elmenahilde was willing to kill all the traitors herself, but thanks to Serafall's intervention, things calmed down, and the 2 dissatisfied factions were able to remain in the alliance. Suddenly the arena went dark and Slashdog returned to his work as a commentator. We're back, and it's time for the final raiding game between Rias Gremory and Leggjarn Muspell. The arena cheered and shouted, then the arena darkened again and the Gremory clan seal appeared, along with their introduction song. Now with you, the Rias Gremory clan. At that, Rias clan along with Penemu and Kuroka made their appearance in the eastern area of the raiding games arena, all of them with the exception of Kiba and Gasper, showing the marked annoyance on their faces. To the Gremory's music, it gets dark again in the raiding game arena. The Muspell mark appears for the second time that night, and the introduction song of the next entourage to appear plays. Now Leggjarn Muspell's entourage. Slashdog shouted, and immediately a whirlwind of ice and fire appeared, revealing the 3 members of Serch and Leonore's eldest daughter's entourage. All the children began to cheer for a certain red dragon. Guide dragon. Guide dragon. Guide dragon. Gritaben. The VIP room eagerly awaited Issei's progress as he adapted and trained with the muspells. Odin in particular smiled at the sight of Issei and a certain former bodyguard he had centuries ago. It's good to see you, Brat and Fjorm-chan, said the father of all, a tear of nostalgia welling up in his eyes. Odin-sama, are you crying? Serafall said, surprised. I won't deny it, Serafall said the father of all. There are certain people that I liked a lot, and I miss them too much. Back in the arena, Grayfia, acting as referee again, explained the rules again. Now the photographs of Rias and Leggjarn appeared on the screen of who was going to select the pocket dimension, and then the light selected Miss Leggjarn Muspell will choose the pocket dimension. Then Leggjarn activated said dimension, giving a snow landscape quite familiar to Odin. What kind of active pocket size does the Muspell heiress have? Said Slashdog. In the VIP room. It is Helheim, said Odin, better known as the Realm of Death, one of the most inhospitable places in Yggdrasil and possibly in universal existence. Why did Miss Muspell activate something like that, Odin Dano? Said the goddess Zakaketzel, very confused. Because both she and my former bodyguard trained and were the first women to defeat my granddaughter Hela, said Odin seriously. Brat Sirzechs, something tells me that your sister's entourage will have a prolonged stay in the hospital. Why do you say that, Odin-sama? Said Sirzechs, a little scared. I witnessed the brutal training of those 2, in Helheim, and with the security on their side, things are going to get pretty ugly for Rias Gremory and her entourage, said Odin, smoking a pipe. For them it's like returning to their second home. Back to the arena. Entouragements ready, Grayfia shouted. At that Leggjarn and Rias nodded. Let's fight. Background music for the fight, most wondrous battle music, invisible. Rias was the first to move. As we discussed, Kaneko, Kuroka and Rosweiss against Fjorm, Penemu, Zenobia and Irina against Issei, Asia and Aquino by my side to confront. Bucho, Kiba interrupted, looking indifferently at Rias. To her annoyance, I, along with Gasper, will face Leggjarn-sama even if you don't want it. Kiba, Gasper, do what you want, Rias said, turning her back on them. When we win this raiding game, a week of punishment awaits you. Then Kiba and Gasper went to confront Leggjarn. All of you are going to fight. Hi! Shouted Rias's allies as they crossed the dark and icy environment of Helheim. Across the arena, Fjorm speaks. Legjarn-sama, 2 opponents are heading this way, said the ex-Valkyrie, and then she distinguishes who they are. They are Kiba Kuin and Gasper Kuin, and the aforementioned land in front of their opponents. Legjarn muspell, said Kiba, summoning his sword, and Gasper, entering his balance breaker, creates a sword made with dark energy. It will be an honor to face you. At that point Fjorm noticed something that made her a little uneasy. My king, said the ex-Valkyrie, 3 people are approaching me. 2 of them Senjutsu users and 1 with Asgard energy. 3 people are also approaching me. One of them is Issei said, and suddenly a triumphant smile appeared on his lips. Very well, if that's how the Gremory wants to play. Separate us and attack us, so it shall be. Legjarn, shouted Fjorm. Take care of the Nikomatas and your successor Issei. Take care of the other 3. I myself will face the only thing worthwhile in that brat's entourage. Hi! Muspell's queen and pawn shouted, and both left, leaving Legjarn alone against Kiba and Gasper. Okay guys, show what you're made of. Match 1. Fjorm vs Kaneko, Kuroka and Rosweiss. Rias's allies ran very fast, on the brittle bridges and desolate places of ice looking for Fjorm. Where could he be? Said Kaneko, trying to endure the cold of Helheim. I can feel your energy and aura near here, said Kuroka. Be careful, Fjorm specializes in ice magic, said Rosweiss. Were you looking for me? Said a rather cold voice, revealing in one of the frozen trees sitting on the branches the queen of Legjarn, looking at her opponents seriously. Attack! Rosweiss shouted. At that, Kuroka and Kaneko launched energy balls with senjutsu in their hands. The albino launched magic rays, but Fjorm just sighed. Dimma! Fjorm shouted as a mist surrounded Ross's predecessor, dodging the attacks and disappearing. Where is she? Said Rosweiss. Kaneko, can you feel her aura? No, I can't feel it, said the white Nikomata, upset. The sound of the wind could be heard in Helheim when suddenly, Stalagmiter! Shouted Fjorm, and suddenly several stalagmites popped out unexpectedly, hitting their target. No, Kuroka-san! Thank you, Rosweiss. Nei-chan! Shouted Kaneko. Both saw that a stalagmite had pierced the stomach of the black Nikomata. She was surprised by such an attack. She could only see her hand stained with her blood and it coming out of her mouth. Shiro, she didn't finish saying her sister's name, and ended up being eliminated from the raiding game. Kuroka Hellcat, IT has been eliminated, shouted Grayfia. One less Fjorm's voice was heard, appearing behind Rosweiss and Kaneko. These very terrified counterattack with their respective magics, but Fjorm blocks them effortlessly with a magic shield. I thought that the black Nikomata was going to give me more of a fight, but it turned out to be pathetic, and to think that Issei Kuin would have such weak babies with her. At those words, anger took hold of Kaneko. Don't insult my sister! Kaneko shouted, surrounding her fists with senjutsu ready for a hand-to-hand fight, but Fjorm had anticipated her movement. Svarta Iskler! Fjorm shouted, and that his arms began to freeze with black ice, and he also went out to clash fists against Kaneko when, smash! The Queen of Muspell and the Gremory Tower clashed fists, but the horrible sound of several bones being broken and destroyed was heard. Naya! Kaneko screamed as she grabbed her fist. It looked all bloody, with her knuckles shattered and her forearm, like a scene from a horror movie, broken in two, hanging horribly, exposing an exposed fracture. Fjorm's strength was too much for the albino loli, who ended up with part of the arm she hit was shattered. No, Kaneko, Rosweiss shouted, but she saw Fjorm approaching the Nikomata. I will end your suffering, said Fjorm, while the white Nikomata writhed and cried in pain in the bloody snow, and grabbed her shattered arm. Istrael, shouted Fjorm, and a lightning bolt hit the albino Nikomata, disappearing from the sand instantly. Arias Gremory Tower has been eliminated, Grayfia sentenced. Now came the confrontation between Odin's former bodyguards. Rosweiss was more than furious to see her allies being defeated in a humiliating way before Fjorm, who remained calm and with an indifferent look before the albino. Never, never, I will never forgive you for this, Rosweiss shouted, taking out her spear and her Valkyrie armament. You will pay for what you did to Kaneko-chan and Kuroka-san. You let yourself be carried away by emotions, dear successor. It is even more proven that you are not worthy of Issei Kuin, said Fjorm. And by the way, you stole our man, my man, Rosweiss shouted quite furiously. Correction, he's our man, said Fjorm, of Legjarn-sama and me. We're going to take them from him. He'll come back to us, and we're going to compensate him for the harm we did him a year ago, said Rosweiss, launching an attack against her predecessor. I will show you the difference between our powers, Rosweiss said. Fjorm, raising his right arm, come to me, leaped her lance. In that the sacred lance came out through a circle of chain magic. Fjorm took it, and the chains that imprisoned it were destroyed, giving the handling of said lance to the blonde. Grit your teeth. And that Fjorm went on the attack and was seen with such savageness attacking Rossweiss. Fjorm's dominance against Ross was so wide that the albino could not keep up with his rhythm and ended up being injured by the blonde. And in that, "Take it!" shouted Fjorm, landing a kick on Rossweiss' abdomen, sending her flying and hitting her against a wall of ice. "Jaya!" Rossweiss shouted, practically standing against the wall, becoming semi-conscious. "You really disappoint me," said Fjorm. "I hoped my successor would be someone with the strength, maturity, and will of a true Valkyrie," said the blonde as her spear leaped began to shine. "But what I see is a faint-hearted woman, with such low self-esteem that she practically has to obey a stupid and spoiled girl, and because of that you lost the only man who truly loved you." At that an ice rock appears behind Fjorm. "I suppose Odin-sama abandoned you, right? That is a synonym for failure as a personal bodyguard and as a Valkyrie. I am very disappointed in you," Rossweiss said Fjorm, when he hits it with Leaptra, causing the icy rock to begin to float about 20 meters from Rossweiss. Fjorm touches the icy rock with his spear and it begins to split and turn into millions of sharp stakes and ice stalagmites. "Ice apocalypse!" shouted Fjorm, pointing with Leaptra towards Rossweiss, and immediately the rain of stalagmites shot out like bullets towards the albino. She could only look at her fatal destiny. Slash! Boom! Crash! Plock! They saw how Fjorm's brutal attack mercilessly attacked Rossweiss. They only saw how her body was brutally massacred until it disappeared into millions of particles of light, implying her elimination from the raiding game. Last Rias Gremory Tower has been eliminated. Grayfia sentenced. Cap.9 Legjarn Muspell vs Rias Gremory. .2 Rias, Aquino and Asia waited in the starting area of the arena until they heard the eliminations of Kuroka, Kaneko, and Rossweiss. It can't be said Rias they eliminated them very quickly. "The Queen of Muspell, it seems they underestimated her," said Aquino. "She must have a terrible power." "One-sama, what will we do?" said Asia, a little scared. "Waiting for Penemu, Irina and Zenobia to defeat our Issei," said Rias, somewhat worried, "and waiting for Kiba and Gasper to decimate Legjarn. Although I doubt it," she said with noticeable annoyance when they talked about Kiba and Gasper. "We better start moving." Rias started walking with Aquino on her mute fallen angel and Asia with Fafnir's balance breaker, escorting her to head towards her opponent King and confront her. Phase 2. Issei vs Penemu, Irina and Zenobia. The two fallen and the Durandal bearer flew towards an area of Helheim where the bones and weapons of deceased Vikings abounded. "I feel the aura of my little dragon," said Penemu. "Where is it?" "You mean our little dragon," Irina said. "Her darling aura is increasing every time. It's like he wants us to find him," said Zenobia, until she sees the aforementioned leaning against one of the frozen trees, with his arms crossed and a serious expression. "There is Isci." The three girls began to descend until Welsh Dragon Scale Male Balance Breaker. Issei entered the balance breaker and began to give off a rather intimidating aura that left the two fallen ones and Zenobia pale. "I'd been waiting for this for a long time," Issei said as he pulled Ascalon out of his gauntlet. "Issei, please, we want to ask for your forgiveness," said Zenobia sadly. "Please come back with us, darling," said Irina, crying. "Please, little dragon," said Penemu, "don't make us mistreat you and we will compensate you as you like." Issei was just beginning to get angry, even more so with the gang. He still remembers when she mocked him a year ago, rubbing it in his boyfriend's face. "Sorry? Do you think that by asking for forgiveness you will solve all the damage you did to me a year ago?" said Issei, increasing his aura due to the fury that emanated. "Please, Issei, I know we did wrong and we want to fix it, in any way," said Zenobia. "Any way?" Issei said, giving a glimmer of hope to his three opponents. "Yes," said Zenobia, approaching Issei. "Then get out of my sight!" Issei shouted, and in less than a second Issei confronted Zenobia, landing a blow to Zenobia's face, sending her flying into a wall, leaving her surprised when she falls. "Zenobia!" Irina screamed, scared and angry. "Darling, why are you doing this?" Irina said furiously, but the brunette kicked her in the back so quickly that she didn't have time to react, sending her to bite the dust. "Dragon hhhhhh," said Penemu, but she was still attacked with an Ascalon knife by Issei, causing severe bleeding to start sprouting in the cadre's thorax, and ended up kicking her to reunite her with Irina. "You don't have the right to call me that," said Issei. "The only ones who can call me that are Fjorm-chan and Legjarn-sama." Gremory S and Cadre Penemu, You will feel the true crimson terror. It is the pain that we have kept all this year, Ddraig shouted with an obvious tone that showed fury. Zenobia rejoined and summoned Durandal. If you don't come by good means, you'll come by bad means, Zenobia shouted, rushing to attack with Durandal. But Issei was already waiting for her. Crimson claws, 5 darts of pain, Issei shouted, and at the same time, his hands and Ddraig's gauntlet began to shine a scarlet color. Finishing that, he went out to receive Durandal's dry knife blow and crash. The sound of metal being destroyed was heard. The entire arena was in shock. The VIP room was surprised, especially Michael, who could not believe what happened, and Griselda Quarta in the stands was equally shocked by what had happened in the arena. No, it's not possible, Zenobia screamed in horror. Issei had destroyed Durandal with his gauntlet in just one move, turning it into small metal fragments, and with his right hand he grabbed Zenobia by the neck. Say goodbye, Zenobia-san, Issei said, making a dagger shape with his left hand. Flat. Issei had buried his hand in Zenovia's belly, causing severe bleeding, leaving the blue-haired girl very shocked, feeling both physical and emotional pain. Issei, why me? Zenobia said with tears, seeing her love doing considerable damage to her. Get lost, Scarlet Claws, pain explosion, Issei shouted, and that's it. Boom! The brunette had turned his hand into a bomb embedded in the blue-haired girl's abdomen, and had caused an explosion, from which the blue-haired girl's body was thrown out, and began to disintegrate into particles of light. A knight of Rias Gremory has been eliminated, said Grayfia. Irina, seeing how Zenobia was eliminated in a cruel way, reproached the brown-haired boy. Why did you do that to Zenobia? Said the former childhood friend with tears. The hate you have for us so much? Do I have to tell you, Irina? Issei said sarcastically. I think you should remember the new color of your wings and why they turned like that, said the brown-haired boy, while Irina still felt pain when he mentioned her fall. If you don't decide to attack me, then I will. Boost X20. No, darling, Irina said, but Irina never knew when Ascalon was already embedded in her abdominal area. Darling, Irina cried as blood began to spill from her mouth, and she looked at the security with sadness and pain. BL, forgive me, please. Wow, who would have said that a year ago you had me subdued under your Excalibur mimic? Now the roles are reversed, Issei said with a laugh, causing more pain in Irina's heart, and also in Penemu, because the Issei she saw was unrecognizable. Crimson Ascalon. Extermination. The sword that had turned scarlet began to shoot out rays of the same color that ended up torturing Irina. The sacred sword punished its victim without mercy. Ah! Irina exclaimed, darling. Boom! Another explosion had appeared, but this time it revealed Irina with eyes devoid of life and light, falling face down on the snowy ground. That little by little the white snow was turning reddish due to the hemorrhage she had in her abdomen, and little by little it was also disintegrating into light particles of light. Irina Shida has been eliminated, Grayfia sentenced. Penemu had a mixture of emotions from anger, sadness, regret, and above all fear towards Issei, who was slowly approaching. You are not Issei. You are not Issei! The cadre screamed in terror while holding the bleeding in their chest. What have you done to my little dragon? Cadre Penemu, you still don't remember a year ago? Said Issei, increasing his aura and anger, walking towards the fall. You knew that I loved you. I wanted you. I desired you like the woman you were, and I was truly happy when all my illusions went down, when you rubbed that damn Leonard in my face, and you almost killed me that day. The Issei Hyoudou you met died. He shouted in such a way that his aura could be felt throughout the arena, terrifying everyone. But today I will finish things with you. No, get away from my monster! Penemu screamed, throwing sacred rays at him, but they couldn't hurt her, and, having her at his mercy, Issei held her badly injured head by the neck. Let go of me. The security just stared at her. Tell me, why did you do it? Issei said with obvious anger and pain. Why did you betray me? After so much we went through together, why did you decide to betray me and kill me? Penemu was terrified because if she told him the reason, she would practically lose any chance of being forgiven. Did Leonard eat your tongue? Said Issei, which made Penemu hurt emotionally. I said why? Shouted Issei, getting angrier. Why did Rias Gremory introduce us to Leonard? He convinced us to abandon you. At first I refused, but little by little I fell in love with him. I lost all the feelings I had for you. We didn't care about you. We began to feel repulsed and hate for you. We had seen things in Leonard that you didn't have. But we realized our mistake. Leonard abandoned us. We discovered that we actually love you, we love you. We are really sorry, said Penemu, crying inconsolably while being held by the neck by Issei. He had blurted out the truth and knew that Gremory, the woman for whom he sacrificed his left arm and risked his life many times for her, was the first to get rid of him as if he were a disposable battery. The brown-haired boy could only feel disgust and more hatred towards her, and especially towards Rias. We don't believe you, Cadre Penemu, Ddraig shouted. I will tell you this and remember it well: you have lost forever the love that my partner had for you. And betrayal for US Dragon's forgiveness doesn't exist. That terrified Penemu and her nightmare would become reality. The damned Gremory, the disgusting Himejima, and the ungrateful EX nun will suffer what you will feel now. Feel the scarlet hell, Cadre Penemu. Issei grabbed Penemu's neck with both hands, and at that a magic circle appeared below the two and an energy began to emerge in the form of a pillar. I will never forgive you, Penemu, Issei shouted, and the energy began to form a scarlet fire that practically began to burn the cadre's wings and skin. It was an indescribable pain for her. Issei screaming penetrum rest. And a bigger explosion occurred that practically the entire arena moved as if it were an earthquake, and from that explosion, Penemu fell with third-degree burns all over her body. Her 8 wings were practically burned and useless. The most powerful of the fallen angels had succumbed to the wrath of the Seekvaira. The Penemu cadre has been eliminated, Grayfia said, shocked by the power Issei demonstrated. The arena was euphoric and they praised Issei. Everyone knew about the betrayal of Rias and the women of the former DXD anti-terrorist group, and they knew that was the least they deserved. The leaders were shocked by the power that Issei demonstrated before Penemu. They knew that it was not a good idea to make him angry, but those who were amazed, happy and with hearts in their eyes are Yasaka and Hyoudou, seeing the strength, the bearing and above all the cruelty of Issei against his enemies. That made them understand that he would not hesitate to kill his enemies for the people he loves. Issei, Yasaka said, licking her lips and thinking about rewarding the brunette with a night session of lust. I can't wait for this raiding game to end to talk to Legjarn-san. I feel like resigning from my position as leader of the vampires to return to him, Hyoudou said, sweating from the ecstasy of seeing Issei fight. Back to the arena. Rias, Aquino and Asia had heard the eliminations of Irina, Zenobia and Penemu. It can't be, Rias said sadly. Issei. He's willing to eliminate us, said Aquino. He still holds a grudge against us after all. What are we going to do, Oni-sama? Asia asked very nervously. We have no choice but to face him and defeat him, said Rias determinedly. If it is necessary to break his bones so that you forgive us, we will do it, said the redhead seriously. Then we will compensate him properly. Aquino and Asia understood that to stop Issei, Legjarn and Fjorm, they will have to use all their strength. Hei, shouted the queen and bishop. On the other side of the arena, Legjarn was finishing his duel against a badly injured Kiba and Gasper. You've done very well, said the green-haired brunette, smiling. You are the best that spoiled redhead has. Thank you, Legjarn-sama, said Gasper, smiling with many wounds on his body, but his pride did not allow him to give up. They have something that their companions in the entourage lack, said Legjarn, and that is character, and the courage to face the situations that arise. They are not afraid to face their destiny. They accept the consequences of their actions, and even so they do not go around begging for forgiveness for their actions, said Legjarn, smiling at them. In that Gasper and Kiba fall unconscious, vanishing into particles of light. I honor them as warriors. A bishop and a knight of Rias Gremory have been defeated, Grayfia sentenced. A minute later, Fjorm and Issei meet with Legjarn. You didn't hold back, did you, Leg-chan? Issei said, smiling at his king, which made her blush and look away. Of course not, Baka the king of muspell, said Sundara style. After all, they are your friends, and it would be an offense on my part if I don't fight them with the seriousness that should be. Jew. Legjarn, I think we should finish this, since I want Issei to see my new sleepwear, and I think he'll like my new outfit, said Fjorm very provocatively, which could make the brown-haired boy blush slightly. Fjorm. He is my pawn, and he will see me first with my special negligee for tonight. I will reward him as he is, said Legjarn, something that the brunette realized. She said, covering her mouth and turning red. Fjorm, look what you are forcing me to say in front of Issei. Ha 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 ha. Fjorm laughed, and Issei was a little nervous. Well, we must defeat Rias Gremory, said Legjarn a little nervously. We must find her. It won't be necessary, said Issei. hardening his gaze and pointing to his right. They are here. Fjorm and Legjern also hardened their gaze and watched the 3 remaining members of the Gremory entourage ascend a mound of snow. They saw their opponents, and were excited to see the brunette of their dreams. Issei/Kuan/San said Rias, Aquino and Asia. They were ready to go hug him and pamper him, but he, along with Legjern and Fjorm, emanated an aura that promised pain and death if they approached with those feelings. Fjorm, Issei ready to fight? Legjern shouted sternly. Hi Legjern-sama! Shouted Muspell's queen and pawn. Issei, you're my cute pawn. I don't want to hurt you. Leave that damn girl and come back with us. Rias said as she began to emanate her power of destruction. Issei-kun, you promised that you wouldn't abandon me, said Aquino while also preparing sacred lightning. I don't want to hurt you. Issei-san? Come back and let's be a happy family, Asia said, preparing herself with her balance breaker. It would hurt me to hurt my first friend. Legjern could not stand any more hypocrisy. Save your words, the green-haired brunette said angrily. He stopped loving them the day they turned their backs on him and wanted to kill him. That is not true, Rias shouted angrily at her opponent. I know that deep down he loves us and wants us. Rias Gremory, if being a hypocrite were a business, you and your entouragement would be disgusting millionaires, said Fjorm. Your supposed feeling of love for our Issei is false. That is not true. We are really sorry, said Aquino furiously. Give back our Issei. That will no longer be possible, said the brown-haired boy with his gaze covering her hair. You left me for a pretty face. I understood that I am not required in your lives and you are free to decide what to do with yours. I already make my life with the 2 girls who love me unconditionally, and I live with my new family that adopted me in Saji, said Issei, looking with hatred at Rias and the others. I stopped being Gremory due to your fault and your immaturity. Now I am proudly a muspell. Rias, Aquino and Asia couldn't digest everything Issei had said and tears came out involuntarily. But the redhead wouldn't give up easily. You're going to come back with us even if we break your bones, shouted Rias, emanating her aura. Something that Asia and Aquino imitated, but they couldn't intimidate the muspell entourage. Audio from the video plays. Dear, I think it's time for you to finish this duel, Legjern said to Issei. It's time to try that technique. At that, Legjern kisses Issei passionately, which left everyone in the arena and in the stands with their mouths open. But they saw how Legjern's auras and power mixed in the brown-haired boy, giving Issei's power an increase. Rias and her companions looked shocked and devastated by that scene. Legjern finished giving his kiss, unconsciously licking his lips and blushing. I'll help too, said Fjorm, licking his lips and looking with determination and love. He proceeds to kiss Issei, also provoking the mixture of Fjorm's auras and power in Issei. The blonde finished giving her power and also touched her lips with a sigh of love. Many girls saw the muspells with jealousy and anger for daring to kiss Issei, especially Yasaka, Elmenhild, and for some reason Serafall too, Siscon jealousy. Now the chestnut tree had the power of its king and queen in it. It was so immense that it could easily overcome a celestial dragon. It's time to pay Rias, Gremory shouted Issei. At that he extended his arm and froze the legs of the 3 remaining Gremorys with ice, but it was reddish in color. The Gremorys wanted to free themselves from their imprisonment, but it was in vain. Rias tried to destroy it with her power, but it didn't make the slightest scratch. It was as if a diamond imprisoned her. Issei, let me go! Rias screamed desperately. Aquino and Asia also desperately tried to destroy the diamond. But Issei ignored the redhead. I remind you that you have no authority over me, Gremory said Issei while in his hands he began to combine the power of fire and ice of his king and queen. Respectively, I will show you the fruit of my intense training, Phantasmal Blaze Dragon. In that, Issei raises his arms, mixing the power of his king and queen, giving it the shape of a Chinese Tianlong dragon. The will and love of my king and my queen gave rise to this technique. The dragon made of flames and ice looked with hostility at the 3 Gremorys who were trembling in terror. Issei, forgive us, don't do this to us, Issei. Issei 3i. Rias screamed desperately. Aquino cried at the inevitable, and Asia, needless to say, was deeply hurt that her friend and first love was about to kill her without any mercy. It's over! Issei shouted, sending the dragon against the Gremory. It roared and went for its prey. Issei! Rias shouted as the dragon proceeded to devour them, and as they ascended to the sky the inside of the dragon proceeded to burn and freeze them. Ah! Rias, Aquino and Asia's screams were heard by everyone. Helheim began to give off thunder. The wind blew violently. It was as if the place of the dead of Yggdrasil celebrated the fall and the pain of the Gremory. Boom! A final explosion rang out. The ice dragon had exploded, and from the sky, Rias, Aquino, and Asia fell unconscious, covered in frost and with expressions of sadness and pain. The three began to fade into particles of light before falling hard to the ground. Rias Gremory has been defeated. Victory goes to Legjarn Muspell. Chapter 10. The Dark Truth and Abandonment. The entire arena was roaring at the great display of the Muspell heiresses as they easily finished off Rias, Sona, and their respective entourages and allies. All the clans were ready and willing to negotiate and ally with the Muspells, including other factions, but they were going to leave that for another day, since the patriarchs of Muspell, such as those of Gremory and Citri, along with Michael, Azazel, Serafall, Sirzechs, and Falbium, along with the heiresses of Muspell and their entourages, were on their way to the hospital in Citri where Ophis, Great Red, and Tannen had summoned them. "What do you think they'll tell us?" Andrew Citri said, a little worried. "The way they communicated with us is something quite serious and delicate." "I don't know," said Sirzechs, walking through the hospital corridors. "I feel like something unpleasant is about to happen." Then they see the three dragons in their human form in the waiting room with a very serious expression. "Ophis-sama, Red-sama, and Tannen-sama, nice to see you," said the demons when they saw the three dragons. "The pleasure is ours," said Red. "Before telling you things, you must first know the medical report of the Gremory and Citri entourage, and of those who supported them," said Tannen while a doctor approached. "Good evening," said the doctor with a bow. "I will give you the medical report of the injured from the 2 raiding games, those who came out with very minor injuries. They were Kiba Hyoudou and Gaspar Vladi, as well as Tomo Meguri. She was the only one who came out with minor burns. They will be released tomorrow afternoon." "Thank goodness," said Venelana Gremory and Hemlock Citri. "Those who will take a week to recover will be Sona Citri's entourage, Rias Gremory, Aquino Himejima, Asia Argento, and Lefay Pendragon," continued the doctor. "Vitra's flames had a rather serious consequence on their skin. Fortunately, they did not burn nerves or muscles. Likewise, Issei's magic was strong enough for their bodies to bear it." Everyone sighed at the doctor's comment, but Saji remained calm, although deep down he reproached himself for not having put more power and anger into his flames. "In 2 weeks the Nikomata Kaneko Tuja will be out of here. We had to repair her forearm through surgery. Her senjutsu and magic circuits had been destroyed, and it was lucky that they didn't use Phoenix Tears. They would have repaired her arm, but she wouldn't be able to use senjutsu or magic anymore. Miss Fjorm, you did well to get her out of the arena immediately." "You're welcome," Doctor said Fjorm seriously. "In a month, if all goes well, Gabriel and Irina Shida will be released from intermediate therapy. Reconstructing the 2 wings that were destroyed was very difficult, handling sacred energy for their proper reconstruction, and as for Miss Shida's hemorrhage, it is a miracle that she is still alive. Having Ascalon embedded in her body was practically a guaranteed death sentence." Issei only limited himself to sighing heavily. "And those who, we will not know a prognosis for improvement, are from the Penemu cadre, the Nikomata Kuroka, the ex-Valkyrie Rosweiss, and Zenobia Quarta. The trauma and critical damage were so great that we had to intubate them with artificial respirators, and they are in intensive care at this moment." At that, Issei and Fjorm turned to Azazel, Griselda, Yasaka, Odin, and Gondel. "We apologize 1,000 times," said the Sekyurudii and the ex-Valkyrie, kneeling before them, "for the damage we caused. If we deserve punishment, we will accept it without hesitation." "There's no need to apologize," said Azazel, looking at Penemu with some sadness from a window. "Personally, when I found out about your attempted murder, I wanted to kill her, but I think what you did to her was a fair punishment, and now I see that her wings have been 100% charred. It's a shame, but she'll never fly again." "Don't worry, Issei," Griselda and Gondel said. "Now seriously, we are in the same plan as Azazel." "But I feel like you went too far," Yasaka said. "I've never seen such a cruel and ruthless side of you, Issei." "This is where I come in," Ophis said. "It's natural for us dragons when someone betrays us." "Natural?" Saji said, very confused. "Tell me, Saji and Issei, didn't you feel so much hatred and contempt towards Rias and Sona when you saw them again?" said Red. Issei and Saji remembered the moments of the raiding game where they met their former masters, and clearly something made them enter that furious mode. "It's like there's something coming off them, like a smell," Issei said. "Yes, a smell they gave off. Something that made me fall into a trance and made me immediately angry," said Saji. "That's what is called Dragon's Fury," said Tannen seriously. "Dragon's Fury?" Falbium said, intrigued. It is a process in which the dragons that survive the fall of the dragon and look at their ex-partners with some of the essence of who betrayed them. These release pheromones imperceptible to the human, demonic and angelic sense of smell, but yes to the dragonian sense of smell. That makes us enter a berserk state, and the only thing we want to do is practically kill our ex-partners and everyone who is related to them, said Red. Yes, I see, said Venelana, it's lucky they're still alive. It was because I suppressed the dragon's fury, said Serter seriously. I knew that my daughter's pawns had murderous intentions, so thanks to an ancient magic and with the help of my wife, we suppressed 40% of the process in Issei and Saji, to avoid a homicide in the raiding games arena. The patriarchs of Gremory and Citri greatly thanked Serter and Leonore for what they did for their daughters and servants. But Great Red, said Sirzechs, how is it to have the essence of the betrayed dragon's partner, said the red-haired Mao. Ophis sighs to give him news that would horrify him and Serafall. It's practically having had hex with the one who betrays him. In short, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri had lost their virginity with Leonard and Arlos, said the dragon goddess. I myself verified it by inspecting their bodies, and they have the essence of those humans in their wombs. They are not pregnant, but for us dragons, they are marked by them. The one who knew about this was Sona Citri. She knew that when marked by other males that were not Issei or Saji, they would release the pheromones of Arlos and Leonard, causing anger and rebellion in them too, and these would get out of control, and they knew that an angry dragon is a difficult weapon to control and very dangerous, and the best way to calm them down was practically killing them and transferring the dragon's Ddraig and Vitra to the males who marked them. A very heavy atmosphere was created by such a revelation from Ophis. The Gremory and Citri had never felt so dishonored by such acts from Rias and Sona. We'll wait for both retinues to wake up to confront them, Sirzechs said, very annoyed. This is the lowest thing they could have done. Everyone nodded and proceeded to leave the hospital. After 2 days of treatment, Sona woke up along with her entourage, as did Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and Asia. They were in low spirits and very sad about the humiliation they suffered at the hands of the muspells. But that was the beginning of the nightmare for the redhead and the raven-haired girl, because the day had come when they would face destiny. The faction and clan leaders had gathered all the DXD girls in a separate room, with the exception of those in intensive and intermediate care. The one who started the meeting was Sirzechs. Well, as you all know, you will be the servants without exception of the heirs of the Muspel clan, said the redhead. As for Kiba and Gasper, he said, looking at Rias, she could not hide her annoyance when mentioning those two. I have freed them from your entourage, and now they are the new knight and bishop of Serter Muspel. At that, they were all incredulous. They would never think that those two would go to the clan that practically annihilated them in the raiding game. Damn traitors, Rias said very quietly but very furious. And as for you, Rias Gremory and Sona Citri, we will ask you, do you want Issei and Saji to forgive you? Sirzechs said seriously. At that, Rias and Sona's eyes shone with hope. Yes, said both heiresses, smiling. Okay. But for that you need to be honest with me. You must answer a simple question before me, and depending on the answer you will know yours regarding Issei-kun and Saji-kun, said Sirzechs calmly. At that, Rias smiled confidently, but Sona felt something was not right. And the question is, have you maintained your chastity for Issei-kun and Saji-kun? Sirzechs said. At that, Rias's smile faded and Sona began to tremble with nerves. The entourages and allies of both kings looked at them seriously. Well, yes, I have remained a virgin to give myself to my Issei, said Rias. Sona remained silent. Stop lying, Rias Gremory, said a lowly coming out behind Sirzechs, revealing Ophis with her gaze. I can smell your lover's pheromones even in your womb. There was a heavy atmosphere. Rias was beginning to tremble as a very low and personal truth was coming to light. It's not true, said Rias. I never gave myself to you, Leonard. My chastity is for my precious Issei. Stop lying, said Sona, starting to cry. Repentant, stop lying. But Sona, said Rias, more upset. Stop lying, said Sona, crying bitterly. You know that Sniff, that's why we both decided Sniff to annihilate Issei-kun and Saji. Both entourages listened to what their kings were saying and could not believe that, for a sexual adventure, they decided to get rid of their valued pawns and secret loves. Sona, said Serafall with obvious disgust and disappointment. You knew very well that Saji loved you very much. But why did you decide to give your body to Arlos? Said the Mao with a rather cold and severe look. Because at that time, if I liked Arlos, Sniff, he didn't pay attention to me, and at that time Saji was still trying to woo me. My disgust with Saji was so much that I decided to attract Arlos with my powers to make him fall in love with me and give me my virginity, and rub it in Saji's face, and he would stop bothering me, said Sona crying. But I hadn't realized how proud dragons are, and I knew that if Saji smelled Arlos' pheromones and essence on me there would be serious consequences for the entourage. Lord, Lady Citri, Serafall and Lavitian Muspel never thought that Sona would be capable of doing something so despicable against the one who was the strongest piece of her entourage. They were beginning to dislike Sona. They were disgusted, and hatred was beginning to sprout in their hearts. When Sniff I was going to ask for your help, it was when you also told me that you had given your virginity to Leonard in order to gain sexual experience to please Hyoudou. I had told you about being marked by other males in the eyes of a dragon, but you didn't care, so we decided and formulated that damn plan to kill Issei and Saji. We convinced the others to be part of the harem, both Leonard and Arlos. We knew that if we killed Saji and Isekai'ed, the alliance would go to waste, and it was something we were willing to face with Arlos and Leonard. Sniff Saji, forgive me. Sona finished the terrible confession, crying inconsolably in front of a horrified Rias, since her old friend revealed everything. It was an indescribable atmosphere. Both groups were hating and shouting for the death of both Rias and Sona. For what they had done, the leaders were not to be mentioned. What they had done was the greatest dishonor. Akino Asia Kaneko, what she says isn't true, Rias said very nervously, trying to convince them, but the priestess approached and smash! He had connected a blow to the redhead's face and was looking angrily at Rias, who was holding her left cheek. You are the most despicable thing I have ever seen in my life. Akino shouted angrily and with tears in her eyes, because of you and that damn bitch, she said, pointing at Sona. Issei will never forgive me, and you have condemned me to slavery forever. I give up being your queen, she said, turning her back on her. Rias was horrified. Asia, you won't abandon me, said Rias, but the ex-nun approached her and plaf. He had landed a slap on the redhead. For you I am Argento-san, said Asia, very furious. Because of you Issei-san abandoned us forever. I give up being your bishop. Now Kaneko was approaching and pluff. He had connected a kick to the face of the youngest of the Gremory. Kaneko. You too? Rias said in pain. Shut up! Shouted the albino Nikomata. I give up being your tower. Because of you, damn it, Oni-chan is on an artificial respirator. I destroyed my forearm defending a lost cause, and my only love has abandoned me. I curse you, Gremory, I curse you. The three now ex-Gremory left the meeting, leaving Rias alone. She was a mess. But things with Sona and her entourage were similar. plaf. Tsubaki had slapped Sona and had a clearly furious expression. Because of you, because of your damn fault, I lost two spectacular men, Kiba my only love and Saji a great man. I give up being your queen. And all the other Rhea, Tomo, Momo, Ruruko and Yura had also slapped Sona and also presented their resignation as pieces of the youngest of the Citri. Leaving the meeting, Sona said, Lord Citri, after your graduation, don't even think that you will be welcome in our house. You are exiled, said the patriarch of Citri, turning his back on his daughter and retiring with his wife and the last Serafall. Wani-sama, don't abandon me, said Sona. I don't have sisters. The mouse sentenced, looking at Sona with hatred and leaving from there. Rias said, Zyataka, seriously, when you graduate, report to Legjarn Muspel to begin your new life as a servant and low-class devil. But Otiyu-sama, Rias replied. Shut your mouth, Sirzechs shouted, looking at Rias with hatred. Your decisions, your consequences. So the Gremorys withdrew. Then Ophis withdrew, and finally the Muspels looked with some pity at their new slaves and also withdrew, leaving both heiresses alone with their pain. They cried, very repentant. Now they were alone for a terrible decision. Now they will serve a sentence that they gave themselves, and condemned several girls to a rather grey destiny. Forgive me! Shouted Sona and Rias, in pain for having failed their clans, their entourages, their allies, and above all the men who had stolen their hearts, and now hate them to death. Legjarn Muspel's entirety, aka Harem Issei. Well, I will go ahead and show you who will be the entour of the eldest heir of the Muspel clan. Legjarn Muspel, king rank, age, apparently 17 years old, 300 years real age. Race, pure demon. The leader of the entourage and the alpha female of Issei's harem. She has a strong and serious character, but with Issei and his entourage she is someone kind and gentle. But with Issei she gets to know her tender and cute side. She will be Rias's toothache. Fjorm, queen rank, age, apparently 16 years old, 250 years real age. Race, Asgardian/demon, the deputy leader of the entourage, cold-hearted but kind, and Odin's former bodyguard. Aquino and Roswise see her as their enemy to defeat. Felicia, bishop rank, age 15 years, race, middle-class demon. One of the two best maids trained by Setsuna will be Issei's bodyguard, as well as his fellow members and allies. She will evaluate Legjarn's now slaves, whether to promote them to maid status or leave them to rot in slavery. Sakura, bishop rank, age 11 years, race, middle-class demon, a Japanese priestess. She cares for the well-being and health of her companions and is rather shy when it comes to battle. But when she's alongside Issei and Hinoka, she gains the courage to prevail. Her innocence and purity rival Gabriel's. Hinoka, rank, knight, age 18 years, race, demon, Issei's first great friend, upon learning of what they did to her beloved, will not hesitate to harm them and even kill them, especially Irina, who will not hesitate to cut her wings for being a hypocrite. Work, knight rank, age 17 years, race, demon. The way she meets Issei and Legjarn will be somewhat special. Durandal's loyalty will be in question when she faces Zenobia. Brass, range, tower, age unknown, race, demon, childhood friend of Issei and Legjarn. Her mother wants to consume the entire existential plane in darkness, but she will stop it with the help of her friends and her love. Lefay sees her as her number one enemy. Camilla, tower range, age 25 years, race, draconic demon, flirty and full-bodied. What she has in love with Issei, she will have in brutal strength when she faces her enemies while riding her wyvern. Penemu will have a very difficult time against her allies and part of the harem. Shizuku, Himari. These two will be Kaneko and Kuroka's worst nightmare. They are both yukai. Himari is a Nikomata but the Ayakashi type. Shizuku is a snake-type yukai. Lavatian Muspel's entrance, aka Saji's harem, now to show them who will be the entour of the younger heir of the Muspel clan. Lavatian Muspel King rank age, apparently 15 years old, 220 years real age, race. Pure demon, the leader of the entourage. She is at Tsundere with Saji but loves him madly, and with her entourage she shows that she is someone to trust, that most call her one Sama. She will be Sona's pain in the ass. Tafalia, queen rank, age, apparently 16 years old, 200 years real age, race, sorceress/demon. The deputy leader of the entourage, she adopts a somewhat childish character when talking about Saji or food. But when someone attacks her entourage companions she takes on a fierce and bloodthirsty character. Flora, bishop rank, age 15 years, race, demon. One of the two best maids trained by Setsuna will be the bodyguard of both Saji and the companions of his entourage and allies. She will evaluate the now slaves of Lavatian, whether to promote them to maid or rot in slavery. Elise, bishop rank, age 13 years, race, incarnate demon. He serves his king loyally and grows very fond of Saji, so much so that he now calls him Saji Anakin. Selena, rank knight, age 15, race, demon incarnate, stubborn and always short-tempered, but kind to her companions in her entourage and Legjarn's entourage. She aims to defeat Saji and take responsibility for making her fall in love with him. Rinka, knight rank, age 19 years, race, demon incarnate, tough princess of fire and explosive temper. She will not hesitate to hurt anyone who dares to touch her Saji or her king. Effie, rank tower, age 22, race, demon incarnate, with a gentle and kind character, with a strong desire to protect all his loved ones, especially Saji, Elise and Lavatian. He trains every day to achieve his goal. Gwendolyn, rank tower, age 25 years, race demon incarnate, large but clumsy woman who trips over anything and slow due to her armor. But that is compensated by the brutal strength and great defense she possesses when acting. Allies and part of the harem. Lizlet L. Chelsea, Keisujinguji. Both women will give the Citri girls a migraine. Chapter 11 Humiliation and the Enemy's Plan. It's been a while since the true origin of the attack and attempted murder of Rias and Sona, their former pawns, was revealed. Things had been very tense since the meeting at Citri Hospital. The Gremory and Citri families publicly announced that their youngest daughters had lost their clan inheritance, would be banned from the raiding games for all eternity, and made it public that they had cheated on Issei and Saji with mere humans. They were now living in servitude and were considered low-class devils. This was a blow to Sona and Rias's egos. They were considered the most reprehensible members of the alliance. Ajuka removed the king piece from Sona and Rias' bodies and, as a form of repudiation and dishonor, destroyed them before their eyes and declared that they no longer had the right to have evil pieces or any retinue, something that made his former servants rejoice and celebrate. When Gabriel and Irina learned the true reason Rias had convinced them, they didn't hesitate to rush over to the redhead and hit the brunette with glasses again. All they could hear was, "Wretch, because of you, I stopped being Michael Issei Sama." Irina shouted, very angry. Irina, Rias said, very distressed. "Enough, Irina," said Sona, more respect for. Boom! The seraph had connected a blow to Sona's face, while from her eyes she cried with the pain of her heart, "Respect, respect, respect." Gabriel shouted, equally enraged, "You lost that when you decided to open your legs to that damn human and convince us to kill the men who gave everything to save our skin from the Trihexa, to save your skin and your pride." Gabriel shouted before a downcast Sona when she reminded her of the reasons for her current situation because of you pair of women. "We are all in slavery, and we were lucky that the alliance did not break because of your tantrums and your stupidity against Saji-kun." Gabriel said, enraged, "And you said that your otaku and immature sister did not use her brain, but she proved to be more prudent than you. I hope Saji kills you at the best moment." Sona, Irina said with hatred and looking at Rias, "And you bucking redhead, I'm glad that Issei never pays attention to you again. Now he's in good hands and with a king who loves him." "Enough," said Rias, getting angry. "What? Does it hurt you when they tell you the truth?" Irina said, mocking Rias. "If you know that Issei, thanks to Legjarn-sama, is now stronger, and although it hurts me that he attacked me with Ascalon, I am glad that he defeated you in a humiliating way with our masters." "Enough, Irina!" Rias shouted as she threw herself at the fallen Hyoudou, starting to pull his hair. Rias tried to hit Irina while Irina bit Rias's hands and arms, but the outbreak of anger was calmed down by the nurses who, in a stunning spell, calmed Rias and Irina and sent them to different rooms. Time skip. Time passed, and the DxD girls, with the exception of Zenobia, Kuroka, Penemu and Rosweiss, who were still in intermediate therapy, were discharged, and when they left the hospital, they were received by the demons waiting for them outside the hospital with boos, jeers and throwing rotten vegetables at them. "You are a disgrace, Rias Gremory. Change Saji's candy? Stupid. It's good that Milika's Gremory will do a good job as heir. Damn women. Legjarn-sama will do a good job in loving Issei. Lavatian-sama has gained a great man." But there was one scream they really didn't want to hear, not even in their dreams. Muspell, 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 muspell. That scream, that last name, had taken everything from them. "Shut up!" Rias shouted, running away from there. The former Gremory entourage and Citri were also running. This was worse than a nightmare, all because they were following the lies of their now ex-masters. Seeing themselves cornered, they made a magic circle to head towards Kuoh, specifically the Hyoudou residence. Hyoudou residence, 1 p.m. Muspell's now slaves arrived at the Hyoudou residence. "Finally, are you okay, girls?" said Rias, wiping her face of the rancid tomatoes that had been thrown on her, and when she asked, she received no answer. "I asked you something and I want you to answer me," said Rias angrily. "That is none of your business," Gremory said, Akino looking at her with disappointment. "I remind you, spoiled girl, that you are a low-class devil. You have no right to order me around because we are in similarities because of you and that one," said Akino, referring to Sona with disgust. "So shut your mouth, because when you open it like you opened your legs to Leonard, you only bring misfortune around you," Irina said with hatred. "Miserable!" Sona shouted to defend her friend, but enough! A shout was heard to reveal the heiresses of Muspell with their respective queens and pawns who were looking from the entrance of the Hyoudou residence. "If you are going to fight like animals, go behind the house and rolling in the mud like the pigs you are." Lavatian shouted in disgust at his slaves. "Legjarn," Sona said with hatred, "but for you it's Legjarn-sama." "Sona Citri," Issei shouted, looking at her with contempt, making Sona's heart ache, because of how Issei referred to her. "And what are you doing here, Lavatian-sama?" Raya Kasaka said very timidly. "Isn't it obvious? Since we won their positions in the occult club and student council, we moved to the Hyoudou residence to adapt to our environment," said Fjorm. "Who decided that?" Rias shouted. It was me, said a cold voice that reflected Serafall's Citri wearing civilian clothes, looking with contempt at the Citri and Gremory. I remind you that because of your brilliant idea, you lost all of that, including your properties, because they are practically ceded to the muspell family and with the approval of the patriarchs and the heir of Gremory, said Serafall, showing a document that supports said transfer. Horrifying. Rias and another one as my intelligent sister lost the right to inherit my family clan, and consequently, there would no longer be an heir. I had to resign from my position as Mao to once again assume the position of heir. One-sama, I'm sore, said Sona, very sad for what she did, but I am Serafall to you. Sona, I don't have a sister, said the brunette with pigtails, turning her back on Sona, who couldn't hold back her tears, being comforted by Rias. Serafall-sama, please, said Rias. Silence! Legjarn shouted, please come in. In the backyard there is your room for all of you. Maids! Lavatian shouted as the maids came out at the call of the youngest of the muspells. From this moment on, the ladies, pointing at the former entourages, and these two perfidious ones, he said, pointing at Rias and Sona, will be our slaves, so you will have more rights than all of them. I want you to order them in all the chores of the residence. Hyoudou-sama, the maids said solemnly. All the ex-Gremory, ex-Citri, Rias and Sona saw their destiny with a bad omen. You, white Nikomata, said Legjarn, pointing at Kaneko, you will be my personal servant. Until you recover well from that arm, you will be of no use to the others. Kaneko, showing her stoicism, only felt the resentful stares of everyone else, so if she wanted to have a more pleasant stay, she would have to act for her own convenience. Hi, Legjarn-sama, he said, bowing to the eldest of the muspells. Everyone come in, Issei said, while Legjarn and Fjorm hugged the brown-haired boy, which enraged the ex-Gremory and ex-DXD. They also saw how Lavatian and Tautalia kissed Saji on the cheek, which enraged the ex-Citri. They went to the main hall, but when the muspel slaves were about to enter, where do you think you're going? Said Serafall, if you don't mind, let's take care of some matters regarding the territory and the Alliance. But Serafall-sama, we are from the Alliance, and it concerns us, Irina said, a little downcast. Correction, said Tautalia, they were from the Alliance. The faction leaders agreed to exclude them from matters of utmost importance, so I suggest you better start doing housework. The only one who can be with us is Kaneko Tuju, as she is Legjarn's personal servant, said Serafall, while the Nikomata agreed to what the oldest of the Citri said and closed the door in their faces. You guys, it's time to work, said a maid in a serious manner to the ex-DXD. If you want to earn the right to eat something, you will have to make an effort. Thank you, Rias and Sona. Thank you, Akino and Tsubaki, said angrily, while the aforementioned only lowered their heads in guilt, while they were led to a room to change their clothes. In the hall, Muspel's entourages were discussing a rather critical situation. We have detected a proliferation of renegade demons, said Serafall, but what had the most impact was this photo, said the ex-Mao, while looking at a person that Issei recognized, a dark-skinned man with a beard and bulging sideburns. Not to mention his 40s gangster look. It can't be Donasek, said Issei, surprised. That was a fallen angel who killed Rias Gremory. Then Kaneko raised her hand to give her opinion. Speaks Nikomata, said Legjarn indifferently. Thank you, Legjarn-sama, said Kaneko. It was almost the same with Shalba Beelzebub. He has the same mark that he had on his cheek, said Kaneko, pointing to said mark on the fallen angel. So he is a returnee, said Lavatian. The new ruler of Tartarus is freeing the enemies who once died. Where are those headquarters of demons and fallen angels? Saji said. 5 minutes from Kuoh Academy, in an abandoned metallurgical plant, said Serafall. Well, we'll attack at dusk, said Legjarn. Wait a moment, said a voice revealing Setsuna, the bishop of Cirque Muspel, while she was accompanied by 2 maids, one with pink hair and one with blue hair. Oju-sama, if you allow me, I think it's time for my 2 apprentices to join your retinues, said the head of Muspel maids, while showing 2 young maids, one with pink hair and one with light blue hair. My name is Flora. I personally came to join Lavatian-sama's entourage, said the blue-haired woman, showing a combination of seriousness with shyness. My name is Felicia, and I've come to join Legjarn-sama's entourage, said the pink-haired girl with a smile. But all the muspells noticed that the maids looked at Saji and Issei with a noticeable blush. It can't be another one, the kings and queens of Muspel said in their minds. Kaneko was also notoriously jealous, but she made a titanic effort not to show it, knowing she had no rights as a slave. What skills do they have? Legjarn said, interested. We both share healing magic, Felicia said, not to mention that we are very skilled at throwing knives and fighting with them. We are not as skilled with the bow as Setsuna-sama, but we make up for it with dart throwing, knives and healing magic, said Flora. Can you give us a demonstration? Said Serafall, very interested. Of course, Felicia said, smiling. Behind the Nikomata there is a fruit bowl, and specifically, there is an apple and an orange. I'll give the orange while Felicia gives the apple in 3, 2, 1, said Flora. At that moment, both of them, with a movement of their legs, pull a knife from their boots and throw it into the air. They both take the knife in their hands and with a fleeting movement, thump! Both knives are thrown near Kaniko's face, who saw the speed at which they were thrown, not counting that they cut 2 strands of hair and causing 2 cuts on her cheeks, remaining static and scared at such a display of speed and aim, because the sharp objects pierced said fruits, splitting them in half and remaining stuck in the wall, cracking it. Then both maids proceed to heal Kaniko's wounds by simply lifting a finger with a pinch of green magic, closing the wounds on the Nikomata. The muspells and Serafall saw that, giving their approval, and at that the muspel sisters proceed to take out a bishop and proceed to the chant to reincarnate. I, Legjarn/Lavatian Muspel, order you, Felicia/Flora, to be reincarnated as my bishop, my soldier, my servant. The respective Draco-level bishop pieces were absorbed by the maids, thus officially becoming part of the muspel's retinue. Time skip. Kuoh abandoned metallurgy plant. 2200 hours p.m. A group of 75 fallen angels could be seen gathered together, as they drank and laughed at the evil deeds they had done. AC1, ha 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 ha, so you killed that family? Said the fallen angel, drinking whiskey. AC2, that's right. When I killed the son and the father, I proceeded to grape the wife and screamed like a vile pig, then I murdered her. AC3, ha 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 ha, let's toast to our new lady who brought us to life. For hell, the new ruler of the Greek underworld, shouted the fallen angels while toasting with bottles of whiskey and brandy. But the leader of said squadron, the fallen angel Donasik, had arrived with a paper. Listen, vermin, shouted the reborn, we just received a mission from Hell-sama, said Donasik, showing said message on paper, and proceeded to read. You must go to northern Britain and to Hyoudou, a town that borders Kyoto. You must destroy these ancient seals that are in the oldest trees in the city. Let's rest tonight. Tomorrow we must leave at dawn. I don't think so, said a voice, and a spiral of fire appeared, revealing Muspel's followers along with Serafall and Kaniko. The latter had a chain attached to a leash around her neck as a sign of slavery, Serafall holding said chain. Fallen angels reborn, today you will return to Tartarus again, TSK, said Donasik, but at that he looked at a brown-haired man he recognized. Wow, but we have the security, but I don't see the dirty Gremory. Are you done barking? Issei said, infuriating the angel. Why did you come back from where you shouldn't have come from? Attack! Shouted Donasik as his squad went out to attack the muspells, but they also went out to confront her. Serafall remained as a spectator with Kaniko. They saw the brutality as the muspells massacred the fallen angels. Legjarn and Lavatian incinerated them when their swords cut them. Fjorm froze them and decapitated them with his spear Leapture. Issei and Saji incinerated them with magic, while the new bishops proceeded to attack with their knives from a distance, and with enormous strength and speed managed to stick them in the wings of the fallen angels. With magic they summoned more knives and also proceeded to throw them. Some angels tried to kill the maids in one-on-one combat, but were also killed, since Flora and Felicia in a synchronized attack and with 2 knives in hand cut them apart in cold blood. But Issei was confronting Donasik. You will pay for what you did to me, shouted the reborn fallen angel, creating a spear of light, throwing it at Issei, but he catches it with his hand and as if it were glass he destroys it. Crash! And to think that this annihilated me a few days ago, Issei said without flinching at the horrified. Evil damned die! Shouted Donasik as he summoned some spears of light and threw them at the chestnut tree, but he only invoked defensive magic and the spears were destroyed like crystal. What are you, damned? I am Hyoudou Issei, a dragon and pawn of Legjarn Muspel, Issei said. Muspel? Said Donasik, very terrified. I'm Outta, he said while detonating a flash grenade. Damn, it escaped! Issei shouted, very angry. But the sound of a horse snorting was heard in a spectral manner, sounding until the glass ceiling. Crash! Donasik fell heavily to the ground with his wings shattered. Agh! The fallen angel screamed in pain. Issei and the others saw the author of the Donasik state, a blonde-haired woman wearing a black dress and leather gloves, holding a golden dagger. She was riding a black Pegasus, Flora said when she saw the eyes that reflected a shine and a thirst for blood in the winged horse. Kaneko shuddered when she felt an aura and a threatening glow in the black Pegasus. That type of Pegasus is only found in the most inhospitable areas where death reigns eternally. Helheim, the seventh circle of hell, and in the Tartar, said Serafall, becoming more serious upon seeing Danasik's aggressor. At that, the rider of the black Pegasus went on the attack. "Let's go, Liftja!" shouted the silver-haired girl, and at that the Pegasus neighed in a sign of obedience, shooting out like arrows. The silver-haired girl began to invoke magic to surround her with the dagger, throwing it into the air, and immediately, the dagger multiplied by 20 and threw them at Donasik, stabbing them into his badly wounded body. Ag! Donasik screamed in pain but immediately fell silent when the last dagger pierced his throat, causing blood to flow out of his mouth. Iar-sama, die! The silver-haired girl shouted, just as she closed her fist, and the daggers stuck in Donasik's body began to glow. Boom! Donasik's body had exploded and the head of the fallen angel fell to the ground, showing a face full of horror and pain, before the feet of the silver-haired woman, who only limited herself to crushing said head with a stomp. "It's been a long time, Issei and I," said the silver-haired girl, smiling at him with a blush, while Issei and the muspells along with Serafall were on guard and showed alarming jealousy. Chapter 12, Naga and the Shattered Falchion. Abandoned Kuoh Metallurgy Factory, 11:50 p.m. The silver-haired girl who had killed Donasik faced the clans of Muspel, but she had eyes on someone very special. "It's been so long, Issei," said the silver-haired girl with a look that reflected love but also sadness in her gray and crystalline eyes. "Who are you?" Issei said somewhat nervously when he saw the executioner of Donasik, since her essence somehow seemed very familiar to him. "You already forgot about me, Imare," said the silver-haired girl, somewhat sad since Issei didn't remember her. "Yar?" Lijarn shouted, realizing who it was. "What are you doing here?" "I'm coming to Air," said, but her face, which reflected sadness, changed to one of seriousness. "Quickly get out of here. An army of reborn are approaching." And what the black Pegasus rider was saying was no joke. Everyone began to feel the auras of demons, fallen angels, and reborn yokais. "Tomorrow I will explain this to you at the Hyoudou residence," said Air, showing the symbol that Donasik had in his hands, "but it is necessary that the leaders of the factions be there, and if necessary also Ophis and Great Red. But leave now," shouted Air. "Ajuo-sama, we must leave our power alert, the enemy will not take long," Felicia said, to which together with her sister Flora, they prepared a transportation circle so that Legjarn, Fjorm, Issei, Lavatian, Tatalia and Saji could leave quickly from there, leaving Air and her Pegasus alone. At that point, several fallen angels burst into the factory to confront the muspells, and the person in charge of said army was Yar-sama, shouted a blue-haired fallen angel with the reborn mark between her breasts. "Calawarner," said the platinum-haired girl with boredom. "Are you okay?" "Where are you?" said Calawarner, looking around to find his enemies. "When I confronted them they left quickly," said Air, while discreetly wiping Donasik's blood off the sole of her boot. "Donasik, unfortunately, he was already killed by the enemy when I arrived," lied Air, looking with false pain at the fallen man she killed. "I understand," said Calawarner seriously. "We withdraw," said the reborn fallen angel, and the entire army left the abandoned metallurgy plant. Air just sighed in annoyance and relief, but a smile appeared on her face when she knew she would speak to Legjarn Muspel's pawn again. The next day, Hyoudou residence, 9 a.m. The Muspel children were having breakfast in the dining room of the large Hyoudou residence when Lavatian-sama, Flora said with a bow. "Overlord Michael requests to meet at this moment." "Let it in," said Lavatian while wiping his mouth with a paper towel. At that moment, a very bright golden magic circle appeared with the Overlord. Behind them and tied with a rope were Zenobia and Gabriel, who kept a sad and regretful look. "Good morning, Lavatian-sama," said the Overlord seriously, and with a bow. "I came to leave Gabriel and Zenobia an hour ago. They were discharged from hospital, so from this moment on they are at your mercy, both the now ex-wielder of Durandal and the ex-seraph." "Gabriel," said Michael seriously. Zenobia began to cry while Gabriel looked at his brother, as if what he said was a joke. "Very well," said Lavatian. "Felicia, Flora, bring your companions and the slaves, the first ones so they can meet the new slaves and the second ones for a nice reunion between traitors." "Hi," said both bishops of Lavatian and Legjarn to retreat, and call the other maids of muspell. Ani Sam, said Gabriel, begging him to stop. Stop whining! Michael shouted, annoyed when he saw his sister. You gave her mercy when you were about to kill Saji San? Michael said, glaring at what Gabriel didn't know how to answer. That's what you feel. It's the same as Saji and Issei felt when they're ungrateful, Michael said, referring to Irina, who only increased the pain in his heart when his lord whom he served referred to her in a very derogatory way. He had them captive with Mimic and they were about to extract Issei and Saji's sacred gear, and I don't care that Rias was to blame. Michael shouted, stabbing Gabriel hard in the heart as he began to cry. There is a reason you stole the Oculum Sactum from Uriel and Raziel's laboratories, which you still carry, Michael shouted. So assume the consequences of your actions. My father would be very ashamed of you, Gabriel, Michael said, turning his back on his sister. Gabriel began to cry inconsolably, but all under the disgusted gaze of the muspell demons along with Serafall and Kaneko, who looked stoically at the former seraph. At that moment, the maids of the residence, who were about 15, wearing their clean and neat maid outfits, along with the Gremory and Citri girls who were practically wearing a completely dirty skirt and their torso was covered with a blouse made of jute sacks, appeared before the Overlord and the two new acquisitions of the muspell family. Maids, from this moment on these two ladies will join the workforce, said Legjern, the former bearer of Durandal, Zenobia Corda, as the former Seraphim. Gabriel will be in the same situation as them, he said, referring to the Gremory and Citri with contempt. Something that Sona and Rias got angry about, while with their former entourages they took it with sadness. Thank you, Overlord Michael, but first, said Lavatian as he approached Gabriel, who paled at Lavatian's intimidating presence on his knees. Huh! Said Gabriel, intimidated. Are you deaf or do I speak Mandarin? I said on your knees, Lavatian shouted, to which Gabriel knelt down without hesitation, but he seized that Lavatian took the Oculum Sactum from his neck. No, please! Gabriel shouted when he saw that his new mistress had the Oculum Sactum in her hands and knew of the consequences of its removal. Mercy! Stop living pretending to be an angel when by your actions you prove that you are not worthy of wearing the white wings, said Lavatian, looking with contempt at the ex-seraphim. Now live with the guilt forever, shouted Lavatian while he removed Gabriel's Oculum Sanctum, unleashing the irremediable consequences. Nuh! Gabriel screamed, crying and putting his hands on his face while his whitish wings turned black like coal. No! Gabriel screamed in great pain. Gabriel Sama! Asia, Zenobia and Irina shouted when they saw that the most beautiful of the seraphim had fallen. Michael watched as his sister fell to the sin of betrayal. At that, Lavatian gave Michael the necklace. An apology, Overlord Michael, said Lavatian. Don't worry, Lavatian, Michael said resignedly. Anyway, sooner or later the necklace was going to come off and she was going to fall. The guilt would have marked her like a hot iron, so it was time for her to become a fallen angel. Michael Sama, why did you allow it? Irina screamed, very hurt, seeing the new fallen seraphim cry. It's your sister. Silence, slave! Tautalia shouted. I remind you that now your lives are under slavery, and now you have no voice or vote. Besides the fact that the muspell clan has a good relationship with heaven, said Saji dryly while drinking tea, we decided not to have any angels as slaves. That's why we took away the only thing that kept Gabriel as a pure seraphim, said Lavatian while looking indifferently at Gabriel, who was still crying. Besides heaven, especially me and my brothers, stop seeing you as our sister, Michael said coldly. Why? Gabriel shouted, don't abandon me. Ani-sama! She shouted, very exasperated. I only know that my sister died when she decided to attempt the lives of our heroes and now the pawns of muspell, said Michael, giving the emotional coup de grace to Gabriel, who ended up fainting. I do not tolerate that type of actions and more with those of my kind. Now the new seraphim that will take Gabriel's place will be his ace, Mirena, said Michael while turning his back on the new slaves. Irina, take that attempt at an innocent woman with the others, Issei said. But darling, Irina replied. I said now, Issei said with immense hatred while Irina turned pale with fear. The next replica Ascalon will be the one that will answer by being buried in your heart. You're at Tsubasa. Help her and take her to the room where they are staying. The blue-haired girl only nodded sadly with crystalline eyes that threatened to cry, and together with Irina, they carried the fainted Gabriel to the room where the Gremory and Citri slept together. Well, I'll see you later at the meeting, said Michael while a treacherous tear came out of his eyes as he left the Hyoudou residence. The muspell children felt bad for the overlord, because seeing how his sister was punished in that way hurt him. She may be his sister, but he wouldn't tolerate his Gabriel committing an unforgivable crime, all because he gave in to Rias and Sona's whims. Do you see what they are doing, Gremory and Citri? Legjarn said with a tone full of venom before the redhead and the raven-haired girl who looked at her with hatred because of your stupidity of wanting to eliminate my beloved pawn and my sister's pawn. You destroy families and great alliances. And now both Sarah Anakin and Milikas Kuoh are working against the current to regain the prestige that you two lost because of your brilliant idea, said Saji with disgust towards his former mistress. It hurt him how the love of his life addressed him. Saji, please, said Sona on the verge of tears. To you I am Gentru-sama, miserable slave. Saji shouted very furiously towards his ex-mistress, something that took the Citri very by surprise. Don't come and beg me not after you were going to rub in my face that you gave your virginity to a man who you said you loved but he abandoned you, showing that you are a boor and a boor. Saji shouted while increasing his aura due to anger. It's not worth getting angry, Saji-sama, said Flora, hugging him, while the Citri looked at the blue-haired maid with great jealousy, and less so with the former heiresses who only brought shame to their families. Sona was now crying inconsolably, supported by Rias. Maids, prepare the main hall for the arrival of the faction leaders. The meeting will be at 4 p.m. Let the stinking slaves help you, said Legjarn. Let the new ones join the chores. Let the ex-seraph sleep for an hour if she doesn't wake up. Are you authorized to throw a bucket of cold water on her so she reacts accordingly? Hi, Legjarn-sama, said the maids. You, Nikomata, said Legjarn, looking at Kaneko. Things don't change with you. Hi, said Kaneko. And so the maids brought the Gremory and Citri to the table with hard work, and treated them practically with the tip of their shoe. Time skip. Main hall of the Hyoudou residence, 4 p.m. The leaders of the allied factions were gathered together with the retinues of Muspell, Phoenix and Baal. The three mouths could be seen with Serafall, Azazel with Barakiel, and the new cadre Ananiel. Michael with his sister Uriel, his brother Raphael, and the new Seraphim Mirana, Yasaka, Almenhild, Odin accompanied by Hela, Ophis, and Great Red. Well, all that's missing is that girl to arrive, said Fjorm. Is that girl trustworthy? Said Uriel. I kill the enemy's hesitation, said Lavitian. And he promised us what this means, said Legjarn as he showed the green symbol, something that Ophis and Great Red recognized but still had their doubts. At that moment, a silver magic circle appeared, revealing Air, wearing her black skirt and a sad expression on her face. Everyone looked at the last guest with surprise, except for Legjarn, who glared at her furiously. Good afternoon, my name is Air, said the silver-haired woman with a bow. It is an honor to meet the leaders of the factions and the heirs of the Baal, Citri and Phoenix factions, said Air while looking at Razor, Serorg, and Serafall. The honor is ours, said the leaders. To the point, said Legjarn very angrily. What have you come for? Calm down, Ne-sama, said Lavitian, touching his sister's shoulder. Air, for her part, was not even disturbed by Legjarn's reaction. I came to tell you the true objective of the enemy, but first I will give you the identification of your enemy to defeat, said Air while taking a pamphlet from her chest. The queen of Greek Tartarus, the murderer of the god Hades, is my adoptive mother. Her name is Hel. Everyone was confused by Air's declaration because the daughter of their enemy, the one they had to defeat, would appear before them. But don't worry, said Air, I don't come with the intention of hurting you, but quite the opposite. I come to help you defeat this new threat. Give us a guarantee that you're not lying, Sirzechs said seriously. At that, Air sees Legjarn and proceeds to bow to her. I offer my life to Legjarn Muspell, said Air, kneeling. If she sees an act of betrayal on my part before you, she being my mistress, will have every right to kill me, and I will not put up any resistance, so voluntarily, I will join Legjarn Muspell's retinue as a guarantee measure. The Muspell girls viewed Air with widespread distrust, the daughter of the ruler of the Greek underworld, but someone gave her the vote of confidence. Okay, said Issei, I feel like he's telling the truth. I feel it too, said Saji. Legjarn-sama, give him a chance. The green-haired girl sighed in surrender at what the pawns were saying and agreed. Very well, Air. I will give you a chance to support our noble cause, but as you say, you tried to betray us, and I personally will kill you, said Legjarn, taking a Draco-level tower piece out of a pocket dimension. I, Legjarn Muspell, order you Yar to reincarnate as my tower, my servant, my soldier. And immediately the tower was absorbed by Air, revealing her demonic wings, revealing that it is now the new tower of Legjarn Muspell. Very well, said Air, holding out the pamphlet, revealing a symbol that Ophis and Great Red recognized. My mother, is looking for these seals that are found in the hidden villages of Hyoudou and Nor, something that the vampire and yokai factions know of their exact location. Is that true? Said Ajuka, looking at Elmenahilde and Yaka, which they took seriously and solemnly. That's right, said the older Kitsune. For generations the leaders of the yokai faction are the only ones who know the location of Hyoudou, the town ruled by King Korin, with whom I have had a fairly stable friendship, something we have kept secret for centuries. Just as we vampires know about the kingdom of Nor, ruled by King Xander, said Elmenahilde. But given the circumstances, Nor and Hyoudou are in big trouble, since these seals are found in these hidden villages, which contain the fragments of the weapon created by Naga, Ophis and Red said very seriously. At this declaration, the faction leaders and their followers were terrified as they said that name in a serious manner. Excuse me, who is Naga, Ophis-san and Red-san? Serafall said interestedly. We will only say that Naga is the primordial mother of the dragons. In theory she is the mother we never knew, said Red, shocking the meeting. We too are the last, divine, dragons to be born, Ophis said. When we saw the light, we found out that our mother had already been dead for 700 years, but one of our sisters named Tiki, through a hologram, had told us that she had given us the mission of destroying all the weapons that our mother had created, especially the Book of Naga, because humanity and also supernatural beings wanted to seize our mother's sacred treasures, not only for their power but because they wanted to extract the pure dragon essence from our beloved mother. We destroyed all the weapons that my beloved mother had created so that humanity and supernatural beings would not fall into the madness of power, but that was equivalent to the extinction of several towns, kingdoms and empires that were insatiably hungry for power, said Red. We had no other choice, even though our mother protected humans and innocent beings. But there was one sword in particular that was sought after, as it was forged from one of mother's chipped teeth. The falchion, Ophis said. Its last bearer, King Chrome, the prince of the extinct royal family of Elis, destroyed said weapon so that it would not fall into the wrong hands and they would not commit dishonorable acts because of it. The falchion was split in two, Red said. Each fragment was sent to Nor and Hyoudou. With the help of her last descendant, Princess Lucina sealed both fragments of her father's falchion with the power granted to her by Naga, so that no one could break the seals and access the destroyed weapon. At Red and Ophis's explanation, everyone was perplexed. But then, if Hell wants to access the falchion to break the seals, you must have the power of Naga inherited from the royal family of Elis, said Lavitian, or more simply, be Naga or be a descendant of her, said the youngest of the muspell. That's right, Ophis said, something that, until now, has been difficult to obtain because the Elis family is extinct. Although Princess Lucina is currently missing in their records, there is no date of when she died, but our older sister, Tiki, has been missing for centuries, because we attended to her request and decided to search for her throughout the world, but we never found her. Then, we must inform both kings of Nor and Hyoudou that the enemy is about to invade their lands, so Yasaka, please warn the king of Korin of the delicate situation that is approaching, said Ajuka. Hi, Yasaka said as she headed towards Kyoto. Elmenahilde, warn King Xander about the situation, said Sirzechs, to which the vampire agreed. Our objective is clearer, to go to Nor and Hyoudou to prevent them from destroying said seals, said Michael. We must prevent a new threat from rising. If Hell was able to defeat Hades without problems, she is someone who should not be taken lightly. Hi, both entourages shouted. Those who will go to these villages will be Muspell's retinues, said Sirzechs seriously. The Bale and Phoenix clans will take care of Cook until the Muspell clan returns in agreement. Hi, both entourages shouted. Well, we'll end the meeting. We'll wait for the response from both Elmenahilde and Yasaka, said Ajuka. And all the leaders withdrew from the Hyoudou residence, as they had in mind that another threat similar or worse than the Trihexa was about to arise if they did not act in time. Champs-Élysées, Hell, from her palace in the Elysian fields, watched the meeting of the biblical factions with grace. It was to be expected that my daughter would betray me, Hell said to herself, but your efforts will be of no use, since, as you said, you need Naga's strength to destroy the seals, Hell said as she walked to the palace where Hades resided, and when she entered she found Persephone taking care of a person who was deeply asleep. That girl is a green-haired girl wearing a red one-piece skirt. Have you been able to extract some of Naga's power from Tiki, Persephone? Hell said. Just 1%, said Hades' ex-partner. The power that resides in her is abominable, that if not treated with caution, the same power can consume her. 1%, huh? Hel said, smiling, seeing how Persephone had a mini jade green sphere. Will it be enough for my emissaries to destroy the seals that are in Nor and Hyoudou Lyfar? Thracer! Hel shouted while two warriors appeared before Hel in a dark whirlwind. They immediately knelt before the Sovereign of Death. A book, Traucer. What do you want, Hel-sama? Said the blue-haired man in a muffled voice. It is time for my most effective and noble warriors to take action, Hel said as she divided the power extracted from Tiki. Thracer, you will go to Hyoudou with Kateria Leviathan. You will destroy the oak that contains the symbol of the royal family of Elis, and you will bring me what that seal contains. For that I will give you a small part of the power of Naga's daughter, Hel said as the green sphere was absorbed by the ashen-haired woman who wore a mask. I won't let her down, Hel-sama, Thracer said. And you, Lyfar, you will go to Nor, Hel said, also giving the soldier the remaining power extracted in Tiki. Cursori Asmodeus will accompany you to destroy the underground chamber where that symbol is and bring me what it contains. Are my orders clear? Hi, said both Hel soldiers. You may withdraw, Hel said as the soldiers left in the same dark tornado. The end of this world is near, Hel shouted while Persephone hugged her with love before her Sovereign of Death. Chapter 13. Free time before the trip. After the meeting of the Alliance leaders, the Muspell, Baal and Phoenix clan with Air, the daughter of their now enemy, and the knowledge of their enemy's objectives, had to prepare for a certain trip. Hey girls, said Leonore Muspell to Lavatian and Legjarn, most likely Yasaka-sama and Elmenahald-san will take a while to notify us and authorize us to enter the hidden kingdoms of Nor and Hyoudou. So why don't you take advantage of the opportunity to meet and have a date with Issei and Saji? Said the matriarch, to which the brunettes blushed at what their mother said. But the queens, bishops and in the case of Legjarn, the rook listened to what the matriarch of Muspell said. Well, said Legjarn, very red. We don't mind having a date with our pawns, said the green-haired brunette very nervously. Lavatian didn't say anything because of the nerves shown, but also on the part of both women of the entourages. They vented their jealousy for their kings that they would have a date with Issei and Saji respectively. Hey Leonore, said Surtur, who thanks to magic reduced his colossal size to have a decent height, because not only our girls have to go, also their queens and bishops have the right to have fun with them, said Surtur, advocating for Fjorm, Tautalia, Flora and Felicia, which made them quite happy. Well, with this outing you can take advantage of getting to know Kuoh a little, said Leonore, sighing resignedly. As for you, Air, said the matriarch of Muspell, heading to Legjarn's tower, who jumped somewhat nervously. Surtur, and I want to talk to you personally now, she said seriously, and the last thing with an intimidating tone from the matriarch. To which the silver-haired girl had no choice but to accept, and they went to one of the studios of the now Hyoudou Muspell residence. Time skip. Time passed where the Muspell girls were with their room in a mess. Legjarn, Lavatian, Fjorm and Tautalia had taken all their clothes out of their closets to try on combinations of clothes to wear tomorrow on their date with their pawns. I can't wait for my date with Issei, said Legjarn very excitedly while putting on her bed a combination of a pink t-shirt with white pants. Finally we can have some time together with our cute little caramel cupcake, said Fjorm, looking at herself in a mirror while visualizing herself in a one-piece dress. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, said Lavatian, taking off her blouse, leaving her with her bra and jeans to have some romantic moments with Saji. We must make an effort to make our first date with them a success, said Tautalia with a little makeup on her arms. The kings and queens screamed with excitement in their room, while in another room the bishops of Legjarn and Lavatian also looked for clothes to impress their mistresses' pawns. We will finally have our chance to be intimate with the men we like so much, Felicia said very happily. Let's thank Surtur-sama, who gave us the opportunity to go out. I hope to be with Saji-kun, said Flora while imagining a romantic moment with the blonde while she took him by the arm in view of a beautiful sunset on a beach. But remember that it will be a triple date, Felicia said while secretly wishing to have a date with Issei alone. In my case I will be with Legjarn-sama and Fjorm-sama. I don't see anything wrong with it, said Flora. We will be able to know the hidden side of our mistresses hides something behind that iron seriousness that they have marked on their faces. Felicia nodded to Flora. You're right, said the pink-haired maid while enthusiastically taking the hands of her older sister. The light blue-haired maid, tomorrow we will enjoy our triple date to the fullest. Flora nodded at the pink-haired girl as well. But what the maids, heiresses, and their queens didn't know was that they were being spied on by the Gremory and Citri sisters, who took advantage of one of their rare breaks to spy on their masters. Are you going on a date with my Issei? I can't allow it, Ria said with a very low voice, but deep down she was dying of jealousy and rage. while with her chipped nails she grabbed the blouse made of jute fibers. "You will also have a date with my Saji, that is my right," said Sona while her face was haggard. Her glasses had cracked lenses and broken frames, which she had to fix with adhesive tape so she could see well. "We must not allow their date to be a success," said Rias, looking at her former entourage. But they only looked at her with contempt. "I'm not going to ruin Issei-kun's date," said Akino to a surprised Rias. "Me either," said Zenobia. "I've had enough problems without getting into new ones. And I won't get involved in others because of you or Sona's stupid cause," said Gabriel, annoyed. "But girls," Rias said, trying to convince them, "he's our Issei, he's going out with others." "And so what?" said Akino. "Issei-kun deserves to be happy, and he found someone to be happy with Legjarn-sama, Fiorm-sama and Felicia Kaicho," said Barakiel's daughter. "We would have enjoyed this fully if you and that idiot Sona hadn't opened your legs to Leonard and Arlos, and convinced us to kill them," said Zenobia. "Zenobia, it was just a mistake, a small mistake, falling in love with Leonard," Rias said, trying to defend herself. "Shut up," Gabriel said very low. "I remind you that your little mistake had catastrophic consequences for all of us, and we are in a very sorry situation," Gabriel said while spreading his dark wings. "None of us will be able to return home. We are in slavery. We are nothing," Gabriel said while grabbing Rias by the jute blouse facing her. "So I'm not going to make my personal situation worse because of you and that bitch," Gabriel said, pointing at Sona with his finger. "Issei-kun must be happy, and I am willing to protect his happiness, even if all of you turn against me." Rias and Sona, hearing what Akino, Zenobia and Gabriel said, became enraged. "I won't cooperate either," said Tsubaki, while Sona was upset to see that her queen didn't support her like Gabriel said with Issei-kun. "Saji deserves to be happy. Understand, Sona, you wasted the opportunity to be Saji's girlfriend because of your stupid ego and your silly girl mentality." "Tsubaki, are you betraying me?" said Sona, very furious for her ex-queen. "Take that word out of your vocabulary, Sona," said Tomo Meguri, very angry. "Do you know how we felt when they revealed the truth about the supposed perfect prospect of the carrier of the dragon Vitra?" said the red-haired girl, wanting to kill Sona. "It was just a facade to hide that you gave your ass to some inept person, and believe me, I feel so dirty and stupid for having listened to you. It's good that nobody wants to marry you because all the factions already know that you are a filthy bitch." Sona couldn't say anything to what her two ex-partners were saying, but a sickly anger took over her mind. "Come on, break time is over. We must clean the windows of the residence before midnight," said Tsubaki, to which the other slaves, with the exception of Rias and Sona, nodded, leaving both ex-heiresses with a furious expression. "For the other girls, that way we will have at least a crust of bread and hot tea for dinner." "Hi," the girls said at Tsubaki's comment, leaving Rias and Sona alone. "They won't cooperate, but only you and I can ruin my Issei and Saji's date with those usurpers," said the determined redhead. "If we can't have a date with them, nobody will," said Sona, also decided. "Come on, we have to finish the gardening before midnight." Rias and Sona decide to go off to fulfill their duties, but Air had heard the conversation between the Gremorys and Citrus, and through a communication circle, she decides to tell her superiors. "Leonor-sama, two slaves are determined to ruin their daughter's dates," said the silver-haired girl. "Okay, I will tell the other maids about the plan very well. The safety of Legjarn-sama and Lavatian-sama is priority, understood. Change and out," said the silver-haired girl, closing the communication with the matriarch of Muspell. "Rias, Gremory, and Sona Citri will see the consequences of challenging their masters when I, Air, the Tower of Legjarn Muspell, give them a corrective," said Air as she retired to one of the rooms in the mansion to rest. The next day, at the Hyoudou Muspell residence, Issei and Saji were waiting for the girls, but then two friends who also belonged to the clan arrived. "Kiba, Gasper," both pawns said when they saw the now former members of Rias Gremory's entourage also dressed as civilians. "Hello, Issei-kun," Saji-san said, Kiba, shaking both of their hands. "Are you going out on a date too?" Saji said when he saw the clothes they were both wearing. "Yes," said Gasper very excitedly, as Serta-sama's new bishop. "I must do my best to look more manly for Kurumi-chan." "Yes, Reina-chan was very anxious to go out," said Kiba very happily. "She wanted to take me to a place to reward me for being the new knight of Serta-sama." The four men chatted warmly for 15 minutes until, "Missy, how do I look?" said a voice, to which Legjarn lowered and left the brunette stunned by the clothing that the green-haired brunette was wearing. Legjarn's attire. "Amazing," was the only thing Issei said before the beauty of his king. "Hey Issei-chan," the blonde Fjorm said now when she went down all the stairs and turned around in a flirtatious way. "How do I look?" Fjorm S attire. Beautiful, Issei said automatically as his eyes contemplated the beauty of the Queen of Legjarn. Issei-sama, the pink-haired maid, said, now a little nervous. Be honest, do I look bad? Issei just smiled at the insecurity of his mistress's bishop. No, Felicia-chan, on the contrary, you look pretty, Issei said honestly, since part of Felicia's charm that Issei liked is her shyness when she talks to him. Arigato, said the blushing pink-haired girl. Felicia's outfit, while with Saji, things with the three women in his entourage were similar. Do I look okay? Lavatian said, somewhat unsure as she turned around to show off to Saji. Very beautiful, my king, said Saji with a smile while giving her a kiss on her hand, something that made Lavatian blush furiously. Lavatian's clothing. Tell me, Saji, do you like what you see? Tautalia said mischievously to the blonde. A lot, my queen, said Saji, who also gave her a kiss on her hand, something that Tautalia really liked. Tautalia's clothing. Saji-sama, I will be in your care, Flora said seriously, but inside she was very excited to have a date with the man of her dreams. It will be an honor, Saji said while taking the blue-haired maid's hand, which made her blush. Flora's outfit. But Gasper and Kiba's girlfriends also arrived to spend time as a couple. Well, kids, have a lot of fun, said Leonore Muspel and her husband, happily watching their daughters and their entourages, along with Serch's new servants with their partners. Hi, said both retinues, together with Muspel's knight and bishop with their partners. Go carefully, the maid said with a bow, but they were also seen by the Gremory and Citri, who looked at things seriously, but inside they were sad and depressed because they wanted to be the ones there with Issei and Saji, but for making a wrong decision, they would no longer have that privilege. But a slave couldn't stand it anymore. Kiba-kun! Shouted the black-haired ex-queen of Sona Citri in front of the entire Muspel clan, especially Kiba, who gave her a threatening look, making her nervous. What do you want? Kiba said reluctantly when he saw his ex-girlfriend while he hugged Reina Izumi protectively. Tsubaki was dying inside seeing that her only love looked at her with hatred and contempt, since she deserved it for what she did. I just want to tell you, sniff. Be happy with Reina, said Tsubaki with tears. Be happy. It is my only wish that I can ask of destiny, since by following a bad decision, I lost your love, and for that, I asked you, Reina Izumi, never abandon Kiba Keien, make him happy, do the things that I can and no longer do with him. He is a great boy, please sniff, make him happy for me, said Tsubaki as she knelt down in front of everyone while hugging each other. She felt a lot of pain for having followed Sona and Ria's orders to kill Issei and Saji, and consequently the end of Kiba's love for her. She couldn't bear that the love of her life was with another woman, but it was a more than fair punishment. She wanted to die in those moments. But suddenly a hand took her by the shoulders, and it was Reina Izumi who looked at her with a smile that comforted even the most afflicted soul in misfortune. Don't worry, Tsubaki-san, said Reina Izumi with a look that calmed the tormented soul of the former queen of Sona Citri. Maybe you made a bad decision and you regret your actions, but the fact that you wish us the best in the relationship I have with Kiba-kun really shows the person you really are, and of course, I will take good care of Kiba-kun, said Reina Izumi, happy for Tsubaki's good wishes, who looked at her perplexed at the noble heart of Kiba's girlfriend. Maybe we had some quarrels between you and me, but let me tell you that I do not hold a grudge against you. On the contrary, I also wish the best for you, Tsubaki-san. Even though you are a slave to the Muspels, we can start a beautiful friendship, said Reina, while Tsubaki, moved by Izumi's noble and big heart, could not contain her tears anymore and hugged her, crying, but it was a cry of relief and happiness. Thank you, Queen-san, thank you, Tsubaki shouted while Reina with a smile calmed the black-haired girl while caressing her long hair. All this was seen with good eyes by the Muspel clan before Reina's noble heart and Tsubaki's true act of repentance, to which Serka looked at his bishop and head maid Setsuna. He nodded and she understood. Reina-sama, it's time for you to go, and you, Tsubaki, will come with me right now, Setsuna said seriously, to which they both separated and nodded with determination. Have fun, Reina-san, Tsubaki said, smiling as she walked with Setsuna. Reina-san nodded and took Kiba's arm, which the blonde smiled at Tsubaki after a long time. So, the Muspel youth left in a magic circle towards their destination, which was the amusement park. The maids and slaves also began to work, while the patriarchs took their seats in the main hall until said Leonore, you know what to do, said the matriarch of Muspel as Legjarn's tower appeared from the shadows, and she nodded. Hi, Leonore-sama, I will do anything to gain your trust, and that is equivalent to sacrificing my life for you, said with a bow. Hurry up, we have a couple of rebellious slaves who want to ruin my daughter's date with your precious Issei, said Leonore while a maid had brought her a cup of tea and she took the first sip of it. Hi, said Air, disappearing in a magic circle. In an unknown place, several shadowy figures watched the muspells arrive at the amusement park through a crystal ball. So they are the heirs of Muspel, said a fallen angel with the mark of being reborn. They don't look that strong. Let's say, said a reborn Tengu. It will be easy to kill them, said a reborn demon. Don't underestimate them, said a voice that silenced all the reborn. That was Danasek's worst mistake, and they returned him to Tartarus where he is being tortured again, said a woman's voice in a very serious way. We must act at the precise time. You can play with the others, just leave the Security. I should settle the account with him, okay? Hi, Rainer-sama. The shadowy silhouette shouted as Issei's first girlfriend appeared with an evil smile on her face, wearing her dominatrix outfit and the reborn mark on her abdomen. Chapter 14 Frustrate Revenge. Hyoudou Residence, Muspel. More than 20 minutes had passed since the members of the Muspel family had seen how their daughters, along with their entourages and friends, went to their appointment before embarking to the hidden villages of Hyoudou and Nor to prevent the theft of the falchion fragments guarded in both cities. Even though they are over 200 years old, this is the first time they are going to interact in modern society, said Serge, somewhat worried. Don't worry. Both Issei and Saji, Kibakuin, Gasper-chan will guide you on how this type of modern society works, said Leonore calmly, taking a sip of tea that Setsuna had brought her. Your orange leaf tea exquisite as always, Setsuna, said the matriarch of Muspel. Thank you very much, Leonore-sama, said the green-haired maid calmly. Oh, by the way, Setsuna, said the little girl looking calmly, there are several slaves who are going to ruin my daughter's date. The Legjarn Tower told me all that. No more words, said Setsuna, withdrawing with a bow, going to the enormous residence. Just don't kill them, you'd be doing them a favor if you did, Serta said. The green-haired maid nodded, immediately went to her room where on her luxurious bed she began to put the weapons she would take to complete the job given to her by the matriarch of Muspel. It was a bow, some leather gloves, and before taking some special arrows she put a cloth on her nose and mouth, since at the tip of the arrows they had a small sack filled with a powdery substance. And to think I'll be using my special paralyzing and sleeping arrows, Setsuna said as she packed about 15 arrows in her quiver. She immediately left her room and, with a magic circle directed at her throat, increased the volume of her voice. All maids and slaves, please gather in the main hall right now, Setsuna said, as the Gremory and Citri were the first to arrive, but with some absences, obviously. Then the maids arrived, but with a last-minute surprise for the slaves. Tsubaki-san? Asia said when she saw the former queen of Sona Citri, dressed as a maid. Don't tell me what? Said Gabriel, stupefied. That's right, Setsuna said, addressing her subordinates. It was one of the two announcements I was going to give you. The first announcement is that Miss Shinra Tsubaki, who previously had slave status now by direct order of Sir Tasama, has been promoted to maid of the clan, Setsuna said. At that, the Muspel maids applauded and congratulated Shinra for that, in front of some ex-Gremory and ex-Citri with different reactions. Especially her former companions and retinue were shown with a lot of resentment, and the ex-Gremory along with the ex-DXD were between surprised and in shock that Shinra Tsubaki, the former queen of Sona Citri, quickly left slavery and was now a maid under the protection of the Muspel mantle. Thank you for this new opportunity, Setsuna Kaicho said Tsubaki with a bow. Now my loyalty is to the Muspel clan. I promise not to disappoint you, said Tsubaki humbly and gratefully. The head maid nodded in satisfaction at what Tsubaki had said. Well, now the second announcement, said Setsuna indifferently. Just as Tsubaki-san was promoted and her actions within the residence had a positive impact on her, as every action has its consequences, now there will be negative consequences, said Setsuna, looking seriously at the slaves. They were looking with fear at their immediate boss. Tell me, where are Rias Gremory, Sona Citri, Irina Shido and Momo Hanakai? Issei and Saji's former harems looked at each other nervously under Setsuna's inquisitive gaze. Tell me, or all of you. You will be my new mannequins to practice my aim with the bow, Setsuna said calmly but with a threatening tone towards the ex-harems that not only the slaves but also some maids felt a chill down their spines, until a brave woman raised her hand. Speak, Kaneko Tuja, said Setsuna while the albino Nikomata looked decisively at her immediate boss. Rias Gremory and Sona Citri went to ruin Legjarn-sama and Lavatian-sama's date, Kaneko said fearlessly, but Irina Shido-san and Momo Hanakai-san, went to stop them. Setsuna looked skeptically. You swear by what remains of your pride and life that if you lie to me there will be one less Nikomata in this world, said Setsuna looking into Kaniko's eyes. The albino looked into Setsuna's penetrating eyes. She began to tremble from nervousness. I swear on my life, said Kaniko, so much that if I lie I will not resist, and I will not oppose being killed by your own hand, said the albino Nikomata, physically fearful but firm in her convictions. Setsuna just sighs, bored. Very well, said the green-haired girl, today I will go hunting, please. Girls, said Setsuna looking at the maids, trained Tsubaki-san in her new position, please. Hi, said all the maids, while the former queen of Sona was led by the maids of Muspell, congratulating her and making her feel comfortable, something that made Shinra begin to smile naturally. With the XDXD girls. I can't believe Tsubaki-san has been released, said Zenobia as she began her gardening work with the others. The simple fact of repenting and setting Kiba free, in my opinion, that's what gave him freedom, said Gabriel as he began to prune some ferns. She knew her place when we arrived at the residence, said Tomo Meguri. She didn't complain to the orders of the maids or Setsuna-sama. It was simply effective, said Yura Tsubasa. All the slaves were very thoughtful until they saw Setsuna leave through the main door with her bow and quiver. But, hey, said Raya Kusaka, pointing at a person, and it was Air, the Tower of Legjarn. What are you doing? Air had her usual depressed expression as she looked out the window of her room at the sky and the clouds. Why does she always have that sad expression? Ruriko Nimura said, feeling a little sorry for Air. Everything was going well until they saw her expression change from sadness to seriousness. It can't be! Air shouted as she scared the slaves with her scream. See how she activated a magic circle to disappear, leaving the XDXD confused by Air's behavior. Meanwhile, with Setsuna, under the strange gaze of Kuoh's neighbors, Muspell's maid ran in order to find the rebellious slaves. Those four shouldn't be far away, said the green-haired girl, looking around with her bored look. She looked everywhere with her eyes full of laziness, arriving at the park where Issei was killed by Rainier, but in that the green-haired maid sees many people crowded in the fountain of said park. What's happening? Setsuna said, a little curious, and then she slowly approaches. Wow, street theater, said a teenager. These girls know how to act, said a mature woman when she saw. What a scene, said another man. Setsuna made her way to see what was happening and discover something that would annoy her. Rias and Sona were fighting against Irina and Momo, the four of them arguing, shouting and pulling each other like elementary school girls. We will not allow them to get close to Issei and Saji-kun, Irina shouted, facing the redhead and the dark-haired girl. Get out of our way! Rias shouted imperiously. Do you not care that Issei and Saji deepen their relationship with those thieving bastards? Sona shouted angrily when she saw that her ex-partner was confronting her. Of course we care so much that they deserve to be happy with the Muspell princesses, Momo Hanakai shouted, looking angrily at her ex-mistress. I forbid you to mention that thief in my presence, shouted Sona. Why don't you accept that Issei-kun and Saji-kun are now happy with Legjarn-sama and Lavatian-sama? Irina shouted very angrily. It's the least they deserve that they leave them alone. We no longer have the right to be in their lives, not after the lie we swallowed because of their stupid adultery. They're just hit, Rias shouted with tears in her eyes. We know that deep down my Issei loves me madly and Saji still has love for Sona. When we seduce them, we will be happy. They will free us and give us the children we deserve by right. The slaves continued arguing and shouting at each other. People enjoyed the moment, but Setsuna. What an embarrassing moment, said the head maid of Muspell. To get out of the crowd that had gathered, she only had to step back a few meters, and taking advantage of the distraction of the slaves, she summoned her bow and took out a special arrow that was not in her quiver, and proceeded to draw the bow to calculate and aim at the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, humans' sweet dreams, said Setsuna, and threw said projectile towards the sky at an angle of almost 90 degrees, and immediately the arrow began to descend, and at the moment of impact it crashed into the ground. A purple powder was spread that immediately the humans inhaled and fell unconscious. The four supernatural girls who were arguing saw how their public fell like fumigated insects. What's wrong with them? Irina said nervously as she saw a child fall unconscious to the ground. What is this? Sona said when she saw the powder that they inhaled, but it didn't do anything to her. Rias, Irina or Momo, they are my special arrows. They only affect humans. Once they inhale my special mixture of natural and chemical extracts, they will suffer amnesia, They will not remember anything that happened 24 hours ago, said a voice, to which the 4 slaves tensed. May I know what are you doing outside the muspell residence without fulfilling your duties? Rias and Sona were nervous. They couldn't attack Setsuna because her magic was completely sealed. But with Momo and Irina, they just approached and immediately knelt before the green-haired maid. Forgive our boldness, Setsuna-sama, said Momo Hanakai before the gaze of a stupefied Sona, seeing that her former bishop was now addressing the head maid with respect. We just came to prevent a bad move by our unfortunate companions against our masters, Irina said resignedly. I remind you that we are equal, damn angel of Quinta! Rias shouted, very offended. Setsuna couldn't stand the attitude of the former heiresses any longer and activated a pocket dimension, freezing around her, and the sky turned violet. Look, spoiled girl, I remind you that your new social status is no longer that of a high-class demon, said Setsuna, bored. If not, you are now a slave, the lowest on the social scale. A low-class demon has more rights than you. Rias couldn't say anything, but her arrogant pride continued to glare at Setsuna with hatred. Okay, Irina, Shido and Momo Hanakai, here, said Setsuna, giving the aforementioned a pamphlet with a transportation circle. Return to the residence, and we will talk about your punishment when I return, okay? Hi! Both slaves said, and immediately left, leaving only Setsuna and the former heiresses alone in the pocket dimension. The head maid's expression changed from dull to stern and full of murderous intent, as she pulled an arrow from her quiver. What are you going to do to us? Said Sona Sitri very nervously as she saw Setsuna put the arrow in her bow and tense it. Easy, said the maid, closing her eyes. Since I was ordered to bring you back by force, I will do it in a fun way. We are going to play target shooting, and the thing is simple. You run and I try to aim my arrows at you too. That is an outrageous treatment. Rias shouted angrily. I do not deserve such treatment. Oni-sama, he will know and punish you, shouted Sona. Oh, and you think that a high-class devil will have the trouble of listening to a couple of disgusting nits in society? Said Setsuna, smiling mockingly. Even the right to be heard. You lost it because of your stupidity, said Setsuna, while tensing the bow more in the face of Rias and Sona's nervousness and defeat. I will be gentle with you. I will count to 3 so you can run and try to evade my arrows. And no, you can't, Dio, said Sona, scared. 1! Setsuna shouted. Let's go, Sona! Rias shouted, holding hands very nervously, and both slaves began to run in the pocket dimension. 2! Setsuna shouted while pointing at one in particular. Rias and Sona ran as if there was no tomorrow. They watched as they slowly moved away from the maid. 3 see you, said Setsuna, and suddenly, shum! The arrow shot out with abominable force and speed. It was going in a straight trajectory. Little by little it was getting closer to its target. Smash! And oh, Sona! She shouted upon seeing that the projectile had hit the raven-haired girl's back, but the projectile exploded upon impact and a black powder enveloped the former heiress of Sitri, causing Sona to inhale the powder, falling face down on the floor unable to move, and little by little she began to close her eyes. 3 said Setsuna's voice. Rias was in a dilemma. Save her life, but it was equivalent to leaving Sona there or help her, and tried to take her with herself. 2 said Setsuna, very bored. The redhead, seeing the mess she was in, decided to leave Sona to run too. 1 Setsuna said, firing another projectile. The arrow shot out with the same force, traveling in a straight trajectory as it approached the redhead's back. Trash! Rias felt like her back was the victim of a rather hard blow, but as she inhaled the same black powder, she felt like her body suddenly lost strength. Falling to the side, she couldn't move anything. It was as if her body refused to obey her. Victoria, victory, said Setsuna's voice, humming in a mocking way at the mental anger of the redhead upon hearing it. It didn't take more than 1 minute for Setsuna to arrive and throw a paralyzed Sona on top of Arias, who was also paralyzed. Forget about eating for a week for doing such a stupid thing, said Setsuna while taking out a transportation circle and sending the paralyzed former heiresses back to the residence. Setsuna proceeds to deactivate the pocket dimension to retreat when, thum! Surtur's bishop saw several winged silhouettes fly at maximum speed. They are fallen angels, said Setsuna very seriously, but she also saw a Paliplatina riding a Pegasus. Ersan, said Setsuna, seeing the Legjarn tower flying behind the fallen angels, but saw that the silver-haired girl showed a face full of seriousness. I don't like this at all, said Setsuna, who began to communicate through a magic circle. In heaven, with a serious look, pursued the fallen until a communication circle appeared in his ear. Eir, what are you doing? Setsuna's voice was heard. Setsuna-sama reborn fallen angels are heading to the amusement park. Their objective is Issei said seriously. Very well, let me catch up with you, said the maid's voice, closing the magic circle. Returning with Setsuna, the green-haired maid unfolds her 3 pairs of demonic wings and flies off at full speed, locating Air, who was chasing no more than 7 fallen angels. I'm glad I caught up with you, said Setsuna. The leader of the reborn squad is an old acquaintance of Issei, said Air without stopping looking at the squad. The green-haired maid tries to see the leader of the flock of reborn and recognizes the reborn fallen angel, with her usual jet black hair, her dominatrix outfit, her evil gaze that yearns for revenge. Rainer, Issei-chan's former first love, said Setsuna, stopping her flight and taking out an arrow with a crystal capsule that contained demonic magic. I will not allow them to reach Issei and Oju-sama, said Setsuna, loudly shooting said arrow with double the force, gaining a lot of speed. All the fallen angels mockingly dodged Setsuna's arrow until Rainer dodged it without difficulty. Ha! What a bad eye you have! Rainer shouted, mocking Surtur's bishop. Who told you they were the target? Setsuna said, smiling mockingly, which confused the reborn, and then, the arrow that had been dodged began to glow magenta until explode. Setsuna shouted, and that, boom! The arrow exploded and unleashed a spell that took the form of a barrier that spanned a length of 5 kilometers by 150 meters. Careful! Shouted a fallen angel upon seeing said wall. Rainer did not react in time. Bam! Quash! Bam! Quash! The fallen angels began to crash into the wall Setsuna had summoned, blocking their way and falling to the ground. Air and Setsuna began to descend from the sky to face the reborn fallen angels. The maid activated another pocket dimension to finish the job. They'll be damned, said Rainer, holding her arm in pain, while her reborn mark was shown on her abdomen. We know that you are subjects of my mother, said Air, looking coldly at the fallen angels. What are you plotting in the lands of the Muspell clan? So it was true that Gremory and Citri lost the right to take care of this city, huh? Rainer said, smiling maliciously. We come to kill the security Hyoudou Issei. So you've come for revenge, said Setsuna, taking another arrow from her quiver. What a pathetic justification for leaving Tartarus. And worst of all, you will return without having obtained the revenge you so long for, said Air, magically taking out her blades. They began to shine threateningly with the magic. Shut up, you damn traitor! Rainer shouted, looking at Air with disgust. We were also given the order to bring your head to Hel-sama's feet. By complying, we would be rewarded with eternal life. I'll burst your guts first before you touch me, repulsive crow, said Air. Rainer couldn't hold back any longer. She created a spear with sacred light, and was accompanied by the other angels who did the same. Please die already! Rainer shouted, and with that, she and her squad launched their arrows towards Setsuna and Air, who dodged them by jumping into the air. Rest in peace! Air shouted as she wrapped her magic around 3 of her blades in dark and ice magic, throwing said weapons towards a fallen angel who received the attack on his thorax, beginning to freeze him quickly, paralyzing him, and immediately the frozen fallen angel began a free fall towards the ground until, crash, the frozen angel was shattered on the ground. The other reborn were shocked by the attack of their sovereigns. Daughter, kill them! Rainer shouted, and in that, the reborn shot out towards the Muspell, and a battle began between the 6 reborn and the Muspell demons. Setsuna was limited to defending herself with her silver bow, blocking said attacks, but who attacked was Air. The first reborn dies when he tried to stick his spear in Setsuna's chest, but she repels it with a defensive movement, and Air counterattacks, attacking with 2 daggers stuck in her head. The second reborn angel sees how his colleague dies. In a fit of rage, he launches himself against Air to kill her, but Setsuna repels them with a blow from her bow, connecting it in his face, and in that, Air takes advantage to summon more blades and throw them towards the angel's chest, and just like with Donaseek, she activates the magic to make them explode completely, destroying the angel's torso, leaving only the arms and head intact, along with his legs. But fleetingly the 3rd and 4th angels came out to attack Air, but bad idea to attack Oju-sama's piece, said Setsuna, tensing the bow with 2 arrows launched with speed and force that ended up sticking in the heads of said angels, killing them imminently. The 5th angel, in a treacherous attack, tried to unexpectedly kill Setsuna, but a whinny was heard, and then Air's Pegasus, Lifgia, came out to defend her mistress and the maid by attacking the 5th fallen angel, knocking him to the ground. The fallen angel tried to get up to attack the black Pegasus. But the winged beast was faster. It only had to put its hooves on the shoulders of the reborn fallen mandible and began to disfigure him, torture him and kill him with its powerful jaws. The sixth and last angel, seeing how his allies had died. "This is too much," shouted the reborn. "I'm leaving." I tried to fly away but, "Ag!" The angel screamed upon seeing a spear of light pierced in his abdomen. Rainer-sama, said the reborn agonizingly. "Cowards are of no use to me," Rainer said, creating a holy lightsaber. "Return to Tartarus, filthy scum!" The raven-haired girl shouted, quickly decapitating him. Being the last of the reborn, she saw how the wall that Setsuna summoned had disappeared. She ran away. "Goodbye, idiots!" Rainer shouted, "I will take Issei Hyoudou's head. Behold your residence. Ajajajajajaja." The reborn fall shouted, laughing like a maniac. Setsuna, seeing how Rainer began to move away, just sighed, put on 2 special gloves made of heavy material, and from her quiver she takes out a very sharp-looking arrow, but it had a small compartment where the feather joined the arrow shaft. She quickly took out a capsule from the sleeves of her Japanese-made outfit. She took out a capsule that contained a green liquid. That capsule she embedded in the arrow's compartment, and activating a small mechanism in the arrow she broke said capsule, releasing the liquid that ran through the inside of the arrow shaft to the tip of it. Setsuna and Air see a drop of the liquid fall from the tip of the arrow to the ground. Air saw that Setsuna had created an arrow with acid inside. The maid began to draw the bow more firmly and began aiming at Rainer, who was clearly over 500 meters away. Setsuna sighed. "Goodbye," shouted Setsuna, looking fiercely at Rainer and throwing the special arrow with force. Thum! The special arrow flew steadily, slowly approaching Rainer. "Ag!" screamed the fall when she felt the projectile embedded in her back, but that was the beginning of Rainer's torment as she fell to the ground. It burns. It burns me. Ah! Screamed Rainer, trying to grab her back. She felt how her skin, her muscles, her bones were beginning to burn. Her wings were beginning to corrode, and little by little they were falling into pieces. Help! Screamed Rainer, crying in pain while she writhed in pain on the floor. "Oh, those screams you're saying, don't you remember that you were part of a similar scene?" Setsuna said, watching Rainer. Little by little, the acid began to cause incurable injuries from the fall. "Do you remember when, on the orders of your damned master Kokabeel, you were going to kill Issei Hyoudou in this very park? He was on the ground begging for mercy while you just mocked his agony?" Rainer remembered that scene well, where she was the executioner. Now the roles were reversed. "Damn you, I swear that Hell-sama find out about this, and will kill you," Rainer said with pain. Anger, seeing that the acid had already destroyed the brunette's wings and the ribs were beginning to be visible on the back. Air laughed very lightly at a dying Rainer. "My mother is not interested in the reborn. She doesn't even care about me. Do you think someone like her would care about insignificant beings like you and that flock who are now corpses?" Rainer couldn't process what her former mistress was saying, not to mention the intense pain she was suffering from Setsuna's arrow, the arrogance that reigned in the brunette's head. Now she only reflected pain and despair. "Please save me," Rainer said with a look that reflected anguish and pain. Rainer stretched out her hand in a sign of help to Air while her mouth began to shed blood. "I swear to be faithful to you, to kneel, to humiliate myself, but save me. I don't want to return to Tartarus, Air-sama. If it were my old self I would do it," said the silver-haired girl, closing her eyes. "But for threatening my Issei and wanting to get revenge on him, you will suffer eternal torment," said the silver-haired girl, summoning a dagger that was beginning to shine in a threatening way to Rainer. "This is for trying to get revenge on the person I love." No. Rainer screamed as she saw how her ex-mistress threw said blade, stabbing into the jet-black skull, killing her instantly, leaving her with a face that reflected desperation, pain, and above all, the frustration of not having fulfilled her revenge against Issei. And suddenly, boom! The blade exploded next to Rainer's head, leaving only her headless corpse, although it was still being consumed by the acid. "Time to get rid of the corpses," said Setsuna, taking out more acid capsules and pouring them on the bodies of the fallen angels, which at a rapid pace began to consume them. "I'll take care of the amnesia spell," said Air, leaving the pocket dimension, going into an alley without anyone seeing her. With a magic circle she summoned an aromatic mist that would erase the memory of those present who witnessed said combat between the supernatural with this. Humans will not remember what they did not see and did 24 hours ago, irremediably said Air, while the amnesiac mist spread for 15 kilometers around there. Timeskip. Hyoudou Muspel residence 8 p.m. Setsuna and Air had arrived at the residence and informed the Muspel leaders of the events at Kuoh Park, informing them of a possible attack by the Reborn against Issei and the others. Upon hearing this, the patriarchs decided to inform the Mao through a communication circle. The important thing is that they are fine, said Leonore while smiling at Setsuna and Air. We only serve and do what is right in the name of the clan, said Air, kneeling before Leonore, and above all for the good of Issei and Legjarn-sama. With this, little by little you are showing us that you are trustworthy, Air said Serter, smiling at what the silver-haired girl lowered her head. I am not worthy of your words, Serter-sama, said Air sadly. Serter and Leonore were going to answer, but they heard, Welcome home, Legjarn-sama, Lavatian-sama, said the voices of the maids. Immediately in the study where the patriarchs were with Setsuna and Air, they opened, showing the clans of their daughters, along with Kiba and Gasper with their respective partners with a smile on their faces. It was shown that they had had a great time at the amusement park. How was the amusement park? Said Leonore, smiling. Wonderful, Oka-sama, said Legjarn while carrying a giant teddy bear in his arms. Issei played in the games of skill and won the grand prize for me. I haven't had this much fun in a long time, said Lavatian, who had a plush rabbit on her right arm. Saji also won in the skill games, although he didn't measure his strength and ended up destroying the stand. Everyone there was laughing at what the Muspel's youngest daughter said. Well, I have to think carefully about the punishments for the slaves who dared to disobey me, said Setsuna, sighing, withdrawing from there with a bow. By the way, did I see that Sabaki is a maid? Said Kiba, very impressed. That's right, Serter said to his knight. I freed her from slavery, and she has gladly decided to serve our clan forever. She has accepted her mistakes and renounced you completely. Only she wants you to be happy, said the patriarch, leaving Kiba impressed. Well, that was to be expected from Tsubaki-san, Issei said, impressed. By the way, said Leonore, taking a serious look, we have received notification from Yasaka-sama and Eamon-san that we have been granted access. Tomorrow they will leave for Hyoudou and Nor. Okay, said Legjarn and Lavatian. We have decided that Legjarn and his entourage, said Serter, will go to Hyoudou. Yasaka-sama will wait for them at the Kyoto train station, and she will be accompanied, apart from her Yukai escorts, by 2 people from Hyoudou, by the cleric Azuma and Princess Hinoka. Okay, said Legjarn. While Lavatian and company, said Leonore, you will go to Nor. Elmenhild-san will wait for you in Romania at the Carmilla Castle. There will be 2 people from the same kingdom of Nor. It will be Princess Elise with her bodyguard Effie. Hi, said the retinues. I recommend that you go to sleep because tomorrow the defense of the last legacy of the dragon goddess Naga will begin, said Serter. Hi! Shouted the entourages as they retreated to go to their rooms to rest, but, as some things are contagious or do not change, Legjarn, Fjorm and Felicia went to sleep in Issei's room, but compared to Rias before, who slept naked, the Muspels slept with him with comfortable and fresh bedding. Something that Lavatian, Tautalia and Flora imitated when sleeping with Saji. Tomorrow would be the beginning of a long and dangerous odyssey. Chapter 15. Journey to a different world, Hyoudou Point. Hyoudou residence, Muspel, 6:30 a.m. The day had arrived when both retinues of the Muspel clan would embark on the dangerous mission of preventing the new sovereign of the Greek underworld, Hell. Both clans could be seen ready to leave, all wearing thermal clothing to withstand the cold weather in Japan. They also carried a package in their hand containing their lunch and some black tea courtesy of Setsuna. All this before the eyes of the Muspel patriarchs and the maids, who saw how their young mistresses and their retinue were moments away from leaving for a world slightly different from the one they know. They know the mission they must fulfill. They must protect the pieces of the falchion that are in Hyoudou and Nor respectively, said Serter, and they must not trust the enemy. We do not know what dirty tricks they will do to fulfill their mission. Daughters, take care of yourselves, said Leonore, to which she gave them a kiss on their forehead as a sign of maternal affection. And now she turns her gaze to Issei, Saji, Tautalia, Air, Fjorm, Felicia and Florael. I entrust you with the safety of my daughters. It is the first time that they go to a different place that is not the underworld, especially you, Saji-kun and Issei-kun. Hi, Leonore-sama, said both pawns. We would give our lives for our kings and also for our queens and bishops. At this, Legjarn and Lavatian blushed deeply and their hearts were beating rapidly. In the case of Fjorm and Tautalia, steam began to come out of their heads while the maids Flora and Felicia had to use their ice magic to reduce their blushes while Air lowered her head in a little embarrassment. May the mission be a success, Senpai said Gasper animatedly. Raise the honor of the clan we represent, said Kiba while bumping fists with Issei and Saji while you are outside. We will take care of Kuoh as you always would, said Serchers, Horse, calmly, giving a little peace of mind to Legjarn and Lavatian's entourages at the words of Gasper and Kiba. But far from there, Muspel's slaves, 2 slaves saw this with noticeable jealousy and anger. Because they wanted those words that came out of Issei and Saji's lips to be dedicated to them. I hope those usurpers die on the mission, Rias said with a great desire for revenge. With those 6 dying Issei-kun and my Saji, they will be so depressed by the death of those unfortunate women that they will return to our arms without hesitation, said Sona quite maliciously. It is just a matter of waiting for those boors who took our pawns to die in Hyoudou. And nor, said Sona Citri anxiously. But what are you doing here? Shouted a voice with authority which caught the attention of the muspels, but Rias and Sona were scared and were in for a surprise. You stinking slaves should be in the kitchen right now cleaning it of the filthy mess. You don't give me orders, Tsubaki. Is this how you pay your master? Disgusting traitor who sells herself to the enemy, said Sona, looking with contempt at the one who was her queen piece. Shut up, lustful starving woman! Tsubaki shouted furiously, subduing her on the floor and applying a key on her arm, looking with great resentment at her former king, because despite having obtained her freedom and sworn to serve the Muspel clan, she still had not forgiven Sona for such baseness that caused all this. I suggest you go do your duties now, filthy slave. Muspel's family and entourage watched that scene with some astonishment. Get away from my friend, Rias shouted, throwing herself at the raven-haired girl. But then she saw a shadow get in the way and she only saw how its arm was directed at her abdomen. You, said the redhead, identifying the person who got between her and Tsubaki. Hey, said the little person, giving Rias a strong blow to the abdomen, throwing her into one of the walls. Gaha! Rias complained as she held her ribs in pain while she watched her attacker bad D to B. I remind you, slave demon, that you have no say in this matter, so now go back to work, said the maid as her cat ears developed from her head while her cat tail moved gently. Good hit, Kaneko-chan, said Tsubaki while the white Nikomata nodded and carried Rias like a sack of potatoes while Tsubaki incorporated Sona still held in a Chinese lock. We're sorry for the interruption, both maids said, leaving with the 2 slaves, leaving the entourages of both clans surprised, especially Issei. J. surprised? Said Setsuna smiling. I gave Kaneko Tuju her freedom for having been sincere the day before, and despite having had her arm in very bad condition, she did the tasks that were imposed on her with dedication and without complaint. Now her reward, besides winning her freedom, we recomposed her arm and it is as good as new, although it also means giving up the feelings she once had for you. Issei-kun, said Leonore, feeling a little sorry for the white Nikomata as she watched her throw a resentful Rias to the ground. When we offered her the option of freedom and serving Muspel, the only condition was that she give up any chance of having a future relationship with you. Kaneko Tuju, upon hearing our condition, spent almost 5 minutes of uninterrupted crying. She finally accepted because of what they did to you a year ago, because according to her words they couldn't look you in the face after falling for such a low lie. So she asked us for permission to cry for the love that had died, and they would be the last tears of love she would shed, said Sert. At least I accept the weight of its consequences with maturity and as a strong woman, Kiba said, a little distressed for his former companion. But at what the blonde said, Issei gave the white Nikomata a slight smile, even if from a distance. Well, let's not waste time, said Leonore. Then she takes out of a coat she was wearing a pamphlet that contained a magic circle. Lavatian, this magic circle will take you to Transylvania. Elmenhild-san along with Valerie-chan, some escorts, and above all the princess of the kingdom of Nor-Elise along with her bodyguard the knight Effie are already waiting for you. Very well, said Legjarn's younger sister, as she applied a little of her magic, activating the circle, beginning the transportation process. But before disappearing, she said, sister, when we return from Nor, I demand a rating game to demonstrate our progress and find out who is the strongest. Legjarn, upon hearing his little sister's words, did not hesitate to smile. Very well, my little Imuto. I accept your challenge after our mission in Hyoudou and Nor, said Legjarn with a hard but determined voice. Both sisters looked into each other's eyes trying to intimidate each other, but neither gave in. You, said Lavatian, referring to her sister's tower. She looked at her mistress's sister with a little surprise. You better take care of my sister, or else you will return to Tartarus but as a corpse. Hi, Lavatian-sama, I swear before your presence to take care of Legjarn-sama's integrity, said the silver-haired girl with the same depressed expression, but with a bow before Legjarn. Issei, said Saji, looking at the brown-haired boy. Me too. I'm looking forward to fighting you after finishing our mission in Nor. I'm also looking forward to our fight, my friend and rival, said Issei, showing his fist as a sign that he accepted the blonde's challenge, and the challenges also unconsciously arose. As Flora looked at Felicia, both maids looked at each other with defiance and desire to surpass one another, while the same thing happened with Fjorm and Tautalia. But the teleportation circle ended with Lavatian and his entourage disappearing, sending them to Romania. Well, we will accompany you to the bullet train station here in Kuoh. Yasaka, her escorts, and the princess of Hoshido Hinoka along with one of her bodyguards are already waiting for you on the Kyoto platform, said Sukkot, magically changing his usual heavy armor into civilian clothes resembling a badass motorcyclist from the United States. Well, let's go, said Leonore Setsuna. We'll take care of the residents in our absence, and if any of the slaves wants to be too clever, you have my permission to blow her brains out with one of your arrows. Hi, Leonore-sama, said the green-haired maid as she watched from the doorway as Serafall, along with his wife, daughters and their entourages, left the residence and headed into the streets of the residential complex. It will be very lonely here without them here. At least I'll have fun with Gasper-chan and Kiba-san while training them, said Setsuna as she closed the door of the residence to begin her duties. Change of scene. Kuoh train station. The Muspell family was on the platform, ready to leave for Kyoto in a few moments, the means of transport arriving to board it, saying goodbye with a maternal hug from Leonore to her daughter and her entourage. Raise the name of our beloved clan even higher, said Leonore, looking at her daughter while a tear ran down her beautiful eyes. I still remember when I carried you and your sister in my arms. They have definitely become great warriors and beautiful young ladies, said Serta, smiling proudly. Issei-kun, please take care of them. Hi, the pawn said with respect for the trust given to them by the patriarch of the clan to which they belong. The train began to open its doors for the passengers to board the means of transport, and Legjarn's entourage said goodbye with another hug, entering the convoy. But Legjarn was the last to enter. Daughter, said Serta, calling Legjarn's attention, it's time for you to stop holding resentment and distrust towards heir. The problems you had in the past must be put aside today. You defend the same cause. Do it for yourself and for the others around you. Otherwise your entourage will not work as it should. The green-haired brunette was a little surprised by her father's request, to which she quickly nodded as the train doors closed. Leonore waved goodbye while her husband just watched. Little by little the train was moving, picking up speed, and Legjarn could only watch as he lost sight of his parents and suddenly saw the rural landscapes that Japan offered at dawn. Legjarn immediately went to sit in his seat, and could see Issei playing poker with Felicia. Hey Leg-chan, said Fjorm, what did Serta-sama tell you before the train doors closed? That I turned over a leaf in a past event I had with a certain person, said the green-haired brunette, while her eyes fixed on Air, who had sat apart from the others while her grayish eyes remained on seeing the Japanese landscape, while the sun's rays made her whitish, almost ash-like skin shine a little. Time skip 2 hours. Kyoto Station, 9 a.m. At the traditional Kyoto station, the train had arrived without problems. Opening its doors and getting off the convoy, Legjarn Muspell's entourage begins to search for Yasaka and the other guests. There she is, said Issei while pointing at the blonde and voluptuous leader of the Yukai, along with her daughter Kuoh, the kitsune Yasaka, and was accompanied by 4 people that Issei completely didn't know. The blonde couldn't hold back a smile when she saw the brown-haired man. Hello Yasaka, said Issei, but much. Yasaka dared to hug and bury Issei's face between her breasts in front of the Muspells, who each had a different jealousy reaction. Felicia, for her part, made a tender pout. Fjorm had a forced smile with nervous tics in the corner of his lips and in his left eye, while Legjarn remained firm, but inside he wanted to have the skin of a blonde vixen in his closet as soon as possible. Ocho-sama Kuna said happily as she hugged Issei's leg, causing Fjorm's tics to worsen due to jealousy upon hearing it. I'm glad to see you, my dear. Go see I lo, Yasaka said in a flirtatious and sensual way to a nervous Issei who felt, you don't know the pleasure of seeing my hero, and the man I truly love, that makes me want to pamper you so much. To so the Issei, smelling the sweet scent and the fine art of flirting that the blonde kitsune possessed, gulped deeply. his draconic instincts demanding that he make her his. The muspells were on the verge of exploding at the blonde for intruding on territory that didn't belong to her until Yasaka-sama, this is not the correct way to receive the Seikka'i in public, said one of the dark blue-haired companions who was wearing a pink yukata with reddish highlights, and who was carrying a katana in her hand, tucked into its sheath. And even more so if the people of Hyoudou are there, behave like a leader, Nano said inexpressively, now a green-haired loli wearing a light blue one-piece skirt. She pointed at two people who were with them who looked strangely at the leader of the yukai. Okay girls, said Yasaka, calming down again. Well, before going to that place, let me introduce you to my companions, the two ladies who stopped me. The first is one of my bodyguards, a Nikomata/Ayakashi, Miss Himari Noihara. A pleasure, from muspell, said Himari with a bow to which the demons of the mentioned clan imitated. Issei was surprised to see another Nikomata besides Kaneko and Kuroka, but he noticed that their power was slightly higher than that of his ex-fiancée's Nikomatas. The other yukai with the face and personality of a cold fish who comes to accompany me is a Mizuchi, a water dragon deity, the bodyguard of my daughter Kunu. Her name is Shizuka, continued Yasaka, to which the loli bowed. The brown-haired boy saw the green-haired loli and concluded that she was more expressionless than Kaneko or Ophis. Are all lolas Kaderis? Issei said in his mind, very surprised. Well, now I will introduce the people who come to represent the great kingdom of Hyoudou, Yasaka said, making a gesture for the last two people to approach the muspells. First I present the first princess of the kingdom, a great fighter, quite brave, frank and quite rough, Her Eminence, the second daughter of the royal family of Hyoudou, Hinoka. At that, a short-haired redhead with a severe look that doesn't leave aside how attractive she is to the male eye, wearing a red and white Japanese-style uniform and boots of the same reddish tone, approaches the demons. An honor to meet the warriors who will help us, said the redhead from Hyoudou seriously, especially the warrior that I see with my eyes, and at first glance, your countenance and your gaze. It is clear that you have suffered many victories and also defeats. Am I wrong? Issei was surprised by how Hinoka described him. The brunette blushed at Hinoka, who didn't know if it was because of how she described him or because of his beauty. I'm right, Hinoka-sama, said the brown-haired boy. I'm Hyoudou Issei. I'm the Seikka'i and the pawn of my master, Legjarn-sama. I am Legjarn Muspel. I am one of the heirs of the clan leader of my entourage. I carry the king, piece, said the brunette, while with her hand she grabbed Issei's. I am Fjorm. I carry the piece of queen of Legjarn-sama's retinue, said the ex-Valkyrie. My name is Heir. I am the current rook of Legjarn-sama. A pleasure, said the albino with her depressing tone in her voice. I'm Felicia. I'm a bishop and Legjarn-sama's maid, the pink-haired girl said with a calm expression. But suddenly the maid sees Hinoka staring at her. The red-haired girl sees Felicia and tears threaten to fall from her fierce eyes. Felicia, is that you? Hinoka said, walking towards her. The maid got a little scared and suddenly hugged her. Felicia, you're alive! When Korin and Azura find out, they'll be very happy to see you again, Hinoka said very happily while shedding tears, leaving the muspel maid bewildered as well as those who saw them. Excuse me, said the pink-haired woman, very confused, moving away from Hinoka's hug. But this is the first time we've seen each other, Hinoka-sama. That left the redhead very puzzled. You're right, Hinoka-sama, said the last companion, wearing the clothes of a Japanese monk while carrying a peaceful countenance. She may have the same appearance as the Felicia we knew, but both you and we witnessed how Felicia along with those two were murdered by the deceased Anankos. Hinoka understood what the monk was saying, and he was right, remembering what he said. Excuse me, but what Azuma says is right. It is impossible to bring someone back after death, Hinoka said, a little embarrassed by her attitude towards Felicia. Then the last companion took the floor again. Well, let me introduce myself. I am Azuma. I am a monk and personal servant of Lady Hinoka, said the aforementioned, bowing. The honor is ours, the muspels said in unison. Well, enough talk and let's go back to our Kyoto, Yasaka said happily as she gripped Issei's arm possessively while Kuna climbed up the brown-haired boy's back, riding him piggyback. They ended up leaving the train station under the disapproving gaze of Himari, the expressionless gaze of Shizuku, the nervous gaze of Hinoka and Azuma, and the desire to beat the two kitsunes to a pulp by the muspels. But Legjarn, seeing his pawn and love, decides not to be left behind and also grabs Issei's other arm, surprising both the brown-haired boy and the kitsune. Issei sees his king's face and is surprised to find he was slightly pouting his cheeks, looking away from Issei's eyes, making a gesture worthy of its Sundara. Change of scene. Hidden Kyoto Kitsune Temple. It took no more than 2 hours to reach the palace of the supernatural Kyoto. When they arrived at said enclosure, they were received by the yokai, who greeted the muspell as important people, and in the case of Issei as the hero that he is considered, there was a small moment of coexistence, especially with the yokai children greeting the Ape dragon, while the brown-haired man greeted and carried the yokai children with happiness. Under the look of satisfaction and full of affection from Legjarn and his entourage, from Himari, Shizuku, Yasaka and Kunu, when seeing that part of the Seikryutai, always attentive to the children and willing to protect them. While Yasaka Dano, the Seikryutai, is a very popular person, said Azuma with his smile as he watched Issei carry a sheep-type yokai girl. Azuma-san, along with the dragon bear of Ritra and the hacker Yuko, were key people in saving our world from a very big and terrible threat like the Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse, said the kitsune, proud of her man. He is a very noble person. He reminds me a lot of my little brother Korin, Hinoka said very seriously, but with a smile. I would like to know him a little more. But because of the nobility that radiates from her heart, unfortunately for the past year she has had to deal with a very big problem, Yasaka said, looking nostalgically at Issei. But I am not the one to tell you behind that joy. There is a very deep pain hidden in her dragon heart that little by little the muspell girls, like yourself and others, have been healing. I understand, said Hinoka, looking more closely at Issei. He is a very interesting boy. After that small get-together, Yasaka took her guests and their companions to the Kitsune Temple, going deep inside, going to the main chamber where her throne awaited. Guys, from now on everything you see is strictly forbidden to be spread, Yasaka said seriously, to which the muspells, Himari, Shizuku, Kuna nodded. Yasaka goes to the back of said throne on one of its walls, applies a little senjutsu, and then the throne room begins to shake, revealing that the wall where Yasaka touched with senjutsu began to move, revealing a secret passage, a tunnel made of stone and a staircase made of the same stone to descend. At that, Yasaka gives them the signal to descend the corridor, and as they all descended, Yasaka gave them some final rules. Well, Issei-kun, Legjarn-sama, and everyone who is going to Hoshido, a few instructions, said the kitsune. Upon arriving at the kingdom of Hoshido, you will have access not only to the kingdom but also to other kingdoms and surrounding towns such as Izumo, the Mokashu forest, the lands of the fire and wind tribes, the Kitsune village, and finally an intermediate point between Hoshido and Nor, the city of Sukensia, the only place where those who arrive in Hoshido through the portal can learn something about the kingdom of Nor. In short, we will be able to visit Hoshido and the surrounding kingdoms, but Nor is forbidden to us, said Fjorm. That's right, said Azuma. It's a precautionary measure imposed by the sovereigns of both kingdoms, Lord Xander the sovereign of Nor as Ryoma-sama, as sovereign of Hoshido. Just as you cannot cross the border with the towns bordering the kingdom of Nor such as Shiv, Port Dia, Garu Mountain, the lava fields and the lands of the Snow tribe. Lavatian-sama's entourage that will go to Nor will not be able to cross that border to go to Hoshido, but they will be able to enjoy those towns that Azuma-san mentioned, said Air. Correct, said Azuma happily. They continued descending for a long time until they found a large wall made of limestone with the following symbol marked and carved in red paint. Well, from here on I will stop accompanying you, said Yasaka, when I open the portal, and after you cross it, Hinoka-sama will be your guide, said the kitsune while looking at the princess. I leave it to you, Hinoka-sama. The redhead nods, and at that, Yasaka begins to accumulate senjutsu in her hands and begins to recite the following chant. Open the doors to a glorious kingdom where your great warriors live through their feats, and glory open the doors to a kingdom where cherry blossoms bloom forever in the noble hearts of your people. Open your doors, the great kingdom of Hoshido. Your heart is filled with emotion and love, and you can even see the cherry blossoms. Your heart is filled with emotion and love, and you can even see the cherry blossoms. Translation. Open your doors to the glorious kingdom where your greatest warriors live on through their feats, and glories open the doors to the kingdom where cherry trees bloom eternally alongside the noble hearts of your people. Open your doors to us, great kingdom of Hoshido. At that point, she cast a number of Yasaka senjutsu so that the stone wall began to open in half, making the camera shake a little. When it finished opening, they saw how a golden energy portal was activated before the kitsune's senjutsu. Okay, It's time to go to Hyoudou, said Hinoka. One moment, Yasaka, said Himari, and Shizuku will also accompany them, the Kitsune said, surprising the Nikomata and the Mizuchi. But Yasaka-sama, the Nikomata tried to reprimand. It's a favor I want to ask you. I know it's your duty to watch my back, but please take care of the muspell entourage, but especially take good care of my man, Yasaka said, looking at Issei. Don't let anyone hurt her or her entourage companions again. I also ask you, Shizuku, take care of Kuna's future father, please. The muspells, upon hearing Yasaka's request, could not show any jealousy, but they realized that Yasaka also took them into account. Perhaps she was a little flirtatious with Issei, but she was not so greedy or possessive with him, so they gave her the go-ahead to be part of Issei's harem. Okay, said Himari, defeated with a smile. Nano, said Shizuka, nodding with a slight smile. Hinoka couldn't help but smile at the display of affection for Issei. Okay guys, let's go, shouted Hinoka as she and Azuma were the first to cross the portal, followed by Felicia, Himari, Fjorm, Shizuku, Issei and finally Legjarn, and until the last one Yasaka begins to close the portal with her energy. I'm going to miss you a lot, my Issei, said the Kitsune with nostalgia. Come back safely please, Yasaka finished saying to leave the chamber and return to Kyoto. Uncertain time. In a damp, slippery cavern, a golden energy began to form, and suddenly, FUOMMM, the golden portal opened, revealing Hinoka, Azuma, along with the muspell entourage, Himari and Shizuku. Well, welcome to my world, guys, Hinoka said, giving her guests confidence, looking closely at Issei, who blushed a little, making the muspells a little jealous. We are on the so-called eternal staircase. It is the starting point where those who come from your world and move through the portal that Yasaka Dano opened. At that, the redhead heads to an area where a small energy was shining behind her, which went unnoticed by most except for Hinoka-san. What is that? Issei said, to which everyone looked at the brown-haired boy strangely, but with Hinoka, he could only smile. So you can also see the so-called dragon veins, Hinoka said. Then you are a dragon, said Issei, nodding at Hinoka's deduction. Look closely, said the red-haired princess, as she touched the dragon vein, and that FUMMM, an energy went to one of the rocks, starting to move it, freeing the way to see the so-called eternal staircase made of rock. They saw that it was a wider cave where sunlight could be seen at the end of the top of the staircase. Descending, we will reach the lands of the Wind Tribe, while ascending, we will reach our destination, said Hinoka. And immediately they began to climb said ladder for about 5 minutes until they reached the top and left said cavern. The sunlight blinded them for a moment to give them a beautiful view of the kingdom of Hyoudou, which seemed to have come out of a Japanese fantasy book. Audio from the video plays. Welcome to my home, Hyoudou, said Hinoka, looking with pride at the kingdom to which she belonged. My brother, and the sovereign of Hyoudou, Ryoma, my other brother Takumi, and my little sister Sakura must be waiting for us, along with my sisters-in-law and my nephews. Well, Muspel clan, I hope that your stay in Hyoudou is to your liking, said Hinoka. Anything or doubt you have, don't be afraid to tell us. That's why we are here to help you, said Azuma very happily. With that, they started walking towards the entrance of the kingdom. Issei walked calmly, but in that toinch, the brown-haired boy felt a pinch on his left arm and saw that his king was doing this action, while he looked at him with a pout and anger. Is something wrong, Leg-chan? Issei said, while the aforementioned looked at the brown-haired girl with great jealousy. It's just that I can't stop feeling jealous, said the green-haired brunette. First Yasaka and now Hinoka-sama, how they make you blush and get nervous, said Leg-chan very quietly so that only Issei could hear her. Don't worry, Leg-chan, Issei said, hugging her a little, which made her blush. You will always be the first in my heart, and even though I have feelings for Fjorm and Felicia, as well as Yasaka, Serafall and Elmenhild, you will always be the first for being my master and for being my savior. I hope so, fool, said Legjar while he said the last thing with a smile. I hope you reward me, said Legjarn, giving him a kiss on his cheek, blushing a little. And so with a bit of humor and emotion, Issei and his allies will begin the difficult task of protecting the last vestige of Naga in Hyoudou, just as Saji and those who went to Nor had the long and difficult task of protecting the part of the falchion sheltered in the neighboring kingdom, but that will be for the following chapters. Chapter 16, Discovering a New World, Hyoudou. 2. Muspel Hyoudou residence. In the back garden of said residence, 2 people could be seen facing a peculiar maid. Hiya! Kiba shouted as he swung his sacred demonic sword downwards towards Setsuna, who gracefully dodged Kiba's blow, Each blow Kiba threw was dodged or stopped by using his bow as a shield. Your movements are fast but very predictable, said Setsuna, doing a sweep, turning on her axis, knocking down the blonde, and that is a crucial mistake in a one-on-one fight against someone more experienced and faster, said Setsuna, putting her feet on his armpits, immobilizing the blonde on the ground and tensing her bow, threatening to release an arrow, although your strength increased considerably. I can say that your progress has been entirely beneficial for you, Kiba-kun. Thank you for the compliment, Setsuna-san, said Kiba politely as he stood up, but I still have a long way to go to become a knight worthy of Sir Tosama. Setsuna smiled at the humility shown by the blonde, then saw how Gasper also trained his sacred gear. The little vampire's training was about mastering the devouring darkness unleashed by the forbidden Bela view. And for that Leonore had him tied up with a rope and surrounded by all kinds of weapons that launched projectiles like arrows, spears, and rubber bullets. Bang! The weapons launched said projectiles, but Gasper activated his sacred gear. Reaching the balance breaker, he managed to stop time around him, and with the darkness unleashed he proceeded to consume the projectiles. Well done, Gasper, said Sertra, applauding the little damper's effort. You managed to completely overcome your fear of using your power, and in the process master your balance breaker a little more. Hi, said the effeminate vampire happily, all thanks to your teachings and those of Leonore-sama. All this was seen by Muspel's maids and their slaves, who were surprised by the great advances of the former members of Rias's entourage. Guys, take a break, said Leonore with a smile, while she was followed by two maids carrying a silver tray in which they carried iced tea along with snacks. Zenobia-san and Ruruko-san, please leave the snacks on the table. Hi, Leonore-sama, said the now Muspel maids politely. Leonore-sama, we are retiring to continue improving in our new position, Nimura said happily, but inside she was very distressed. She poured 5 glasses of the refreshing liquid. First of all, we thank you for this new opportunity, and we swear not to disappoint you, said Zenobia in a similar situation to Nimura. Don't worry, said Leonore with a sincere smile, something that calmed the new maids, and they proceeded to leave. Then Sertra, normal person size, arrived along with Kiba, Gasper, and Setsuna, who were drying their sweat with a towel. Go ahead and have a glass, please. Kampai! Shouted the 4 who had just finished training and drank the drink to the bottom. Delicious, said Sertra very happily. For being Zenobia-san's first time doing it, she did very well, said Setsuna. Well, but there is something I would like to tell you, but I think Leg-chan and Lava-chan should be there, said Leonore. Anata, I think you will like the news, said Leonore very happy. What do you want from? Said Sert, but then he saw that his wife placed her hands on her belly. Very happy. No, said Sert, very happy. Hi, said Leonore. Leg-chan and Lava-chan will have a little brother very soon, dear. Sertra shouted with all his might in joy as the maids screamed with excitement. Kiba, Gasper, and Setsuna shook his hand in congratulations. Congratulations, Leonore-sama and Sertra-sama, shouted the maids among themselves, Tsubaki and Kaneko. An air full of happiness was breathed in the Muspel Hyoudou residence upon learning that a new member was about to arrive in this world, kingdom of Hyoudou. Under a scorching sun and walking through the fertile rice fields, Princess Hinoka, accompanied by her personal servant, the monk Azuma, guided Muspel's entourage along with Yasaka and Kuna's bodyguards to the beautiful kingdom of Hyoudou, where many peasants happily greeted Hinoka and Azuma and, out of courtesy, the demons and yokai. It seems that this kingdom is very hard-working, said Issei, very surprised to see that despite the sun beating down, the peasants gave their all in their work. The kingdom is always busy, Sekyuryi Dano, said Azuma. There is no time to be lazy here. All the inhabitants are busy being something productive for society. And indeed, the women who worked in the fields carried baskets made of bamboo fibers on their backs, where they carried the newly harvested rice. Hazama-san, Hinoka-sama, said a voice to which all the companions of the aforementioned saw the origin of the voice, seeing a brown-haired young lady with freckles on her face. Hello, Mozu-chan, said Azuma very happily. From what I see, you have had a good harvest, she said, pointing to her basket full of freshly harvested rice. Hi, said Mozu very happily. With this good harvest, the kingdom of Hyoudou will not suffer from hunger for a long time. And a question, who are they? He said, pointing to Issei and the others. Oh, these are the guests my brother Ryoma will be receiving. Hinoka said, guys, introduce yourselves. Nice to meet you, Moza-san. I'm Issei Hyoudou. A pleasure, the brown-haired man said very politely to the brown-haired man. Legjarn Muspel, a pleasure, said the queen of the entourage. Himari Noihura, said the Nikomata politely. Fjorm, Let's hope we get along, said the blonde very calmly. Said the Tower of Legjarn dryly with its fallen countenance. Felicia, a pleasure, said the Bishop Amozu. Upon seeing Muspel's bishop, couldn't help but shed tears and rushed to hug her. Felicia, Felicia! Moses screamed, crying his eyes out while the pink-haired girl was very confused. We must call Corin and Azra, they must know that she is alive. I don't want to discourage you, Moses, said Hinoka very sadly. She may look like Felicia, dressed like Felicia, but she is not the Felicia we knew and the one who died in Vala. Moses splits up with a very upset Felicia. I'm really sorry for having caused you an awkward moment, Moses said, wiping away her tears, but you look like an old friend who died a long time ago. No problem, said Felicia, calming down a little. I feel like it will be a problem while I'm here, said the pink-haired girl, a little uncomfortable. It seems so, said Legjarn with a smile that reflected some anguish. I suppose that some of your brothers-in-arms and friends knew the Felicia they remember, right? Indeed, said Azuma, she was a very beloved girl, not only for the kingdom of Hyoudou but also for the kingdom of Nor, but especially for the current king and queen of the kingdom of Vala. Wow! Issei said, very interested. We'll tell him when the time is right, Hinoka said. Right now we have to go to the capital. I'll go with you, said Mozu. I must deliver these loads with rice and freshly harvested vegetables, but they're already late. Who is your husband and daughter? Said Azuma, well knowing them. Most likely they are trying to calm the disobedient equine that your daughter has, Moza. It's true, said Moza, but then they heard the rapid trot of a horse, but what surprised them most was that a girl was trying to hold on to the steed with a face full of despair. Evil, stop please, Avil. Ah! The girl screamed, very terrified at that. The steed, when seeing Hinoka, Azuma, Issei and Legjarn, stopped in its tracks, getting up on its hind legs and whinnied, but at that I'm falling. 5. The rider had fallen from the horse on her back. Idite, said the rider, very sore. Sophie, daughter, are you fine? Said Mozu, very worried about the rider. Yes, Mom, said the rider, getting up with Mozu's help. Sophie! A male voice shouted as another horse appeared with a male rider catching up with the young rider. Are you okay? Yes, Dad, said Sophie. It's good to see you, Silas, said Azuma, smiling at the knight. Guys, let me introduce you to another of our friends. He is Silas, a knight born in Nor but has decided to live in Hyoudou with his wife. Moses, said the monk to the knight Silas. These are the guests that Ryoma is waiting for in his palace. A warrior from Nor? Said Fjorm when he saw the rider. That's right. A pleasure to meet you, Silas said politely, but his gaze would fix on Felicia. It can't be. It's not the Felicia we knew, Silas said. Hinoka, sighing. Well, it's time to continue with our tour. We will help with your freshly harvested rice, Moses said Princess Hinoka, to which the brunette agreed. Our demon protagonists continued walking while Hinoka, Azuma, Silas, Mozu and Sophie told them the events and some stories about Hyoudou, some from Nor and the third kingdom they had mentioned, Vala. Upon entering the capital, they were greeted by the inhabitants who were happy at the presence of the red-haired princess, her personal servant, the peasant girl, and her husband and daughter of Norian descent. But when the demons and the two Isekai'ed became a little tense, but thanks to Hinoka they managed to relax this hostility and were received by the Muspel clan with respect. Until they reached their destination. Guys, welcome to Issei Saji Castle, said Hinoka, showing the entrance of the colossal and magnificent Japanese castle. It's imposing, Nano, said Shizuka with her stoic gaze. It's bigger than Yasaka-sama's castle, said Himari, very impressed. Without a doubt, Hyoudou already impressed me with this. I can say that it has earned a place in my most cherished memories, said Issei in wonder. This atmosphere is so delicious, said Legjarn. Its colors, the happiness of its people, and the prosperity you breathe here. Ha, I'm glad you're enjoying your stay in the kingdom, said a man's voice as several Hyoudou soldiers formed two lines walking through the entrance, and then at the entrance of the castle several people appeared, the first a tall man with long, tangled brown hair of athletic build wearing samurai armor. He was accompanied by a woman with short blonde hair wearing dark reddish armor. He was followed by another man with gray hair tied in a ponytail, showing a gesture of distrust to Hinoka's companions. He was also accompanied by a girl with greenish-blue hair who was holding the arm of the gray-haired man who also shared the same gesture as him. Finally came a girl with pink hair wearing Japanese nun clothes. She had a gesture where nerves and anxiety reigned in her personality. Demonic clan of Muspel and bodyguard of Yasaka Dano. As the current monarch of these lands, I, Ryoma, welcome you to the kingdom of Hyoudou. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ryoma-sama, said the Muspels and the two Yukai politely. You are very polite and I like that about you, said the blonde girl. Let me introduce myself. I am Scarlet, current queen of Hyoudou and wife of Ryoma. My name is Takumi, said the aforementioned with annoyance. I am the prince of Hyoudou, and who is at my side is my current wife, Oboro, said the gray-haired man, pointing at the blue-haired woman who bowed out of politeness and courtesy. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Issei said in his mind upon hearing such a hostile presentation. My name is Sakura, said the pink-haired girl, very nervous. Let's hope we get along, said the priestess with a hasty bow. How sweet, said Issei, pitying the nervous priestess. Well, we have a lot to talk about, and because of the situation that is coming, we can't waste much time, so go to the castle, Ryoma said calmly. Thank you for your hospitality, said Legjarn, entering the compound with his entourage and Yukai companions. The muspells with Issei and Legjarn leading them, along with the Yukai, Mozu, Silas and Sophie, were guided through the Issei Saji castle complex, where the smell of oak wood along with the essence of incense with the scent of jasmine predominated in the air, giving it an atmosphere of peace but also serenity. They went to the first floor, where they entered a space made of tatami, where there were mattresses made of silk where you could sit in the traditional Japanese style, and in front of each mattress there was a stool made of Japanese oak. Please come in, Scarlet said politely. I suppose you must be hungry after the journey between dimensions and the long walk to get here. It's not true, Scarlet Sam, Issei said, but Issei's viscera roared with hunger, leaving Issei red and Legjarn a little embarrassed by it. Ha ha ha, it seems your stomach says otherwise, Sekurudai-san, said Ryoma with a smile that inspired a lot of confidence in the brown-haired demon. Go ahead, you are our guests. Issei, a little embarrassed, agreed to the hospitality of the king of Hyoudou, but the brunette's spontaneity caught more attention from Princess Hinoka. So much so that the redhead from Hyoudou took a seat next to Issei, something that Ryoma and Takumi noticed, the first in a calm manner, but Takumi with some jealousy. Ahem, Siskan. It seems that my little sister is interested in the Sekurudai, said Ryoma serenely as he saw how Hinoka got closer to Issei, while Legjarn, who was on the other side of the chestnut tree, looked with jealousy as the princess of Hyoudou tried to monopolize Issei's attention. That's what they serve, the portions of tuna sashimi accompanied by steamed rice, miso soup with ginger, and a glass of fresh water. Are you serious, sister? Are you interested in just any stranger? Takumi said in his mind, very angry, while he saw how Hinoka and Legjarn competed to feed Issei, while the others watched with a drop in their heads. Said confrontation for the attention of the Sekurudai. They finished eating and proceeded to talk about the reason for the muspells coming to Hyoudou. As Ryoma-sama knows, things in the world where we come from have been very tense since our enemy took control of the world of the dead by murdering the god who looked after that kingdom, said Legjarn. And we know that we can't be too confident because that god who was killed was one of the 10 most powerful existences where we come from, said Fjorm, and since that day he has been bringing reborn enemies to cause chaos and destruction. To alter the natural order of life in this way by bringing back the dead is a very aberrant thing, said Ryoma. But the worst is what the enemy is going to do, said Air Hell. Plans to use the original falchion made by Naga to alter the order of the worlds, not only ours but also wants to unleash chaos and destruction in these lands. That left the Hyoudouians perplexed. We must not allow them to destroy the receptacle where the falchion blade rests, said Scarlet. Ni-sama, said Sakura somewhat shyly. What is so special about the blade of the falchion like the hilt that the kingdom of Nor has in its catacombs? Good question, Sakura, said Ryoma. The falchion, as you know, was made by the primordial goddess of dragons, Naga, before Hyoudou, Nor and Vala existed. Time witnessed in these lands many kingdoms and empires were established here, and some of them had connection with the world our guests come from. Somehow our world is connected to theirs thanks to Naga along with her only offspring, and some dragon gods like Ophis and Great Red have preserved the balance. But when Grima appeared, when the continent of Elis still existed in these lands, somehow altered the dimensions in such a way that not even Ophis and Great Red could enter to help Prince Chrome, although fortunately Chrome won. The dimensional damage had done its thing, and so it was that Ophis and Great Red, in their duty to destroy the relics of Naga, spoke with an already elderly Chrome to deliver said relic, but suggested that it can become a dimensional stabilizer. At the time the falchion broke, Great Red and Ophis took 5% of the power of the shattered falchion, and with that they repaired the dimensional damage, but that made the dimensional rift. The portals that move from both worlds were dependent on the power of Naga and consequently are connected to the Falchion as well as Chrome's last will ask the newly established kingdoms of Nor and Hyoudou to take care of said pieces of weapons to avoid another catastrophe, and to safeguard the connections between both worlds and know the delicate situation. 2 leaders of the factions of the other world were chosen to guard these entrances to our world as one of their tasks. Hyoudou chose the yokai while Nor chose the vampires. Everyone fell silent at what Ryoma said. I don't doubt that Yasaka Dano will defend the portal to Hyoudou, but I doubt that she will be able to contain the enemy's attack, said Ryoma. Yasa-chan is in danger? Issei said, upset knowing that one of his women could die. Issei, calm down, said Legjarn. She may be in danger, but remember that she is in an alliance, and knows the magnitude of the problem, and I don't think she would be so bold as to solve things alone. Point in favor of Legjarn-san, said Azuma, and Asaka, despite being Kaiden's sister, has more prudence and more common sense than that mischievous and playful Kitsune with his elusive daughter. Yasa-chan is from Hyoudou? Issei said, very impressed. That's right, said Ryoma. It seems you trust her enough to call her Sekyurai-san. Hee, what can I tell you? Issei said. If I tell her that she is one of my fiancés, I don't know what could happen to them. He said in his mind. Excuse me, Ryoma-san, can I use your bathroom? The king of Hyoudou agreed, giving him instructions on where the bathroom was. The brown-haired boy left the dining room and hurried to venture through the halls. But suddenly there was a silence that reigned in the castle, and he also felt that something or someone was stalking him. Something wasn't right there. Issei took out his boosted gear and immediately unsheathed Ascalon. Whoever you are, what you're plotting won't work for you. In that cling, Issei used his weapon and the clash of metal was heard, to discover that he was almost the victim of a shuriken attack when it was repelled by the brown-haired man. At that, Issei, using his draconian instincts, feels a presence behind him ready to attack him. Cling! Issei proceeds to defend himself from the surprise attack and suddenly sees his attacker. For a demon, you're not doing too bad, said a redhead who had a scar on his right eye and a ninja mask while giving the brown-haired boy a look full of seriousness. What the hell, why are you attacking me? Said Issei, still struggling with his sword and a kunai. Don't get distracted in a fight, shouted the ninja. At that, Issei feels another attack on his back. The brown-haired man for his part gets rid of the ninja by kicking him in the chest to begin to repel the attack that arose behind his back, and this time he repelled 3 shurikens. Good reflexes, said a woman's voice. Now you wield a sword very accurately and quickly. At that moment, a small whirlwind arose in the hallway as a woman in ninja attire was revealed, also wielding some kunai. He immediately launched himself at Issei, who proceeded to defend himself from the female ninja's attacks, but the red-haired ninja also came out to attack Issei. The brunette fought against both ninjas. They proceeded to hit him and try to hurt him, but Issei only proceeded to defend himself because the ninjas surpassed him in speed. Damn, they're faster than Kiba and hit as hard or harder than Razor, Issei said in his mind. He was trying to find a way to get rid of them both when he saw the female ninja throw a spinning kick, while the male ninja began another attack towards Issei's face, which Chestnut would take advantage of to carry out his counterattack by knocking down the female ninja by making her lose balance by kicking her supporting leg and finishing her off with a blow to her abdomen, so that she immediately stopped the male ninja's blow and elbowed him in the face and sent him to one of the walls of the corridor with a kick to the thorax. She saw how Issei approached with Ascalon ready to use it on him. I don't know who the hell you are, but I won't allow a murder in this castle, said Issei, ready to bury Ascalon in the ninja when. Enough! Shouted a voice, to which Issei recognized it, and sees Ryoma in the hallways accompanied by Legjarn, Hinoka and Sakura, who immediately began to heal the ninja. Saizo, Kajiro, good job. Ryoma-sama, what does this mean? Issei said, very confused, seeing how quickly Sakura healed Issei's attackers. Thanking the pink-haired girl for her attention, they went up to Ryoma and knelt before him. Easy, I wanted to see your fighting style and see how capable you are of an attack of this magnitude, Ryoma said, smiling, and in my opinion, you did very well. You kicked too hard, kid, said Saizo as he ran his hand over the chest where he received the chestnut's attack. You are an exceptional warrior, brat, said Kajiro coldly. Well, I want to talk to you alone, Issei, but let Sakura heal your wounds first, Ryoma said as he returned to the dining room where he had come from. At that, Sakura nervously began to heal Issei. Thank you for your attention, Sakura-san, said Issei while smiling at her. Bath. Sakura became more nervous, Her heart was beating rapidly and a more intense blush took over the pink-haired girl when she saw Issei. No, it's nothing," said the little priestess, trying to stand firm, but she couldn't because she was so close to Issei. Something that Hinoka and Legjarn noticed was the little princess of Hoshido blushing and getting nervous when she was next to the brown-haired boy. "It can't be another?" said Legjarn, very jealous. "Wow, my little sister also sparked interest in Sekyuti Dano," Hinoka said, staring at Sakura and feeling a bit jealous about that. "I won't let you have it easily, Sakura." Finishing being healed, Issei proceeded to enter the dining room again, where Ryoma was waiting for him while sitting in the Seiza style with a serious expression. Issei, for his part, and as a sign of respect, also proceeded to sit in that way. A pressure was felt in the air due to the seriousness that the monarch of Hoshido gave off. "Issei Hyoudou," said Ryoma seriously, "thanks to Yasaka Dano's contributions and everything you've been through in your world, I'm getting an idea of how noble you are," said Ryoma, "and I also understand that you had a harem of beautiful girls, who unfortunately turned their backs on you." Issei began to sweat coldly. He had no intention of talking about his past perversities so as not to damage a possible alliance with Hoshido, but it seemed Yasaka spilled the beans before time. "However, you managed to overcome it thanks to other girls who truly love you, such as Yasaka Dano, your mistress Legjarn Muspell, and your other companions in your entourage," said Ryoma. "An emotional wound is really very difficult to heal, and even more so in beings as noble as you, the dragons." "Thanks, I think so," Issei said, somewhat mortified by what Yasaka did. "I'm simply ashamed of my old tastes, Ryoma-sama, because I suppose that was what triggered the betrayal of me and more of the woman who had taken over my heart. So in that sense I tried to correct that to be an exemplary and worthy man. You know, I must confess that my sister Hinoka has shown interest in you," said Ryoma. "I hadn't seen her with that attitude since her last love interest left for the kingdom of Vala, becoming its sovereign, and little Sakura. Let's just say it was love at first sight what she felt for you." "Oh no," Issei said in his mind, somewhat mortified to know that the princesses of Hoshido had become interested in him. He could only imagine himself performing a seppuku ritual, while Ryoma and Takumi with demonic faces pointed their weapons at the brown-haired man, demanding his head for having fallen in love with said ladies. For Issei there was only one action to take. If he looked for an excuse he would make things worse, according to him. "Sorry, Ryoma-sama," said Issei, lowering his head in a sign of self-humiliation. "Sorry for having done this without your proper consent. I do not want this to affect a possible alliance between the Muspell clan with the kingdom of Hoshido." Ryoma had a serious expression on his face at what Issei said while still keeping his head down. "Raise your head, Hyoudou," Issei said, "the monarch of Hoshido. With this, you are showing me that you do not have low intentions with my two sisters and you respect them. That is why I give you the confidence that if something happens between you, please, I entrust you with their care." Issei Hyoudou. Issei was surprised to learn that Ryoma, the current monarch of Hoshido, was giving him the go-ahead to have a possible relationship with the princesses of Hoshido. "I'll take care of them even if it costs me my life," said Issei. "But for that I will have to train you," said Ryoma, and then he begins to unsheath his katana, but Issei notices that as he slowly unsheathes it, it begins to give off electrical energy. Something that Issei had a bad feeling about, and by the way, exterminate well the perverted that still remains in you. Issei Hyoudou, prepare yourself, because in these days you will know the true meaning of the words pain and effort, because I will make you a worthy fiancé for my sisters." Issei could only make a face full of nerves at what he saw. "Reijinto!" Ryoma shouted as he unsheathed his katana. At a traditional sweets stand near the castle, Legjarn's entourage strolled alongside Mozu, Silas and Sophie, eating natto with some green tea. "The nights are very warm around here," said Felicia while eating her sweet. "It's a very pleasant atmosphere," said Fjorm, taking a sip of his infusion, although Leg-chan decided to stay in the castle to talk with Princess Hinoka. "I'm glad you enjoy your stay here," said Silas, also eating natto when "Yasei Awiya!" A heart-rending scream filled with pain and despair accompanied by lightning and small explosions could be heard in Issei Castle. "It seems that Issei is now Ryoma-sama's new disciple," Sophie said somewhat nervously. "Will Issei-kun be okay?" Fjorm said somewhat nervously. "I say yes," said Mozu calmly. "The sweet symphony of pain and agony is heard in the dining room of Issei Saji Castle," Air said calmly with a poker face, sitting watching the sunset, while she proceeded to eat a rice ball. "Tomorrow our Issei will be in pain," Nano said, Shizuku accompanying Air while drinking tea. Everyone, including the Hashidians, nodded at what Air said. As the sun set over Hyoudou, a poor chestnut tree began to beg for its life, but this was just the beginning of its mission. Chapter 17, Unknown Origins, Defending a New World. Hyoudou Point 3. Shirasaki Castle. Thermal baths. The warm night had arrived in Hyoudou, while Issei's screams of pain could still be heard combined with the electrical sounds and explosions given off by the current sovereign of the Ryoma Empire, the current princess of Hyoudou. Hinoka was having a cozy bath in the hot springs of the imperial castle, thinking about a certain ex-perverted chestnut with a smile that lit up her beautiful face, when suddenly she heard someone entering the hot springs and a voice resounded. "I wanted to talk to you alone," Hinoka-sama said seriously, the heiress of the muspell clan, who was dressed in a bikini with a towel in her hands while she entered the warm and pleasant waters to take a bath and look into the eyes of the red-headed princess. Legjarn had planned to show her naked body to Issei when the time was right, and that was why she covered it with a bikini. "Era, what topic does the heiress of muspell want to talk to me about, if I may ask?" Hinoka said interestedly while looking at those fierce eyes of the brunette demon. "I'll get to the point. Without beating around the bush," Legjarn said very seriously, but with a tone of voice that didn't reflect any hostility to the redhead. "I know you're making advances to my pawn, Issei Hyoudou." "I admit it," Hinoka said, smiling and saying things bluntly. "I have become interested in your noble pawn. Are you perhaps against that?" Legjarn just sighs. "You know that my pawn has been in a little over a year since he suffered a huge betrayal of love from that woman who had sworn to love her eternally," Legjarn said seriously, and remembering his current slave, "and I made him a promise that I would heal his afflicted heart, since he is returning to trust in women. And you should know an even heavier background. Issei, before becoming a demon and knowing that he would be the most powerful Seikka'ed, he was killed by a fallen angel who pretended to be his girlfriend, and because of that a trauma had been generated in his heart, and with the betrayal and whim of his former mistress, that wound that was healing reopened, and in a very deep way. In short, and interpreting what you're telling me, Legjarn-san, are you afraid that I'll play with Issei-san's feelings, like his previous mistress did?" Hinoka said seriously, because after listening to the reasons of the green-haired brunette, she came to the conclusion that Issei didn't trust women at all, and the green-haired girl is very protective of her servants, especially the Seikka'ed. "Indeed, Hinoka-san," said Legjarn, "I don't distrust you. I just want you to know that Issei wouldn't bear another betrayal from a woman who interested him romantically. His heart couldn't take it anymore, if he could survive the fall of the dragon. I really doubt he'd survive a second time." Hinoka, hearing what Legjarn said, realized indirectly that he was allowing her to be part of Issei's harem, as his mistress and alpha woman, but dealing with a dragon was a very special matter. But then the doors of the hot springs opened, and Legjarn and Hinoka saw the person who had entered. They saw a girl with wavy violet hair, highlighting her assets with a towel that covered her from chest to legs at the height of her thighs, showing a look that combined serenity and at the same time, a hint of motherhood. "Oh, Hinoka, it's good to see you again, and it seems you have company," the little girl said flirtatiously with a smile, while also giving the brunette a kind gesture. "Camilla, it's been a while since I saw you," said Hinoka, going to hug the little girl, who reciprocated the hug. "Legjarn, I present to you the first princess of the kingdom of Nor, Camilla." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Camilla Dano," said the brunette with a bow. "Come on, just call me Camilla. I don't like formalities," said the little girl, smiling as she entered the hot water. "So she is one of the guests who would come to the two kingdoms to protect the pieces of the falchion?" "Indeed," said Hinoka, "and how did you know I was here, friend?" "Well, I met Azuma at the entrance of the castle, and he told me you were here," Camilla said. "By the way, who is the boy being trained by Ryoma?" "He is part of my entourage," Camilla-san said. Legjarn, "His name is Issei Hyoudou. He is currently the Seikka'ed and one of the people who saved the world we come from." "Wow, so he's a hero," Camilla said without stopping smiling. "That boy somehow reminds me of my little brother Korin," said the little girl, blushing. "He doesn't give up even though he's getting a good beating from Ryoma-san." "I agree with Camilla," Hinoka said nostalgically, "but I also want to ask you something, Legjarn-san." "What thing?" said the brunette. Chapter 18. The dead arrive in Hyoudou. Kuoh, Hyoudou muspell residence. It had been 24 hours since both retinues of the muspell clan had departed for the hidden lands of Hyoudou and Nor, in order to fulfill the leader's mission to protect the powerful weapon created from one of the chipped teeth of the primordial dragon god, Naga, mother of all dragons, including Great Red and Ophis. All this calm could be transmitted in the residence where the patriarchs of the muspell clan, those who sheltered the Seekvaira and the bearer of the dragon Vritra before the betrayal of those who were respected demons and prodigies at their young age. At the residence, Citrit along with Setsuna, Kiba and Gasper had to go to Kyoto, since they had been attacked by the hosts of hell. Meanwhile the maids were doing their normal tasks, from arranging the furniture and cleaning it to giving the orders of those who were once great personalities of the Alliance, and now to follow the plan of Rias and Sona. They serve a sentence of slavery and became beings that in the eyes of supernatural society were nothing more than simpleness that had to be crushed. "Hey! I told you that vase goes in Issei-sama's room!" shouted a maid. "Sorry!" shouted a tearful Gabriel, who immediately corrected his mistake. "That's how I like it, fallen angel," said that same maid when she saw the now fallen Seraph obey her boss immediately. "Now go to the gardening. Serta-sama chose you to harvest Leonore-sama's tubers. Do it well and you will be rewarded. Woe betide you if you mistreat them. Kiba-sama will have a fallen angel wing in his trophy case." "Ha ha!" said Gabriel, running to the greenhouse in the backyard of the large mansion. The same maid who ordered Gabriel looks to the side but immediately bows and leaves the floor. "You must be firm in what you say, dear Asia," said a very maternal voice, which turned out to be Leonore Muspell, who was carrying the recently freed and new Muspell maid, Asia Argento, by her side. "You must leave that mentality full of naivety, because if you had been strong in character, and had refused what the shame of the Gremory clan proposed to you, perhaps you would have ended up as one of our pieces." "I know, Leonore-sama," said Asia, dressed as a maid, with a sad smile. "If it weren't for my weak character I would still be Issei-san's fiancé." "Asia, the job of a demon's pieces is not only to blindly obey the king but also to be his advisors. If the king's idea is not to the liking of the entourage, they must make him see reasons so that he reconsiders, since if the king, who is the brain of the entire entourage, fails in a decision, the entire entourage will do so as well." "Leonore-sama, if I had refused, I would have ended up tortured or worse, dead." Asia said, "Very sorry for having been weak. I was afraid that Rias Gremory would send those who agreed to betray him. And they were not common demons, we were talking about very strong warriors, and with the influence of that cursed bitch for being Sirzechs-sama's sister," she said with a lot of hatred the last thing because of how Asia referred to her ex-mistress, the previous strongest ex-seraph, and the ex-cadre of Gregory. "Would have lied to the Alliance about a betrayal on my part, and justified my death." "At least you admitted your weakness, but the damage is done," said Leonore. "You can't go back in time, and now all that's left is to concentrate on your future. Become strong, and maybe I intend to make you a member of my entourage," said Leonore, revealing a devil-piece bishop. Asia just wipes away her tears as she nods at the woman who granted her freedom again in exchange for serving the Muspell mantle. But suddenly Leonore hardens her gaze. "We have unwanted visitors." Asia, seeing the matriarch's gaze, did not hesitate to be alert when, crash, a magical attack destroyed one of the windows facing Leonore. When, Chaz, without looking back, the matriarch of Muspell snapped her fingers, nullifying the attack and protecting Asia in the process. "So hell's nits have appeared in my dear son-in-law's chambers," said Leonore while using a magic circle in her hand and, trash, destroying the top floor of the residence where there was only her and the newly promoted maid. She sees that the Hyoudou Muspell residence was being surrounded by several demons, yokai, mercenaries, fallen angels and some Asgardians, but all of them showed the mark of reborn. "I recognize that disgusting creeping attack. Show yourself and save me the time of searching for you, Cruzary Asmodeus." At Leonore's declaration, a circle with the symbol of the aforementioned clan appeared in front of Leonore while she made the aforementioned demon appear. His whitish skin and his long hair gathered made his appearance while the reborn mark shone on his left hand. Well, well, the traitor of the old Visago clan," Cruzary said with great resentment. "If it weren't for you, that clan would still be alive. My clan was declining because of that mentality that bored me so much. The demons must be above all," said Leonore with great boredom, and the last thing with a man's voice simulating her father. "Besides, you say that because even after millennia you still have resentment for not having reciprocated your feelings, having killed my clan that was going to condemn my life and go with the now owner of my heart," said Cruzary, gritting his teeth. "And besides, you became hell's lapdog. You have sunk so low to get my attention," said Leonore with great mockery. "But I don't feel the presence of that disgusting gigantic demon," said Cruzary, smiling maliciously, "and I understand that you live with your beloved maids. I think that my soldiers who came out of Tartarus would like to feel the delights of virgin and young flesh. Asia instinctively sought refuge in Leonore, who did not hesitate to put her arm out protectively. But the matriarch. He gave the newly resurrected demon a look that denoted pure hatred and disgust. Seeing that Cremory was incorrigible, he couldn't leave him alive, not even by a twist of fate. He immediately invoked a communication circle and said, "All maids, return to the castle with the prisoners and do not return to this house until further orders." To receive one, understood in an equanimous manner, and see that many magic circles of transport. "This goes for you too, little Asia," Leonore said as a magic circle appeared beneath the blonde. She made no excuses and decided to obey her mistress, returning to the underworld. Cremory, seeing that Leonore was left, let out a triumphant laugh. "You sent your beloved reinforcements home, are you stupid?" Ajajajajajaja. Cremory laughed while the other resurrected soldiers laughed with their leader. Leonore just looked cold and serious. "You left me this city on a silver plate, and of course, I so long for the moment of having you as my incubator." "Don't celebrate too much," Cremory said Leonore while increasing her aura to an enormous level, causing a pressure to begin to fall on the reborn soldiers to such an extent that they could not stand, and of course making the Descendant of Asmodeus more nervous. "I only made this fight as fair as possible." "Don't be arrogant, Leonore Vasago!" shouted Cremory angrily. "Your arrogance is what you have in excess." "Stupid," said the matriarch. "I don't need the help of my maids to finish you all, and of course, if Sirzechs eliminates you quickly, with me your soul will burn that you will prefer the fire of Tartarus to return to the world of the living." Cremory. Leonore summons a magic circle with her current clan emblem and simply says, "Muspell's favor," said the matriarch as an orange aura that shone like freshly molten metal covered the woman. Kuoh's defense now began, and it was in Leonore's hands. Now the resurrected would launch an attack against the last demon of the Vasago clan, now matriarch of the Muspell demon clan. "Entertain me, repugnant leeches," said Leonore in her mind, but with mockery, because at those words Cremory's army came out to attack her. Hyoudou, main square, midnight, audio sounds, fire, magical explosions, and the clash of steel were echoing in the night sky, the screams of brave Hyoudouan soldiers defending their land, and especially where the blade of the sacred weapon, falchion, rested. The soldiers and some civilians capable of fighting faced some supernatural soldiers resurrected from the world of the dead. The civilians, women, children, sick and elderly took shelter in their homes, avoiding conflict at all costs. Soldiers ranging from fallen angels, demons, rogue yokai, and psychopathic exorcists were trying to kill the Hyoudou soldiers. The cries of pain and despair of the Hyoudouans as they fell beneath the leaves and the attacks of the undead soldiers could be heard at dawn under the reddish moon that foretold that the sickle of death would pass mercilessly over that kingdom. Dragon shot. It was Issei's scream making his way through some soldiers who fell dead. "Ayah!" Legjarn shouted, brandishing her incandescent sword, incinerating the soldiers who were attacking her. Issei and all those who followed him from Issei Saji castle began to repel the attack of Hell's soldiers. "I will go against the winged rat," said Scarlet Hinoka, Camilla and Irsan. "With me now, everyone to defend Hyoudou!" shouted Ryoma, brandishing Reijinto horizontally, killing 3 exorcists. "Hi!" Legjarn's entourage and the yokai shouted. Hyoudou's allied demons and yokai began to attack Hell's ground soldiers. Himari and Shizuka could be seen tearing apart rogue yokai, both the Nikomata slicing and dicing them up, and Shizuka herself drowning and killing them with her water techniques. Ryoma, for his part, gave no respite to the traitorous and resurrected Asgardians. With the edge of Reijinto he killed them without saying a word, in the air of Hyoudou. Hinoka, for her part, riding a Pegasus, was killing the resurrected dead, but suddenly a horde of fallen angels were about to treacherously attack the princess of Hyoudou from behind when "Istand Ice Fang!" shouted Fjorm, brandishing Leiptr, and in that way several stalagmites were shot at the soldiers of Hell. That horde of fallen angels fell under the glacial attack of the Queen of Legjarn. A shower of Hinoka sighs in relief. "I owe you one," Hinoka said, thanking Fjorm for his help as they returned to action. "Don't get distracted and focus on the fight," Scarlet shouted, beheading a demon. "Ashore. They are Muspells in tour," shouted an undead demon pointing at the brunette heiress with green hair. "Quickly, Hell's Sama will reward whoever takes her head," he shouted, but a dagger was embedded in the head of this one being Felicia, who threw it with a murderous look. "Thank you, dear." Hearing that 1,000 times was starting to give me a headache, said Issei, making Felicia blush. "Are we teaming up?" Felicia said, to which Issei agreed, and between them they began to kill the Hell Soldiers. The Seekvaira destroyed the enemies that stood in front of him, while Felicia took care of his rear guard. When Issei left a blind spot, Felicia covered him by defending him and counterattacking with her ice daggers, and at the same time Issei protected Felicia when she was also unprotected. In another area of Hyoudou, Camilla, Scarlet and Air, riding their Wyvern and Black Pegasus respectively, also had their share of action. Poor fools, Air said with her tone full of depression before the fallen angels she faced. Sending another rain of daggers against them. Is your urgency to return to Tartarus so great? The traitor is here! Shouted one of the demons pointing at Air, but say goodnight. Camilla screamed like a Katarina as she threw herself like an arrow towards the legion of demons who didn't have time to react. Slash! Camilla mercilessly killed the demons, brandishing her heavy and lethal axe as if it were a toy, and of course, her wyvern crushed all those who approached her mistress, and she could not counterattack. The aerial combat was increasingly exhausting and more tiring. Air, Hinoka and Camilla needed reinforcements now. Hey, don't miss out on all the fun, said a very elegant male voice, to which Camilla smiled upon knowing who they were, seeing a soldier riding a Pegasus while accompanied by a red-haired girl also riding a Pegasus. Late as always, Mr. Perfect, said the violet-haired girl, but it's better that it's this way. Sabaki and Kildori. Ashore. Issei and Felicia had finished off the Hell Soldiers who, when killed, disappeared like dust, leaving not a trace of them. Are you okay? Issei said while Felicia cleaned her blood-stained face with her hands. I am, said the maid, a little uncomfortable. Boom! Another explosion erupted in one of the areas of Hyoudo's main square, resulting in the monastery. Sakura shouted as she healed a seriously wounded soldier. No! Maitama, Rajat, Hayato and Oroki are there! Shouted Hinoka, worried for the daughter of her only servant. Issei-san, Legjarn-san, Himari-san, Shizuka-san, follow me! Shouted Ryoma. Sakura and Fjorm and support as much as you can. Without saying a word, the king of Hyoudou and those he summoned followed him to reach the monastery where the priestesses of that kingdom were in great danger. Sure! Issei feels a very familiar energy. Something in him was beginning to emerge. He didn't feel that feeling at that time when Asia had been kidnapped in the underworld. Ddraig knew who it was. Partner! He's here, said the Red Emperor Dragon. That damn son of a bitch, Issei said furiously. Ryoma-sama. Let's hurry up, the priestesses are in grave danger. Ryoma, without seeing Issei, quickens his pace until he reaches the monastery where, bum, ag, the sound of a boy being attacked was heard. No, Hyoudou! Ryoma shouted as he and his allies began to climb the enclosure. Issei, Felicia, the amulets to enter sacred precincts, said Legjarn, taking said device out of his armor so that the sacred environment would not affect him. The members of his entourage do the same. When they arrive, they see a scene where the sanctuary was burning in flames. The priestesses were unconscious and some dead. At the moment when the rubble of the monastery fell on them, some of them were young women and girls who died under the attack of Diodora. Issei shouted angrily, and indeed, the former heir of the Astaroth clan, who had tarnished its prestige with his support for the Cow's Brigade, was crushing the head of a boy wearing traditional Japanese clothing. The moment Issei shouts his name, he can't help but make a gesture of total disgust. You! The green-haired man shouted with hatred. The king of Hyoudou seized the boy he had tortured, and saw that in a corner of the destroyed monastery, there were 3 wounded young ladies because they had been victims of Diodora's attack. The first, a young lady with her hair tied up, and another girl with jet black hair, wearing Japanese sorceress clothes, were being treated. The first had a wound in the abdomen that bled abundantly. The second with a wound on the head, and a thread of blood fell from his forehead, while the last, a priestess with emerald green hair, was treating both sorceresses with her healing magic. Hyoudou! Ryoma shouted, launching himself against the heir of Astaroth, but Clum, Gah! Ryoma complained as Diodora repelled his attack. Heh! How fun it is to destroy this, said Diodora, crushing Hyoudo's head. Ahak! The aforementioned screamed while feeling the pressure of the demon's attack. Hyoudou/father! The witches screamed in terror as they saw how the little man suffered. Leave him alone, damn you! Issei shouted, throwing himself at Diodora. Damn lizard! Diodora shouted, defending himself. Why do I have to deal with your disgusting presence? Issei's fist stopped in front of Diodora's magic shield. He smiled, but seeing how it quickly cracked. Crash! Issei destroyed Diadora's defense, horrifying him, and 5. The reborn was sent flying by a blow to the cheek, throwing him into the walls of the ruined monastery. Without a word, Issei charged at the person who was torturing Diadora. Boy, Issei said, slapping him on the face to make him react. Hyoudou didn't react. I took his pulse and confirmed that he was alive. Dear! Shouted the first purple-haired woman, who showed a great body, and despite being totally injured, her beauty and her heart-stopping body came out. He's unconscious, said Issei, carrying him and giving him to the arms of said young lady. Orochi! Ryoma shouted, running towards the little girl. We failed to protect the Ryoma-sama monastery, said the other young lady with a dull and sinister tone in her voice. The enemies were so strong that not even the combined strength of my parents could stop them. And who are these interesting demons? Don't worry, Rajat, and I appreciate your efforts, said Ryoma. The introductions are for another occasion. Ryoma-sama, let me heal him, said the green-haired priestess, who, upon seeing said tonality, recognized Legjarn. Thank you, Maitama, the king of Hoshido thanked with a smile. This hair is similar to Setsuna's, said the demon, looking at the girl who was healing Ryoma. Can I help you with something? Said the priestess when she saw the green-haired brunette's look. No, nothing, said Legjarn, lying. It's just that your hair reminded me of someone. Maitama was about to respond when the rubble of the monastery was heard, and from which an enraged Diadora emerged with his clothes completely torn and a bruise on his face. Damn low-class demon, said Diadora, while the reborn mark shone on his chest where the clothes had been torn. You can't leave me in peace for a moment with your sick presence. Ha! Issei said mockingly. You took the words from my mouth, Your Eminence. Remembering your disgusting fetishes of attacking religious women just makes me want to break your neck, incinerate your face, tear apart your limbs, he said, while a violent reddish aura began to emanate. But above all, remembering how I saved that bastard from your miseries, that ungrateful nun who betrayed me with that crimson bitch, just makes me want to drink Samuel's blood to forget about that fact. So it's true that that spoiled piece of shit betrayed you, said Diadora, smiling disgustingly. What a shame you trusted that loser traitor. Better not talk, carrion fly, said Issei as his gaze darkened. The underworld is better off without you. The flies that roam the underworld, if once they were exterminated, will return to the shit from where they resurfaced, and you will not be the exception, said Issei, very enraged as he watched the unconscious and dead priestesses roam the floor of the monastery, while Diadora continued to smile with sick evil. I will kill you, damn monster, you will pay for this. Diadora became nervous at Issei's declaration. No one get into my fight, said Issei furiously, seeing his allies who understood what he was saying. This was already personal. Diadora suddenly received a call from a magic circle that suddenly made his smile widen. Don't worry, Lizard, said Diadora, I assure you that no one will interrupt our meetings, since some people will entertain your friends. The footsteps of an armor began to be heard going up the stairs. Ryoma, Legjarn, and the other allies of Issei went to the entrance of the monastery to see who was approaching, but when the people were revealed, Ryoma was terrified because he recognized those weapons that the new guests carried, in particular a banner that was supposed to be from an extinct family. Hell, unborn goddess, messed with the dead of this world. And those who carried this banner were people with a reddish and empty look, whitish skin, and the way they walked, it was a sign that rigor mortis had taken its toll on their bodies. The hour of death had arrived in Hoshido, and both Issei and his allies knew that these hours would be crucial for the world they would protect in the name of the Alliance, and in the name of that beautiful land that welcomed them with open arms.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.